Initiate the experiment and gather the data. The A chip strictly carried out Leyland's command. The horrifying spell that had breached the defensive spell formation, that the arm of vengeance had been unable to react to in time, had once again begun forming at Leyland's hand. Horrifying amounts of energy particles condensed and formed a black spot that rested on Leyland's fingertip. Leyland sighed gently, and pointed at Torum. Rank 3 spell, Fatality's Tip. Secret technique, Crystal Shield. Even though Torum knew of Leyland's plans, her survival instincts and hatred towards the Ouroboros clan urged her to accept the battle. Many sparkling spiritual force shields appeared before her, glowing with runes. Bang! The black ray of death arrived before Torum in a near instant, and collided with the first crystal phase spiritual force shield. Crack! A hole about the size of a finger immediately formed on the shield. Many cracks extended from the hole like a spider web. The shields rippled as they were torn apart by the ray of death, as if they were sheets of paper, on its way to Torum. Is this the taste of death? A momentary distraction emerged in Torum's eyes, but it was replaced almost instantly by the ever more terrifying flames of hatred. Even if I die, I will not die in such a humiliating way without even causing damage to my opponent. She roared as blood-red flames started burning her body. Soul sacrifice. The flames of hatred have indeed clouded her judgment. Leyland's face sank. Magi knew that death was not an end. The souls of many departed high-ranking Magi would return to the astral plane, awaiting reincarnation. A soul sacrifice was a secret technique that traded away their soul. To obtain temporary strength, the very soul was burnt away. What a great idea. She had basically destroyed her last hope. From the looks of it, the Magus who was called Torum had an immense hatred towards the Ouroboros clan. A strange aura spread across the whole venue in the amount of time it took for the blood-red flames to combust. A crimson gem appeared on Torum's forehead and exploded, bringing with it a shower of blood. It was at this moment that Fatality's tip appeared in front of her. The two collided. Space suddenly shook, after which it seemed like nothing had happened. Leyland was startled for a while before his face changed. He realized that things were not right and swiftly escaped. Like the sound of glass being smashed, in the area where the blood-red gem and Fatality's tip came into contact, a black hole had seemingly appeared, which had sucked in all of the objects in the area. In an instant, even the air looked distorted. After a sudden contraction, a terrifying eruption occurred. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a large mushroom cloud rose to the sky with the point of impact as the core. Large waves swept across the floor and swept away everything. Tamansi who was watching outside was engulfed by the giant waves before he even had time to scream. After the explosion, the sky itself started to crack apart. Anything that came into contact with these rifts suddenly disappeared from its original position. At that moment, the sky was roaring, the ground trembling. It was only after 10 minutes or so that the remaining radiation from the explosion dissipated. Boom, a light shone in the void as Leyland appeared again. Currently, Leyland did not look too good. Even he was affected by the aftermath of that terrifying collision, and the injuries he'd suffered were not mild. As for his opponent Torum, being in the middle of the eruption, she had been torn to pieces. Let alone the soul sacrifice, just because of the secret technique Torum had used to step into the crystal phase, combined with the damage at the end, even if she hadn't used a soul sacrifice she would not have much longer to live. What a pity, Leyland sighed, but yet his face did not register depression. To him, he had already accomplished his objectives this time round. Even though the ending was a bit abrupt, everything was still within his control. He landed on the ground, his feet stepping on a rock that had been burnt black. Tamansi, come out. Master, do you have any commands? The soil became looser and Tamansi crawled out from underground. During the explosion, coupled with luck and his abilities as a magus, he had managed to keep his life. However, he had still suffered severe injuries. From Leyland's point of view, Tamansi looked terrifying, with his clothes tattered and his skin scorched. For what happened this time round, write a report to be sent in. I still have other matters to attend to, so I won't be returning to the headquarters for now, he ordered. Since they had accomplished the task, they would need another set of people to validate it. As you wish, Master. Those were originally matters Tamansi had to do as an intelligence officer, and he swiftly replied. Also, for that female magus, how should we handle her? That small fry? Send out a warrant for her. Leylin thought of Torum's apprentice, and yet did not pay too much attention to it. It would take 500 years for a mere low-ranked Magus like that to cause a threat to the current him. Needless to say, after that amount of time, Leylin would have advanced to a more powerful state. It would be hard to say whether the other party would even survive to that period. Alright then. Even though Tamansi wanted to seek refuge from Leylin, he actually started trembling when he came face to face with Leylin, and was unable to speak his mind. Currently, Leylin's aura was immensely strong after killing Torum, and even an ordinary rank 3 Magus would feel uncomfortable in his presence. Moreover, even though his injuries weren't serious, they were still a hassle, and had to be resolved as soon as possible. I'll leave it to you to tie up the loose ends. Leylin faintly thought about it, before he disappeared into thin air, only leaving behind Tamansi, who looked glum and regretful. Chapter 452, Azure Mountain and the Couple. Azure Mountain and the Couple. Azure Mountain City, situated beside the Andeus Mountains, was the ancestral territory of the Occart clan. The Andeus Mountains were rich in natural minerals, something that made the alloy produced by Azure Mountain City, with its superior quality, one of the most desirable in the entire continent. In fact, Leylin had even visited this place himself once to source the materials for his own Magus Tower. With excellent smelting techniques coupled with rich and plentiful natural resources, the Occart clan had superior control over auctions, accumulating an outrageous amount of wealth. The original name of the progenitor of the Occart clan had long fallen out of the public mind, but his title still remained to this date. He was the powerful and brilliant Azure Mountain King. Indeed, the progenitor of the Occart clan was the well-known Azure Mountain King, the famed and almighty Morning Star Magus. The intimidating nature of this Morning Star Magus served as a warning to other vicious and hateful magi not to have any designs on the Occart clan. Otherwise, it would have long been overtaken and ruled by those fugitive human magicians. And now, the time had come for the decennial large-scale auction. As the event venue of the auction was in Azure Mountain City, the entire place was filled to the brim with people. The prices of the airship tickets heading there had also risen sharply due to this event. However, it was not a deterrent, as magi from everywhere continued to flow into the city. Some among them were powerful and well-known. Others had masked themselves, cherishing anonymity. Regardless of their varying powers, all the magi present would generally be disciplined enough to control and maintain themselves. After all, they would lose as well if the auction were to not proceed smoothly. In fact, they would risk losing much-needed materials to an archenemy, as well as materials that were hard to obtain through normal means. With the auction event approaching, the crime rates in the neighboring areas also increased substantially. Many fugitive magi on the wanted list came forth to the event sneakily and had daringly looted many people. But as long as they weren't caught red-handed, the Occart clan, the main organizer, would not excessively pursue the matter. The otherwise orderly Azure Mountain City had suddenly turned chaotic. A small group of magi were pushing forward with their own secretive agendas behind the scenes. As such, even under the watchful eyes of the Morning Star Magus, the clan had to face a mounting number of incidents hindering their move forward. They were kept busy and anxious. Such a bustling scene. Leylin was at a local inn along a stretch of shops, viewing the hurried crowd through a transparent glass flooring. In front of him were served colorful glasses of juices, along with some freshly baked cookies and snacks. He had been in Azure Mountain City for 3 days. The wounds from the clash with Torum had already mostly healed with his liberal use of potions. As he had arrived early, Leylin was able to find lodging at an inn in the city, unlike the situation now where many magi were struggling to find a room and had to search throughout the city and risk getting into conflicts with one another. Leylin stroked his chin, looking at the busy street that was bustling with activity. Many of the commoners wore gray, black and white apparel. Among the crowd, there were many magi and some other races discreetly mingling about. In the central continent, humans were not the only race. Many different species of humans had mingled together, producing offspring of mixed bloodlines. Leylin had personally met some of them on the streets and had witnessed their odd characteristics. Walking among the pedestrians were patrol knights from the host city. Many of these knights wore barbed armor. Under the guidance of senior knights and acolytes, they regularly combed through every corner of the city. Although their abilities were insignificant to magi, the fact that their uniforms bore the emblem of the Occart clan was enough to deter any impetuous magi. "It's him!" At this moment, cries from a skylark sounded near Leylin. It perched itself outside the inn. He found the tone of the cries familiar, and smiled and walked towards the entrance of the inn. At this moment, a young couple stepped foot into the inn. The lady took one look at Lei Lin and was shocked. "Oh. It's been a long time, Nolan, Jessia." Lei Lin noticed that Jessia wore the look of a young woman instead of a young girl and exclaimed, "Also, a blissful marriage to you." This couple from the Rollith family had left a deep impression on Lei Lin, especially the defiant young girl. Sir Lei Lin. Nolan whined bitterly in his heart. He had heard about the delicious treats being served here and hence brought his wife along. Little did he expect he would bump into Lei Lin. Nolan's knees grew weak thinking about how he was chided and taught a lesson mercilessly by this rank 3 Magus in the past. As for Jessia, she looked as if she relied heavily on Nolan and had her arms around him. Lei Lin couldn't help but sense the hatred and detestation deep in her eyes. It made him speechless. "Just because I had the ability to, but did not save you, you hate me so much?" Lei Lin stroked his chin. Coincidences happened all the time in this world. Maybe a word, an action, or even an exchange of glances, it might all result in an inexplicable hatred against someone else. It was something unfathomable. He had not expected such matters to happen to him. "Both of you look happily married now, although it does gives me a troubled heart." Lei Lin was rather amused and called out to them to take a seat. "Shall we sit together? The food here is decent, I found this place after a long search." "Oh. No need. We do not want to impose on you, sir." Nolan gave a bitter smile and bowed politely. He grabbed Jessia's hand and left the place hastily. Dining with Lei Lin. Nolan could feel immense pressure. In fact, the aura he felt this time was much more powerful than during their previous meeting. He certainly do not want to cross paths with Lei Lin again. "What are you doing?" Jessia blurted out in anger after crossing a few streets with Nolan pulling her along. "He is just a rank 3 Magus, what is the big deal? Your grandfather is also a famed hydro-phase Magus. Furthermore, as long as we can gather sufficient materials this time, he can also attempt to enter the crystal phase." Jessia pouted her lips with displeasure, profound resentment in her eyes. After the wedding, Nolan had been good to Jessia, and she too, had gradually accepted her fate. However, her hatred towards Lei Lin from their initial meeting had not ceased one bit. She hated how Lei Lin had disrupted her plans and how he had treated her, even till the end. There was no hint of nobility and no demeanor of a gentleman at all. That was after all a rank 3 lord. Even if he hasn't reached the vapor phase, we cannot afford to offend him. Moreover, he had the support of the Ouroboros clan. Nolan smiled bitterly. Sadly, he was not up to date with the latest information. He was unaware of Lei Lin's true position and abilities in the Ouroboros clan. Plus, Lei Lin himself had been low-key all this while. "I do not care, you have to take revenge on my behalf." Jessia tugged at Nolan's arm with a look of dissatisfaction. All right. Nolan tamed her with verbal promises. However, from the bottom of his heart, he had zero intentions of doing so. Of course, he couldn't speak his mind freely. Otherwise, knowing Jessia, she wouldn't let him have her when the night fell, and he would certainly dread it. "Humph. Lei Lin, since you are here, you will definitely not miss the auction." "We'll see." Her scheming plans were reflected in her eyes as they shined brightly. Inside the inn, watching Nolan and Jessia leave, Lei Lin was deep in thought. The hatred in the past was apparent and obvious to him. And up till now, she certainly had not given it up. The only difference was her attempt to conceal her feelings. Lei Lin could have crushed such insignificant characters easily in the past. But he did not do so then. Other than his fear of offending someone who had a strong family as support, there was another reason. After the couple left the inn, Lei Lin went back to his seat and sat down. In his palm, a dull gold coin appeared and he toyed with it. "I can feel it, looks like they can present something valuable to me this time." Lei Lin grinned as he slid the coin of destiny back into his pocket, his eyes twinkling a deep black. The river of destiny could not be fathomed. It would constantly drift about without a permanent resting place. However, at some specific times and places, minute details of it would intersect, something that a few magi could sense. It had happened to Lei Lin previously. He had, with the help of the coin of destiny, felt that there were some unresolved matters. In the near future, he knew he would cross paths with the couple again. And that time, they would voluntarily present him with an item of importance. This current location seemed to be the confluence point where their destinies met. "Boss, bill please." Lei-Lin smiled and stood up. The owner sprang up from behind the counter and stepped forward. The Azure Mountain Auction Company was situated at the center of Azure Mountain City. Its land was extensive, surrounded by an encampment of the Oakheart clan. Standing there, a simple and unadorned majestic Magus tower could be seen radiating horrifying levels of energy. It seemed to have an unknown connection with the skies and the entire region. This Magus tower built by a morning star Magus was Leyland's current destination, as well as something he looked up to. It was the symbol of the Oakheart clan's power, and a guarantee. Once he stepped foot into the auction hall, a female servant in uniform stepped up swiftly and greeted him warmly, clearly well trained. "Welcome, how can I be of service to you? I would like to sell some things in this auction." The present Lei-Lin was unrecognizable. He had altered his facial features and worn a hood over his head. He'd also added another outer layer of cotton shawl that draped down from the top, covering his face. Fortunately, at this point of time, there were countless magi in Azure Mountain City dressed exactly like Lei-Lin, hence the servant was not baffled at all. Chapter 453, The Auction House and Serene. The Auction House and Serene. As long as it is verified by our appraiser, any items estimated to be worth over 100,000 magic crystals can be sold in the auction. "May I ask if you need appraisal services?" The servant blurted out, almost as if by reflex. It was obvious that she'd said this multiple times before. It seemed like he was not the first person coming up to host something for auction. "Bring me there." Lei-Lin answered concisely. Soon after, he followed the servant and came before a few customized cubicles. As he was passing through, he even sensed the spell formation that was buried under the ground as well as the concealed runes on the wall. The security in here was much tighter than the outside, with even a rank 3 Magus keeping watch. They came up to a room that was a reception area, and the servant respectfully invited Lei-Lin to take a seat. "Customer, please wait a moment, I will get the appraiser here immediately to serve you." "All right." Lei-Lin nodded, his eyes following the young woman as she exited. After a short period of time, the door opened and an elderly man with a head full of silver hair and a face that had seen the vicissitudes of life entered. "Honorable guest, I am a rank 2 appraiser, Norda," the old man bowed. "Hello." Lei-Lin smiled faintly in response. He pointed to the seat in front of him and invited the appraiser to sit. In the central continent, appraisers also had ranks. This rank 2 appraiser was already a rank 2 Magus as well, and still maintained such respectful conduct. This was considered rare. Furthermore, his hands were covered with all sorts of scars, making him seem extremely experienced. After Norda sat down, he looked at Lei-Lin with a hint of amazement. Now that Azure Mountain City's auction was about to begin, it was not odd that various kinds of customers had shown up. However, just by the smell and appearance, he was able to judge that the Magus before him was very young. Yet, his body carried a dense fog that even he could not see through, which seldom occurred. It was hard to say, maybe this customer had in his possession unique treasures that were hard to come by. The appraiser stroked a ring on his hand as he was unable to repress the slight anticipation that flashed in his heart. "I am a potions master. I'm thinking of selling some potions here." Lei-Lin spoke straightforwardly. Of course, he had with him many more items that were more valuable than potions, but those were to be saved as exchange items for the barter later on. Only these potions that were made during his free time happened to be available to be offered for sale. With his potioneering talents, in the span of 100 years, which was about half of Leyland's age, Lei-Lin had amassed a large number of completed potions as a potions grandmaster. "How unexpected, for you to be a potions master as well." Norda's eyes sparkled. No matter where, proficient potions masters and alchemists always enjoyed preferential treatment. After some thought, Norda still informed him beforehand about the matters that needed to be taken note of. "However, I would like to explain the rules of the auction to you first. In our auction, only high-grade potions and above are sold. If it is a middle-grade potion that is not very valuable, it will have to meet a certain quantity." "Don't worry, I know that." Lei-Lin smiled, reaching his hand out and sweeping it across the table. A silver radiance shone. After spatial energy waves passed, the red table was filled with test tubes of all kinds of color. So many. Norda's eyes widened instantly in surprise. He then lost that last bit of calmness in his expression of his after he recognized a few of the potions. And they are all high-grade potions. Ho ho, as he watched the old man lose his composure, Lei Lin smiled kindly. In fact, these were only a small portion of his achievements over the last few centuries, but it was enough to scare the other party. This is already all my gains over hundreds of years. On the surface, Lei Lin laughed proudly, but he still sighed. Sir, you are actually a potions grandmaster. This time, Norda's voice contained a slight tremor. Potions grandmasters were always given special treatment even among strong organizations. The scarcity of such masters in the central continent was actually very scary. This was clearly evident from the sole fact that even in the Ouroboros clan, which had 3 Morning Star Magi and was regarded as one of the top forces of the central continent, there were not more than 5. These drops of cold sweat slid down the appraiser's forehead, and even more so, he had an embarrassed look on his face. My apologies, honorable guest. This deal is beyond my abilities, please wait a moment, even if he was at the Azure Mountain auction house. An ordinary appraiser like him did not stand a chance to serve such a potions grandmaster. Then I hope you can hurry. Lei Lin spoke indifferently with a straight face, concealing his discontentment. Yes sir. Towards a potions grandmaster of unknown origins, this appraiser dared not be tardy, and he immediately withdrew. It seems that the identity of a potions grandmaster is pretty useful in the central continent. Lei Lin smiled while stroking his chin. This time, the other party did not make him wait for long. Almost within a minute after the old man left, a polite knock sounded again. Honorable guest, may I enter? Please do. Lei Lin smiled, and shortly after he saw the previous appraiser pulling open the door respectfully, inviting a middle-aged Western lady in. Let me introduce myself. My name is Serene Oakhart. The administrative matters of the Azure Mountain auction house, as well as Mr.'s business, will be fully handled by me. This beautiful lady named Serene was like a ripe peach. There was not a part of her body that did not emit an alluring scent. Furthermore, her surname made Lei Lin raise his eyebrow. Not only that, although she had used some sort of technique to cover up her aura, the AI chip was still able to detect that she was actually a strong Magus who had attained rank 3 as well. Ka-cha, Norda made a bow and exited the room respectfully. Before he left, he even shut the door, as if he was only a doorman. Sir, how may I address you? Serene looked at Lei Lin, whose face was covered, especially curious at the deeply concealed aura of the other party. Just, Blood Rogue will do. Lei Lin immodestly used one of his old names. Ho ho. Lord Blood Rogue, how are you planning to sell these potions? Serene swayed her slender waist, waving her sleeves as she sat down in front of Lei Lin languidly. Every single movement of hers seemed to be of the highest quality, with a polite scent that yet stirred up men's burning desires even more. This woman is a temptress, comparable to Celine from Twilight Zone. Lei Lin sighed in his heart, but he spoke without a tremor. Tell me about your plans. Serene's eyebrows furrowed, but they relaxed shortly after. Since Sir is interested, Serene will first explain the rules of our auction. For ordinary customers, we have 2 methods of auctioning. Firstly, Serene stretched out a spotless jade-white finger. These potions can all be auctioned here. No matter what price they are dealt for, our Azure Mountain auction house will have to take out a part of it as a commission fee. Of course, if the auction fails, you will have to pay us a guarantee fee as well. Secondly, our auction house can purchase these potions from you directly. Price-wise, it will be calculated according to the market price. What we do with them afterwards will not be of your concern anymore. If you need magic crystals urgently, you may opt for this method. Lei Lin nodded. This second method was evidently prepared for those magi who were planning to accumulate large funds to bid for certain items during the auction. The only thing was that the auction house would definitely buy items priced lower than market price. Unfortunately, the other party was willing to purchase at market prices, not only because these potions were rare, but even more so because of their interest in a potions grandmaster's identity. I certainly hope that I can get my hands off these items as soon as possible, so that I can obtain enough magic crystals to use during the auction. Since you are so sincere, of course I'll go with the second method. Lei Lin said. Although he might be able to gain more by auctioning them, it was definite that he could only receive the payment after the auction. He did not want that. That's great. Purchasing so many high-grade potions is also very helpful for my sales record, thank you, sir. Serene chuckled, as if she could not see the many precious potions piled up in front of her. I estimate the total price of the potions to be around 98 million magic crystals. Sir, do you have any objections? The words that Serene said after that slightly shocked Lei Lin. However, his shock immediately relieved. He was in the other party's territory and the potions had already been piled up on the table for a long time. Estimating their worth based on detecting techniques was not something hard. No wonder she did not look much at the table after entering. This was why. A very reasonable price. Lei Lin nodded. Of course, he already had an estimate of the value of his items. This price was obviously based on the current market rate, and might even have a little bit higher. Ordinary customers automatically become VIPs once their transactions involve a total of over 50 million magic crystals in our Azure Mountain auction house, making things much more convenient for them. But for someone to enter the VIP rank in the first transaction like you, sir, is very rare. Serene smiled, her blue eyes gleamed with a charming radiance. It was as if she wanted to see through the veil and take a look at Lei Lin's real face. She clapped, and the door opened for a moment before a servant walked in, holding a tray. On the red tray lay a purple gold card as well as a black pouch. This is the payment and the VIP certificate. Please verify and accept this, customer. When it came down to business, Serene regained her serious expression. Without any trace of politeness, Lei Lin walked up to check on the items, especially the magic crystals. Using the AI chip, he scanned continuously to check for their purity and quantity, before giving a nod upon confirming that nothing was overlooked. When the transaction ended, Lei Lin did not leave immediately. Serene also accompanied him, beaming with a smile without a trace of annoyance. The two beat about the bush for a long time before Lei Lin spoke up. Actually, I still have two more matters to ask for your help. Chapter 454, The Commencement of the Auction. The commencement of the auction. What does Sir need? Serene beamed while asking. A potions grandmaster was hard to come by, and even the Azure Mountain auction house would spare no effort to entice him. If the other party had any requests, that would be easy to handle. In the central continent, there were few things a Morning Star Magus could not do. The reason why I came to the Azure Mountain auction this time round was because I want to acquire a precious resource. My sources tell me that said resource is going to be sold here, Lei Lin said without a hurry. Is Sir trying to ask about the details of the seller before completing the transactions? Serene's face revealed her dilemma. What is it? If it's about the few rare items, we, the Azure Mountain Auction Committee, is unable to make any decisions. Lei Lin laughed and whispered a few words into Serene's ears. You actually want? Serene's pupils widened, before she instantly smiled wryly. Those things are too hard to come by. Even my grandfather would not sell it. I'll not keep it from you. Previously, a few batches of people have came to me wanting to obtain some information, but we have not revealed any of the information because the high-ranked masters have already noticed the auction pieces. Ah, I see, Lei Lin seemed slightly disappointed. From the looks of it, the astral stone was indeed very precious. Just its appearance here had already aroused attention. For Serene to call them masters, they had to be Morning Star Magi, there was no other possibility. At the same time, Serene also looked at Lei Lin with astonishment. Astral Gate research and experiments could only be conducted and hosted by Morning Star Magi. Even preliminary research had a high requirement, needing one to be a hydrophase Magus with a high-ranked Magus tower. This customer's strength seemed to be very robust. Let's put this matter aside and talk about another matter, the private gathering after the auction. What are the prerequisites to entering the venue? Lei Lin asked casually after quickly collecting his feelings when he was not able to obtain a reply from Serene. This question. Serene lightly let out a sigh of relief. This was within her purview. If it hadn't been, she would have failed at satisfying either of her guests' questions, which was equivalent to stepping on his feet. The private gathering will be held within 3 days of the closure of the auction. We will announce the actual venue later. With regards to entrance requirements, Sir is already a VIP of the Azure Mountain auction, and hence you fully qualify for the private gathering. I'll send someone to inform you closer to the event date. Excellent. Despite a few flirtatious invites from Serene urging him to stay, Lei Lin left behind a few methods of contact and got up to leave for the auction. Even though she was rejected, Serene did not feel an ounce of anger. She smiled until Lei Lin had left before returning to the auction. How was it? Did you verify his identity? In her office quarters, a golden-haired middle-aged man with a walking stick asked casually, and seemed to be very aware of Lei Lin's actions. Nope. He was very cautious. Serene smiled wryly. I looked through the details of all the potions grandmasters in the vicinity, and none of them match his personality. Is he from a different region? Even though the Azure Mountains auction had a great reputation, but they only attracted magi below the Morning Star realm. Moreover, the list only contained magi residing in this region. Perhaps he's someone with a lot of experience, someone worth recruiting. After all, we can involve him in the matter that we are currently plotting, which would fit grandfather's requests. The middle-aged man's tone was very neutral, but having heard his words, Serene's eyes lit up. Do you mean? With growing anticipation and the many conspiracies in the shadows, time ticked by, until it was finally the first day of the auction. This was a festival for Azure Mountain City. Not only did the residents carry lit lanterns and played with fireworks, but the streets were also bustling with activities. It wasn't uncommon for magi to make underground exchanges and interactions. And the Oakheart clan, as the regional power, had sent out many elite units to suppress the situation and maintain order. Speaking of which, this is a festive event for many of us magi who are below the Morning Star rank. Lei Lin snuck into the crowd and walked along, occasionally glancing from side to side. The AI chip gave out warning after warning. The crowd that Lei Lin was in mainly consisted of magi. Ranks 1 and 2 were common, and even rank 3 magi were not rare, with some who were on par with Lei Lin himself. Those magi were all like Lei Lin. They were in disguise, and had concealed themselves further with thick cloaks or veils, appearing to be very cautious. Whether major powers or fugitives, no vengeance can be had here. This rule has been carried down from previous auctions. Lei Lin smiled and pressed his cap down further, as his continued to inconspicuously scan through the dangerous people identified by the AI chip. At that moment, the Azure Mountain auction's gates were opened at the city center. Numerous hosts and magi came forth, welcoming the incoming magi in the most glamorous gowns. The normal entrance had already been filled to the brim with magi, and the rest had no choice but to line up behind them. Why were they so obedient? The welcoming committee was the greatest deterrent. They were elite magi of the Oakheart clan. Not only did many of them possess powerful spells, they even had some methods of combined attacks. Even crystal phase magi would be hard-pressed to even flee were they to attack in large numbers. The VIP entrance, on the other hand, was vastly different. Magi entered from time to time, and they would immediately be given looks of respect. VIP membership in the Azure Mountain auction represented not only identity, but also status. To take out 50 million magic crystals for a business deal was not just a matter of being wealthy. This was the Magus world. Were they to not have enough power to keep their wealth, all the riches in the world would not prevent their being robbed. As a result, the status of a VIP represented a certain amount of power. Of course, Lei Lin would not choose to queue with those low-ranked magi for a seat, and so he took a turn and walked towards the VIP entrance. After Lei Lin left the crowd, he realized that a huge bunch of people had the same intentions as him, and he even knew them. I'm sorry, but according to our regulations, a VIP card can only allow for the entrance of 2 more magi. Serene bowed in apology, but the young married woman in front of her still refused to budge. Who do you think you are? We are the Rollith family. Jessia became red in the face, but Nolan pulled her to the side, face plastered with a bitter smile. The 2 bodyguards at the side had a solemn look on their faces, and did not seem to be intimidated by the reputation of the Rollith family. The other party was a small clan without even a Morning Star Magus. If they were to give in to them, the Oakheart clan would be treated as a joke. Nolan obviously knew this point, and he muttered a few words to Jessia. Beside them were 2 magi, both at rank 3. One caught his eye, that old man. Lei Lin looked at the Magus standing at the front. His face was sunken and he wore on his ear a red ruby pendant that seemed to have some symbolic meaning. He must be the clan leader of the Rollith family, the one who is rumored to have reached the peak of the Hydro phase. Lei Lin calmly walked over. He had managed to subdue Torim, who used a secret technique to break through to the crystal phase. He naturally didn't consider the old man a threat. "Jessia, I thought you didn't want to take part in auctions like these?" Nolan helplessly persuaded. This wife of his had originally said that she wanted to come here just for fun and would not partake in the auction. However, something had come over her today and she had insisted on coming. However, their family still had an elder at rank 3 who'd come along this time as well, and hence the quota had already been filled. With their feeble strength as a small family clan, the Oakhart clan would not make a special exception for them and allow them to exceed the quota for the VIP entrance. Leylin could not help but notice that after marriage, Nolan had indeed matured a lot. "I just want to go in to have a look. Grandpa Vance, can't you just let me in?" Jessia tugged at the old Magus' arms, and started to act coquettishly. Vance, who was bothered to no end by her, could only smile wryly as he glanced at Serene. "Look. I'm extremely sorry, Mr. Vance. Even though I'm an old friend of yours, rules are rules. If this lady would really like to enter, she can only enter through the normal passageway." Serene had a professional smile on her face. Even though her tone sounded sincere, it seemed to have a tinge of hypocrisy within. "It's only a small family clan and she need not put in so much effort." "No. I refuse to walk through that passageway." This turn of events had attracted the attention of many magi. Jessia's refusal to agree had caused them much embarrassment. "Excuse me, please make way. There are other VIPs on the way." At that time, Serene's eyes lit up as she quickly walked to welcome the incoming VIP, Lord Bloodrogue. "It's been a long time since we met." As compared to the response before, Serene seemed much more enthusiastic. Having seen such an attitude, Jessia and even Nolan looked dispirited. "What's the matter?" Leylin asked, even though he already knew the answer. "Oh, there's nothing much. The guest quota of this customer is already full, but this lady insists on entering." Serene summarized the event. "Put it on my quota, then. I'm not bringing anyone anyway." Leylin shook his head. Chapter 455, The Watcher and the Ladybird. The Watcher and the Ladybird. Since that is what Sir Bloodrogue wants, of course it's possible. This was a small matter, and the rules were flexible enough to accommodate it. Furthermore, Serene wanted to attempt roping in Leylin, so naturally she would give him due respect. In actual fact, even if Leylin's quota was full but he still wanted to bring more people, Serene would agree to it. After all, in her eyes, a potions grandmaster was of a much higher status than the Rollith family, which only had a single hydro-phase Magus. "Really? Thank you so much, sir." Nolan immediately expressed his delight. He, of course, did not recognize Leylin, who had changed his disguise, and bowed with Jessia. "Many thanks." Jessia was slightly reluctant, but she bowed anyway, still feeling wronged. "All right." Leylin nodded in a reserved manner, and was about to enter the auction venue. "Hold on. Dear friend, my name is Vance Rollith. Thank you so much for this." The old man by the name of Vance had been standing by the side, waiting for Leylin to start walking so that he could enter the auction venue with him side by side. The wine-red carpet extended continuously under their feet. "Nothing much, just a bit of help while I'm here." Leylin replied, but God knew what expression he had under his hood. He reached out and stroked the round coin on his chest. "The reaction is getting stronger. Perhaps what I need is with the other party, hee. Jessia, you've given me a large present." Leylin shot a glance at Jessia, who was walking with her head held low. This woman still seemed rather fiery. The scene outside the auction venue had completely stripped her of her vanity, making her aware of how inferior and helpless she really was. She did not show the slightest amount of gratitude to Leylin, who had given her a hand earlier. Of course, she didn't recognize Leylin as well, and was instead cursing and grumbling inside, "Wretched Leylin. If not for you, I wouldn't be here and suffer such humiliation. You'll see. Don't let me bump into you tonight, or else." A sinister look flashed across Jessia's eyes, but was quickly masked. As her head was partially lowered, her expression was not discovered by anyone. That's right. The main reason for her being here was Leylin. Ever since she saw Leylin at Azure Mountain City, revenge was all that was on her mind. Plus, according to the elder that had seen Leylin with them, he was only in the initial phase of a rank 3 back then and hadn't even entered the vapor phase. As long as they could find him, grandfather, whose strength had already reached the peak of the hydro phase, would definitely be able to help them seek revenge. But what disappointed Jessia was that no matter how hard she searched Azure Mountain City, even going so far as to stand guard at the pastry shop they had met in, he was nowhere to be found. Ley-Lin had long since changed his identity to Blood Rogue, and even if they were to meet face to face on the streets, Jessia would definitely be unable to recognize him. After countless futile attempts, Jessia could only grudgingly give up further plans to continue the search. Instead, she turned to other ideas. She would strike at the auction. She was extremely certain that Ley-Lin would appear here, attracted by the auction. Therefore, even if she hadn't found him for the time being, she would find him at the venue. As such, her trip here was to relieve her of her troubles. It was why Jessia, who didn't have even the slightest bit of interest in the auction, had pestered Nolan to bring her here. However, she seemed to have forgotten something. Not only would there be a huge number of magi attending the auction, making it impossible to comb through everyone, there was also another problem that would be highly difficult to solve. As long as he was an official Magus, he would definitely have the ability to change his appearance. Once Ley-Lin was in disguise, even if she wandered around the entire venue, it would be impossible to find him. Jessia might have thought about this were she not filled with rage and fueled by hatred, making her lose her ability to think rationally. At this moment, Ley-Lin and Vance had reached a crossroad. It has been a pleasant conversation with you, Blood Rogue. I shall head to my room. Maybe we can each leave our secret imprints behind, and meet again to chat another time. Vance was deliberately trying to get close to Ley-Lin. After all, he evidently was holding a high position at the Azure Mountain auction. The more people of high standing that they knew, the more benefits their families stood to gain. Sure. From under the hood came a laugh that had been altered by the AI chip. At the same time, a secret imprint emerged. After saying their goodbyes, Ley-Lin followed the maid to his room. The room was decorated very luxuriously, but it was rather small, and could only accommodate a maximum of 3 chairs placed side by side without squeezing them close to each other. No wonder they only allowed 2 other people to enter. I'm afraid that Jessia will have to stand at the side. Oh, no, maybe Nolan will stand at the side, while Jessia takes his seat. Ley-Lin let his thoughts run wild. At the same time, he was sizing up the whole cubicle. The most captivating part of the entire room was the huge screen in the center, where numerous auction items would appear. Ley-Lin fiddled with the bidding machine and communication equipment for a while and quickly got the hang of it. The quality of the soundproofing between cubicles was excellent, and the entire booth immediately went quiet when the maid left. Something doesn't feel right. AI chip, scan. Ley-Lin leaned against the top of the chair and stroked his chin, seemingly meditating out of boredom or deep in thought, but yet a faint blue glow flashed across under his eyes. Starting scan, no abnormalities. A few moments later, the AI chip's conclusion alarmed Ley-Lin. What? That can't be true. As an owner of the auction, how is it possible that a basic intelligence-gathering spell formation has not even been set up? Scan again, activate combined tri-unit operation, mobilize atomic microscope. Ley-Lin immediately realized the root of the problem. How could such magi be at ease at an auction? Even though on the surface they said it was for protection, the necessary surveillance was still required. Perhaps a Morning Star magi could avoid such treatment, but Ley-Lin clearly did not qualify. Beep. Orders received. Mobilizing atomic microscope, starting in-depth scan. The AI chip immediately began operating again. This time, a discovery was made within 3 seconds. Beep. Discovered traces of microscopic beings, no similar image found in database. The AI chip sent the report loyally, and projected an image into Leyland's brain. The image was clearly a magnified version of the image from the atomic microscope. In an environment made up of numerous cell-like objects, living creatures similar to ladybirds that were the size of fine particles were patrolling around the cracks. Together, they even formed a spell rune. This is, Leyland's pupils contracted, Mandler's eavesdropping rune. And what is this creature? It is actually so tiny that an atomic microscope is needed to examine it. A chill ran down his spine as he ordered the AI chip to scan himself. After confirming that these ladybirds only stayed on the floor of the room and that there were none in contact with his body, he heaved a sigh of relief. Although I don't know what other purpose this creature serves, its mere ability to spy by forming runes is extremely hard to deal with and dreadful. Leyland's heart was heavy, but he maintained a drowsy appearance, so no one thought that something was wrong. Looks like the entire auction venue has been covered with these tiny bugs. Also, someone is using their characteristics to build a spell formation. Such a thing can only be done by the Azure Mountain King. Leylin was very certain. Although he was well equipped with knowledge and experience, he had never heard about such a ladybird before, so it was likely to be a creature from a different world that had been captured and made use of by the Azure Mountain King to form a strange spell formation. A spell formation deployed with utmost care by a Morning Star Magus would not be discovered even by a rank 3 crystal phase Magus. Leylin even suspected that even other rank 4 Magi would not find out easily. This would also explain why this secret had never been revealed, and why the Azure Mountain auction had been having such good business void of any nasty incidents. Under the watch of the ladybirds, no matter what plans one had, they would be hard to implement. He is indeed worthy of being a Morning Star Magus. Leylin gasped without saying anything else, acting as though he hadn't discovered anything. However, this also explained why VIPs were given such tiny rooms. Judging by the strength of the Oakheart clan, even if they built a spacious and luxurious cubicle for every single VIP, they wouldn't face any financial pressure. The only possibility why they didn't was because of such a spell formation. A surveillance spell formation that was able to cover the entire auction venue was incredibly expensive. After all, the entire venue accommodated a huge number of Magi. The current surface area that it occupied was the maximum, and could not be expanded further. As the boundaries of the spell formation ended there, if the compound was further expanded, there would be blind spots in the surveillance, which would obviously not be permitted by the Azure Mountain King. At this moment, a voice sounded, as though it came from right in front of Leylin. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Azure Mountain City. We thank you for being here at this distinguished event. I am honored to be your humble host, Leo Oakheart." Soon after, many images appeared on 3 of the walls, revealing a humongous platform on which a gold-haired middle-aged nobleman wearing a swallow-tailed coat was making a speech. A 3D hologram technique? Leylin almost yelled, but immediately came to his senses. It was only an effect achieved by spells. It seemed as though Leylin was sitting in the best spot, directly facing the host of the auction. Certainly, the Magi in the other cubicles felt the same. A row of words appeared on the screen in the center of the room. The first auction item will now be presented, a fiery gemstone. Chapter 456, Wing of the Sun. Wing of the Sun. Behind the introductions were several other rows, each describing the items following the first. Now, please allow me to present the first item of this year's auction, a treasure produced from the fiery world, the fiery gemstone. The host announced loudly, lifting the gauze from the tray behind him at the same time. Asterisk boom. Asterisk in a flash, 3 pieces of translucent crystal emerged before Leylin's eyes. An unceasing flame seemed to be burning in the cores of the crystals. Treasures from another plane. Numerous Magi gasped. In order to start off the auction successfully, the Azure Mountain Auction House had indeed put in much effort. Evidently, the first auction item was unexpected for many of them. The fiery gemstone is rumored to be a treasure of the central blazing world. Containing heavily compressed fire elemental particles, it can help break through and upgrade a fire-attributed Magus spiritual endowments, and is even an essential item the advancements of many high-grade fire elemental meditation techniques, the host continued. However, very few spared the attention to listen to him anymore. They had all averted their rapacious gazes to the fiery gemstone on stage. Even Leylin was slightly tempted by this item, leave alone the other Magi. Resources from other planes could only be obtained by Morning Star Magi due to the requirement for an astral gate. For rank 2 and rank 3 Magi like them, they were an inaccessible existence. Its small degree spiritual endowment enhancing effects especially drove many of them crazy. Alright. Now we will begin the auction for the compressed blazing gemstones, with the starting bid at 5 million magic crystals. The host reported a figure, which was soon drowned amongst a cacophony of bids. Huge figures appeared on the screen, which was refreshed again and again with the highest quoted price. Leylin speechlessly watched the numbers spike on the corner of the screen, exceeding 10 million in a flash and going all the way up to around 50 million before slowing down. He could not help but smile bitterly. I originally thought that the more than 90 million magic crystals from the Azure Mountain auction house was already a large fund. Now it seems it will be really difficult to win the bid for the astral stone. Lei Lin extinguished all thoughts of pressing the bid button. Although he had many items that he could use as payment, and winning the bid for the compressed blazing gemstone was not hard, it was too ostentatious. Furthermore, his funds were limited, they had to be saved for later and were not to be wasted on this. Because he had already decided to give up, Lei Lin was able to relax and engrossly watch the group of high-ranked magi fight furiously over these treasures. The value of otherworldly treasures still exceeded Lei Lin's expectations. Not only were the VIPs in the VIP lounge going all out, even magi seated at the regular auditorium began quoting prices to fight for the items as well. Possessing the financial ability to compete for the fiery gemstone yet withdrawn within the regular auditorium crammed with all those low-ranked magi, he is also a rascal pretending to be weak. Lei Lin looked at a red-haired youth and assessed monotonously. Bidding closed, the three people who quoted the highest price will obtain the rights of attribution to the fiery gemstone. The host, who stood on the central elevated platform with a slightly flushed face, spoke with an obvious excitement. Now, on the screen, the large figures stopped in a moment. The highest bid had reached a shocking 85 million magic crystals. The second and third highest bid merely differed from the first by not more than 1 million magic crystals. This is crazy. Lei Lin shook his head. Clearly, the quoted price this time had been overshot by a lot, even exceeding the original expectations of the auction house. The host calmed down and began introducing the next auction item, magic equipment, a Phopus scepter. Starting bid, 38 million magic crystals or resources of equivalent worth. An entirely golden, magnificently crafted scepter instantly appeared within Lei Lin's sight. At the head of the scepter, many gold tassels and decorations formed the shape of a sun's corona, emitting light and heat continuously. 40 million magic crystals. 50 million magic crystals, and 3 moonstones on top of that. Evidently, this piece of magic equipment was already renowned among this group of magi. Even before the host finished speaking, the magi below had already begun quoting prices. Lei Lin rested his chin on his hands, and as he watched, he suddenly felt that he was actually considered poor. Compared to these central continent magi who took possession of rich resources and had long-spanning inheritances, even if he plundered the entire Twilight Zone, he would still only be considered slightly rich. If not for those few incidents of huge profit, and if he was not a potions grandmaster, he definitely would not have dared to participate in the auction for the astral stone. Shortly after, the piece of magic equipment, a Phopus scepter, was bought by a Magus in the VIP lounge at a high price of 90 million magic crystals. Many magi could not help but take note of the VIP lounge number. The Azure Mountain auction was no doubt the top power in this area. What followed next was a large quantity of rare Magus treasures, information on high-grade meditation techniques, and also a great amount of valuable resources appearing on the stage one after another, something which many magi pursued. The high-grade potions that Lei Lin initially sold were in there too. Although there were only a part of it, they were still sold at sky-high prices. The desires of magi for high-grade potions could never be satisfied. This made Lei Lin rather happy, but at the same time, he secretly rolled his eyes. He originally thought that the Azure Mountain auction house undertook a definite loss when they purchased his potions, but now it seems this transaction greatly profited the other party instead. Ladies and gentlemen, today's auction is approaching an end. Our Azure Mountain auction house has specially decided that the biggest treasures of this time's auction will be up for auction at the last moment. The host's words piqued Lei Lin's interest uncontrollably as he fixed his gleaming eyes on the stage. This time's auction will continue on for 3 days, which means to say, there are 3 extremely valuable items to auction. There are few opportunities. The host's voice carried a hint of temptation. Next, please allow me to grandly introduce the first treasure, the ancient advanced meditation technique, Wing of the Sun. Following his words, the curtains on both ends of the stage were drawn, exposing the precious object behind it. It looked no different from the common large swords. Its model was full of antiquity, and the middle section of its blade had obvious cracks on it, with the tip of the sword missing. Even more so, what caused Lei Lin to slightly lose his spirit was the drop of golden blood on the blade of the broken sword, which looked as if it contained a life of its own. It took the form of a spiral and shone with radiance continuously. As you all know, once a Magus surpasses the Morning Star realm, reaching an even scarier and more unpredictable state, their lives will begin to sublime. Even the smallest cell of their blood will contain a deep secret about themselves, so much so that they may achieve blood reincarnation. The host's voice carried a slight excitement, and this broken sword had once been in contact with a little bit of the blood of the ancient sun's child. Through our appraiser's verification, although the blood on the broken sword has completely lost its life energy, this sole drop of blood holds the information about the meditation technique of the sun's child from that time. Sun's child. As soon as the host spoke, Lei Lin somewhat lost his cool. It wasn't rare for the relic of such a powerful person from ancient times to contain some fragments of information. Even the lamia finger bone could forcibly catalyze the formation of a soul by the means of its own radiation. But to contain the complete information about the meditation technique was extremely rare. Based on Lei Lin's conjecture, the sun's child must have had a premonition about his death when he was facing his enemy and thus deliberately left a legacy behind. Only, what amazed Lei Lin was that he had never expected to see a relic of that sun's child, who was amongst the ranks of quicksand, in this place. Somewhere, he had a feeling that maybe, his fate with the ancient bloodline warlocks, the quicksand organization, was not so short-lived. We can guarantee that the meditation technique, Wing of the Sun, is absolutely complete. The ancient top meditation technique is still a great reference for us even if we are unable to practice it. Moreover, although the bloodline of the sun's child on the sword has completely lost its life energy, you never know, there may still be certain spells that can restore its vitality. If it's like that, I'm afraid the warlock structure of the entire central continent will be revised. The host was trying his best to delude them. For this auction item, the starting bid, 200 million magic crystals, or other equivalent resources. After the host finished his sentence, the scene became calm and actually fell into a short, temporary awkward silence. The numerous magi all stared at the broken sword and its golden spiral which was on the elevated platform, with unknown thoughts. Huff, Lei Lin gave a long sigh. If Mentor Gilbert was here, he'd buy this at all costs. Of course, Lei Lin was sure of one thing. The auction would be conducted for 3 days and a valuable item would be revealed every day at the last moment. This advanced meditation technique was only the cheapest among the 3 precious treasures. The advanced meditation technique, Wing of the Sun, was similar to Kamoyan's pupil, a technique specially customized for individual warlocks. The criteria to practice it was to possess the bloodline of the ancient sun's child. According to Lei Lin's intelligence and knowledge, ever since the ancient sun's child of quicksand died, there had not been any news of the birth of similar bloodlines in the entire central continent. Hence, the Wing of the Sun meditation technique was at most useful for magi as a reference, causing its worth to plummet. Also, the blood on the sword had lost its life energy and could not be used as a bloodline to be introduced into Magus bodies and passed down. Even though it looked very precious, its real worth was in fact not much. Of course, the relatively low worth of this item was only when compared to the other 2 treasures. To Lei Lin, the price of this treasure was still too high to afford. Chapter 457, Despicable. Despicable. What a pity, Lei Lin sighed. If he was willing to use up all of his magic crystals, and sell a few more precious materials on top of that, he would stand a chance in bidding for the Wing of the Sun. Even though that was good, it did not quite fit his requirements as his main intentions were still to obtain the astral stone. However, if Duke Gilbert was here, he would be willing to offer a sky-high price for the Wing of the Sun, even if it was only going to be useful for research. A higher-ranked bloodline as well as a top-notch meditation technique. These were temptations that a warlock would easily succumb to. Upon getting hold of this precious object, they must have exhausted all possible methods until it was no longer possible to exploit the bloodline of the sun's child, before reluctantly putting it up for auction. If not, they would never have minded transforming into a warlock family. As far as Lei Lin was aware, there wasn't a single warlock family on the central continent that could reach rank 6. In other words, if one was really able to combine the blood of the sun's child together with the meditation technique, a Breaking Dawn bloodline warlock would be able to gradually rise to power in the central continent. A loss in such a bloodline is totally impossible to recreate in the present central continent. Lei Lin remembered that he had received data on fusion and modification of bloodlines from Quicksand Castle. If I were to make use of the modification technique, together with the genetic reformation function of my AI chip, there might just be a possibility of success. However, even if it succeeded, this would only produce yet another ancient bloodline treasure for Lei Lin. He already had a pure ancient red dragon bloodline on hand. However, it was a pity that after a long period of research, he had realized that he was still unable to transform his own bloodline. All the research on synthesizing and modifying bloodlines had gone down the drain. A warlock's bloodline did not only exist within his body, it was also merged with his spirit. Even Lei Lin was at a loss for how to deal with this. Ultimately, it is only when one has advanced to the Morning Star realm, and when their spiritual force has undergone continuous advancements, then can they come into contact with the spirit itself. As a result, even if Lei Lin was able to restore the bloodline of the sun's child, he would not have the desire to bid for this treasure. As a matter of fact, his interest in Wing of the Sun far exceeded his interest in the sun's child bloodline. It's an advanced ancient meditation technique. It was indeed a higher-level bloodline meditation technique as compared to Kamoyan's pupil. Even though they were both bloodline meditation techniques, the Wing of the Sun was evidently at a much higher level. Kamoyan's pupil only had a total of 4 levels due to the origin of the giant Kamoyan serpent bloodline. The giant Kamoyan serpent was originally a rank 4 creature, limiting the progress of a warlock who would partake in this technique. Since no Kamoyan warlock could cross rank 4, there was no method to attain a higher-ranked meditation technique. On the other hand, the sun's child was different. It was originally a rank 6 creature, hence allowing a warlock of its bloodline to reach rank 6 as well, thus engendering the highest level of meditation techniques. Customarily, in the central continent, a meditation technique with 4 levels that could let its practitioner attain the Morning Star realm, to be called a high-grade meditation technique. Furthermore, an advanced meditation technique of at least level 6 was needed for a Magus to peek at the path to the Breaking Dawn realm. Naturally, Lei Lin would not be contented with just a mere rank 4 Kamoyan's pupil. His ultimate goal was to reach Breaking Dawn and higher levels to reach immortality. Hence, the Wing of the Sun was attractive. At least it could serve as a model upon which the Kamoyan's pupil could be improved on. Yet, would it really be worth it to pay such a high price for a meditation technique that would merely work as a reference? Lei Lin shook his head, attempting to erase the thought from his mind. Meditation techniques are not tangible, but only information made up of words and pictures. Since the Azure Mountain clan is certain that the meditation technique is complete, they're bound to have a copy of the information as well as the bloodline of the sun's child. Perhaps I can start working from that area. Lei Lin placed his hand on his chin as his thoughts wandered away. After moments of silence, the Magi below finally responded. 210 million magic crystals. An aged voice called out from the VIP lounge. As if it was a signal, the crowd immediately quoted their prices, practically flooding the screen. This was after all an advanced meditation technique coupled with an ancient bloodline, thus it was priceless. Even though there was not much use for it, the value of this precious object for collection purposes had way exceeded its base price. In addition, the vastness and mystery of spells were not something that current Magi could explore completely. Perhaps, in one of the hidden corners of the central continent, there lay a powerful technique that was capable of activating the sun's child bloodline. If that was the case, by buying this precious object at a low price today, one could earn a fortune in the future. This was clearly what the majority of the Magi here thought. This definitely included those Morning Star Magi who were rich and imposing, willing to buy this just for their own research. Even though the Azure Mountain auction house was unlikely to attract Magi of such levels, there were bound to be some exceptions. One such exception was within a VIP lounge that was distinctly larger than the room that Lei Lin was in. The Magus inside had an emaciated face and silver eyes. He was wearing the Devil's Cry robe and smiled. I didn't expect to come across such a precious object. He didn't use the device to quote his price and instead said softly, 1 billion magic stones. Strangely, even though his voice was soft, his comment was heard by the Magi in the entire auction venue, leading to a halt in the quoting of prices. Alas, one that could quote such a high price was obviously a Morning Star Magus. Who else would dare to compete with him? On the other hand, when Lei Lin heard this voice, his entire body suddenly stiffened. Demon Hunter Cyril. Even though the tone of the voice was different, Cyril had left a deep impression in Lei Lin's mind. His voice was recorded in his AI chip and hence he recognized the other party immediately. I can't believe that even he is here. After calming himself, Lei Lin placed his hand on his chin and smiled bitterly. In order to get such cheap auction prices, you can even scare the Magi in this venue. Demon Hunter Cyril, you are still as braven as before. Even so, he did not intend to stand out to make a complaint. Ley understood that he should keep a low profile when he was at a disadvantage. A morning star magi was indeed a great deterrent. Once Cyril quoted his price, the entire auction house became silent. Okay. Since no one is increasing the price, I'll announce that this top-notch meditation technique will belong to the Lord in the first VIP lounge. The host laughed dryly, as he started to mediate the scene. In reality, his heart ached. According to him, this precious object should not only be worth 1 billion magic crystals but instead, it should at least worth more than 2 billion magic crystals. It was definitely possible to sell it at such a high price judging from the attendance of high-level magi in this venue. Now, even the Occart clan was willing to offer more than 1 billion magic crystals for this meditation technique. This was definitely a loss. My dear lord, your loot is here, please follow me to make the transaction. Also, the guardian of our clan would like to see you. At this moment, in the first lounge, Serene bowed respectfully and even her voice became a little shaky. Okay, I will go. Cyril waved his hand. Even a morning star magi was required to follow the rules. His rash behavior would only lead to the morning star magi of the Occart clan warning him. In actual fact, he only had this one chance to do such a thing. If he dared to do it again, the Azure Mountain King would definitely become hostile. But it was clear that deep in his heart he did not feel remorseful at all. What was reputation worth to him? Tangible benefits were the most important. Once he complied and guaranteed that he would not do such a thing again, he could easily obtain such top-notch meditation technique. So why not do it? Demon Hunter Cyril was originally more crafty and despicable than demons. This was also the exact reason why other magi feared him. As a result of Cyril's actions, the day's auction ended on a bad note. Adding on that the attendance of Demon Hunter Cyril spread like wildfire, if the Azure Mountain auction house did not guarantee that such a thing would not happen again, they would even incur more losses. After all, who dared to compete with a morning star Magus? If such a thing happened in each auction, then the Azure Mountain auction house should just sell the items off to them instead. As a result of the guarantee of the Azure Mountain clan, the second day of auction went on as usual. Ley, too, came to the venue and watched emotionlessly as each precious object was bought by others. The day before, Serene had hinted at the appearance of the astral stone. This was the exact reason why Ley merely watched in silence throughout the entire auction. Towards the end of the auction, the host then announced, "This is today's most precious item, astral stone." Finally, Ley was able to see his ultimate goal at this auction on stage, the astral stone. The existence of the astral stone was widely known in the Magus world, but not many had laid eyes on it. A shiny black stone that resembled any other was brought on stage. Upon close inspection, the surface of the stone reflected soft rays of blue light, as if it was starlight. The astral stone is a necessity for interplanar experiments. This stone weighs 1582 grams and its density is very high. This is known to be the highest quality stone within this century. It has an abundance of energy and is definitely the best choice for astral gate experiments. The host rambled on about the astral stone non-stop. While the astral stone was indeed worth less than the top-notch meditation technique from the day before, the application of this stone was widely known, hence the popular demand. Chapter 458, Blood Duchess. Blood Duchess. This is an astral stone, the base price is set at 200 million magic crystals, and every increment set at a minimum of 1 million. You may use resources of equal value to make up any difference. Let the auction begin. The presenter waved his hand and the huge screen in front of Ley lit up immediately in bright colors. Watching the numbers on the screen clambering up bit by bit, Leyland's mouth curved into a bitter smile. His guess had come true, this astral stone was one of the 3 most valuable items up for auction. The price had soared to an outrageous amount. It looked like he did not have enough magic crystals at the moment and would need to sell some of his resources. Ley was glad that he had no lack of good materials on him. Were he to sell them all, he would still qualify to join the bid. 1 billion magic crystals. Ley immediately yelled his bid with an announcement device in the hopes of scaring off the rest. 11 billion magic crystals. Another bid was heard immediately. It came from VIP Lounge 1. Although no other announcements were made after the first, who didn't know that the occupant of the VIP lounge was the Morning Star Magus Demon Hunter Cyril? Leyland stroked his chin and his eyes gleamed with traces of caution. Ha ha. Cyril, aren't you embarrassed to bid so low? Another voice was heard from VIP Lounge 2. Soon after, the screen refreshed to reflect a new price, 20 billion magic crystals. Huh. This conduct, another Morningstar Magus? Leyland's mouth twitched in a bitter smile. Trouble is brewing. Even though he was confident in his wealth, he was not egotistical enough to compare himself to someone at the Morningstar realm. Moreover, with these two Morningstar magi nipping at each other, wouldn't he be courting death if he were to get involved any further? Yes, the astral stone was truly valuable and losing the opportunity of acquiring it was extremely unfortunate, but compared to his own mortal life, Leyland knew exactly which was more important. He sensibly gave up on contending for it. On the other hand, Leyland did not lose all hope. There was still the anonymous barter that he was looking forward to after the auction was completed. In VIP Lounge 1, Cyril's face hardened the moment he heard the voice of the other party. This voice. It must be Emma, that bitch. He may have been swearing at her, but his face was actually filled with endless fear. Blood Duchess Emma was well known for her crazy and savage ways. The other party was to a Morningstar Magus. How could she not show him respect? 30 billion magic crystals. The astral stone was an important element in the current stage of his astral gate experiments. In the near future, there was a possibility that he could uncover the coordinates of the devils, hence his dire need for it. He knew he had to bid successfully for it, even if it meant paying a sky-high price. As such, Cyril yelled his bid reluctantly, as if his heart was bleeding. Ha! Cyril, your pocket is as poor as your city of sins. I bid 40 billion. Emma, who was seated at the opposite side, had clearly received some unknown information, hence she was determined to not give in. The price for this astral stone clearly surpassed its actual value, which made him reluctant to bid. Yet, he was evidently embarrassed by Emma's mockery a moment ago. 45 billion magic crystals. Cyril immediately shouted out. Deep in his heart, he made up his mind that if the opposite party dared to bid further, he would give up. He would let her pay the unnecessary magic crystals for it. Ha! Cyril, do you think I am going to bid further? Wrong, this astral stone is not such a special item after all. It is no big deal if I were to let go and let you have it. Unexpectedly, Emma withdrew and stopped bidding, causing him to feel a rush of anger. Honestly, to spend 45 billion magic crystals on an astral stone. Cyril, where has your astuteness gone to? She ridiculed sarcastically, adding salt into his wound. This bitch. One day, Cyril clenched his teeth in rage, wisps of blood clouding his silver pupils. The horrifying ripples had caused the other guests in other VIP lounges to feel uneasy. Emma, just you wait and see. After tossing these last words at her, Cyril stood up and left in a hurry, not wanting to linger for another second. Leyland, on the other hand, upon hearing the name, was slightly taken aback. Blood Duchess? Isn't that Freya's mentor? Blood Duchess Emma was a Morningstar warlock, the second elder of the Ouroboros clan. If it's her, it's no wonder she couldn't see eye to eye with Cyril. Leyland drew a deep breath. I didn't expect someone of such status to be present here. I am sure she has just arrived, otherwise, the son's child bloodline would not have been acquired by him. After the favorable harvest from the quicksand pocket dimension some time back, Leyland and company had immediately relayed all specific details to Duke Gilbert. Especially Leyland. With the presence of Cyril, they were sure they would never have the chance to step foot in the Forgotten Land again. Therefore, he laid out the route map clearly and specifically, paying special attention to the possibility that Quicksand Castle was the core of the pocket dimension. His scheme was for the Ouroboros clan to hanker after the Quicksand pocket dimension. In fact, if they were to successfully seize it from the hands of Cyril, Leyland would then have the opportunity to conduct deeper exploration. One single pocket dimension would fail to stir the greed of the Ouroboros clan. However, what if the location in question was an ancient pocket dimension with another pocket dimension in within? Especially since this pocket dimension was built by ancient warlocks at a time where rare natural resources were scarce. Other than the useful information, Leyland's bloodline crystals and blood vulture egg, as well as Robin's own harvest, had left Duke Gilbert delighted. As such, upon his return, Gilbert immediately invited the other two elders in the hope of joining together to go up against Cyril. According to rumors, after the showing of Ouroboros clan's power, not only had they shamed Cyril thoroughly, they also managed to be allocated a share of the pocket dimension, as well as priority purchasing power, amongst other benefits. Hence, from here on, the relationship between Cyril and the three giant Kamoyan serpent warlocks would naturally deteriorate. In the past, when the three allied against Cyril, they almost defeated him. Due to this same reason, Cyril had never forgotten about Lei Lin or the other two warlocks. In fact, he had even covertly issued warrants for their arrest. This was one reason why Lei Lin had holed up in his territory bitterly for almost a century. Learning of the positive outcome of the situation at the higher level, Lei Lin was truly relieved that he could attend the auction held the next day, plus the anonymous barter thereafter. Otherwise, he would have given up on the idea of attending the exchange. The frightening probing abilities of a morning star Magus could not be underestimated. If Cyril had been present throughout, there was no way Lei Lin could stay anonymous for long. And once he was discovered by Cyril, he knew his life would be as insignificant as an ant, being crushed by with just a single finger. Now, armed with the knowledge that Emma was here, Lei Lin did not have the slightest amount of intentions of acknowledging her. If it were Duke Gilbert, he would have stepped up with warm greetings, in the hopes that he might, in a way or two, help Lei Lin to acquire some astral stones or such, but Emma? Forget it. She might have been an elder of the Ouroboros clan, but they were from different factions, which might make the meeting awkward. His thoughts of Emma naturally led to those of Freya. This female warlock was indeed lucky. After the positive transaction of bloodline crystals with Lei Lin, she had successfully managed to save her family. And thereafter, there were rumors of her research in seclusion. It was as if she was attempting to break through the bottleneck to advance. It was known that, once a giant Kamoyan serpent warlock was promoted to the rank of the Morning Star realm, their bloodlines would be purified. This method was naturally preferred compared to that of obtaining it through the easier method of having a pure-blooded warlock join the family. What was worth mentioning was the fact that, among the female warlocks of the Ouroboros clan, Freya was considered to be one with discipline and self-respect. The only negative characteristic was her eagerness to be first. Lei Lin stroked his jaw and pondered over the rumors about her decision to enter seclusion. It was as if she was trying to stimulate and break through the hydro phase. Due to this reason, Lei Lin was even more adamant about not revealing himself to Emma. He dreaded thinking about the possibilities of her forcing him to become a part of the family for the purpose of her advancement. How awful would that be? On the other hand, if he had been discovered by Cyril first, by hook or by crook, he would definitely seek Emma out and ask for help. Any terms and conditions then would have been agreed upon, as it was all worth keeping his life. You could only have one life. Once that was lost, nothing else mattered. In such cases, Lei Lin's integrity was relegated to the back seat. With such misgivings, Lei Lin went low profile once again. He made sure his spiritual force compression technique and transfiguration spells were in full operation, and made sure his energies were not discovered by the other two magi. Luckily, that fateful night, Lei Lin felt enormous energy undulations transmitted from far beyond Azure Mountain City. It was not only him, many magi were distracted by it. Although they were very far away, the energy undulations were frightening and caused Lei Lin to feel somewhat suffocated. The lower-ranked magi felt nothing. Only those who were close to the Morning Star realm could notice and be mindful of that terror. Soon after, Lei Lin received news of Demon Hunter Cyril and Blood Duchess Emma's departure from Azure Mountain City. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With such volatile elements, the fewer there were in his life, the better. This was probably the similar mindset of the other magi. Under such circumstances, in the presence of multiple Morning Star magi, there was no way they could have acquired their desired treasures with their limited magic crystals. What were they to do if one of the two eyed what they wanted? A stifled atmosphere had hung over the auction these past 2 days. The most dissatisfied of them all was the Oakheart clan. With the intrusion of the law-breaking Cyril, their revenue had suffered a steep decline. The third day, the auction erupted in full force, as if finally free of suppression and mounting pressures. The degree of liveliness far exceeded Lei Lin's expectations. Chapter 459, Peeping. Peeping. The third day of the auction commenced with much flair. The lower-ranked magi had been suppressing their enthusiasm and saving their magic crystals to the best extent of their abilities, hence once the pressure was diffused they had exploded into action. Every item was sold for a high price, so much so that Lei Lin was quite surprised by the number of wealthy magi that had emerged. Some were in the VIP lounges, but there were others amongst the crowd. It seemed like although he was very rich, he did not belong to the group of the most wealthy. Lei Lin witnessed one of the magi in the crowd buy a treasure for more than 100 million magic crystals nonchalantly. And the cause for this transaction was the ever-so-common jealousy of a love rival. And when he began socializing with others, Lei Lin learnt that this young kid was the direct descendant of a morning star Magus who possessed a lot of resources and influence. It was naturally for there to be a lot of magic crystals at his disposal. However, he hadn't dared to be arrogant in the face of the two morning star magi present, and had hence only revealed himself now. Lei Lin also saw Vance, the patriarch of the Roloth family, successfully by a spell formation that was optimized to increase the chance of advancing to the crystal phase by 20%. At the same time, he'd also bought a lot of other supplementary materials for the process. It seemed like he'd reached the bottleneck and was ready to advance. Lei Lin stole a glance at their party. According to the Coin of Destiny's guidance, the item he needed to acquire now was probably in the possession of their possession. The last great treasure up for auction was top-grade magic equipment, the Tri-Python Ring. It was rumored that the bodies and souls of 3 ancient cold pythons were extracted to cast this piece of magic equipment. Not only was its spatial storage boundless, it could even withstand 3 full attacks of a morning star Magus. A full-power attack from an ancient morning star Magus was known to be able to kill anything under that level. Such spells had the ability to blot out all light, they could crush mountains and destroy rivers. To possess the ability to withstand up to 3 such attacks, this Tri-Python Ring was undoubtedly the most precious treasure up for auction this time. Even morning star magi would be envious of its ability. This piece of top-grade magic equipment would be a great advantage in a battle between magi of the same rank. It could flip the heavens and the earth for its user's sake. Its value climbed up steadily up to the last bid of 860 million by a Magus from a VIP lounge. According to Lei Lin's estimates, that party could be a morning star Magus, in fact, it could even turn out to be the Azure Mountain King. In spite of the hiccups along the way, this Azure Mountain auction had concluded successfully. The emergence of the Tri-Python Ring had created strong waves that continuously spread, even to the surrounding areas. Some lower-ranked magi began to leave the city, heading back home to continue with their own research or embarking on another journey. With the decreasing number of magi, the city seemed to have regained some order. The original chaos had considerably eased up, and the situation became peaceful. Lei Lin and some other high-ranked magi, on the other hand, were waiting in silence. To them, this auction was similar to an appetizer. The actual main course was yet to be presented. On the surface, it looked like the Oakhart clan had recalled their elite patrol. However, the actual fact was that the level of caution had increased threefold. It was only that the security concerns were now internal. Everything was set up for the anonymous barter. The anonymity of the event meant that many magi were now disposing of stolen goods. Hence, there were going to be many precious high-quality treasures offered for an attractively low price. The Oakhart clan would guarantee safety and confidentiality of both parties. On the other hand, they would not be held responsible for the consequences and disputes that would arise after a successful transaction. In a room in a small hotel, Lei Lin, who was in the midst of meditation, opened his eyes. A flower-shaped secret imprint emerged from his contact book, bringing with it the voice of Serene. Sir Blood Rogue. The anonymous barter will take place tonight. As for the venue. This woman had been attempting to rope Lei Lin into the Oakhart clan, and had kept a close tab on his whereabouts. Still, Lei Lin would not let her have her way. Not only had his past been hidden flawlessly, his attitude towards her left him neither close nor distant, causing her great distress. Finally, he had even changed his accommodations. The only way to contact him now was via secret imprint, which left her helpless. When night fell, Lei Lin changed his outward appearance once again. Following the directions he was given, he arrived at a spot outside Azure Mountain City. Unexpected incidences were not rare at such private events. Even under the watchful eyes of the Azure Mountain King, the Oakhart clan did not dare to hold the event within the city, choosing an outside venue instead. As such, even if anything were to happen, the damages would be reduced to a minimum. There are other magi too. After his descent, Lei Lin noticed another Magus who had also just arrived a step ahead of him, walking towards an unremarkable cave. Welcome. Two old men wearing the Oakheart clan uniform emerged. Without any questions, they handed over a black mask. The Magus nodded his head without replying, accepted the mask, and headed in. Without the need for a number, command, or even an invitation card, as long as any Magus knew of this entrance, they would be granted access. In addition, they would be given items to help conceal their identities. It was this persistent and tight secrecy that allowed the anonymous barter to be successful for so long. According to Serene, the entire location had been masked by a cover-up spell formation. With these matching face masks and their own identity concealment, even their genders were difficult to make out. Even Morning Star Magi could not see through these disguises. Leyland's mouth curved into a bitter smile. In reality, he stopped mid-sentence, and stepped over to take the mask from the old man before proceeding to head inside. Both these old men were at the crystal phase, and yet were stationed to guard the entrance. The Oakheart clan indeed had invested heavily into this event. AI chip. Mobilize the atomic microscope and begin scanning. Leyland commanded in silence. Beginning scanning. Microscope engaged, beep, abnormality detected. The reply from the AI chip was swift. Leyland noticed within his line of sight that on the black mask were innumerable ladybugs flooding the surface. These were the same creatures that he'd seen at the auction. In fact, their numbers far exceeded what he had seen previously. They were even cautiously entering Leyland's body. Hee. This is the true Oakheart clan. Leyland shook his head. The spell formation enveloping the entire barter was genuine. The concealment runes on the mask were also genuine. Otherwise, it wouldn't have bypassed the inspection of the many magi. However, the Oakheart clan had secretly planted these ladybugs all over the event area, including on all the masks. They hadn't dared to tamper with the spell formation for fear of being discovered by Morning Star Magi. However, with these ladybug spies, which were 10,000 times smaller than a speck of dust, everything that every Magus did, and all other matters regardless of import would ultimately be known by them. I'm afraid even Morning Star Magi won't be able to detect these. Leyland sighed, and a layer of fine black powder appeared on his hand. As if drawn by some unknown attractive force, the ladybugs advanced in the direction of the powder, and soon lumped together into a ball. AI chip. Begin imitation of the organism's energy signature, issuing misleading information. The AI chip's feedback was immediate. Mission received. Beginning. Leyland had been low-key for these past 3 days, and hadn't bought anything at the auction. He had held back due to fear of the espionage of these bugs. However, he hadn't been idle at all. He'd made use of the AI chip's abilities to continuously scan and collate data about these bugs, learning all there was to know. Knowing the tendencies of large organizations, if they'd rigged the auction to their advantage, there was no chance they wouldn't do the same with the anonymous barter. In fact, the surveillance would even be much stricter. Therefore, Leyland had prepared well with his own customized potion on top of his disguise. After the powder took effect, Leyland could see through the microscopes that the ladybugs had slowed to a languid crawl. Soon, they all moved back to the mask. Leyland was pleased and smiled. Walking in, he slid the mask on. At the same time, a mysterious current and fine undulations emitted from his body. At the huge barter event, in the center of a hidden area. Reporting to grandfather. According to feedback from the Stardust bugs, everything is working normally. The present chief of Oakheart reported respectfully to a middle-aged Magus with blue hair. There are rumors about some convicts from the north heading towards us here. They had stolen some local treasure with intentions to trade and dispose of their stash. Be alert and pay special attention. The blue-haired Magus spoke indifferently, without the slightest degree of power and influence, yet it made the chief of Oakheart nod his head ceremoniously. Do not worry, under the strict surveillance of the Stardust bugs, nothing can stay hidden, regardless of the methods they use. There was a reason for the chief's confidence. This species of Stardust bug was a unique find from another plane. The Azure Mountain King had stumbled upon it during one of his interplanar experiments. Thereafter, through intensive research, not only had he successfully tamed this organism, he had also given it the ability to work as a probe, becoming the secret trump card of the Oakheart clan. In the entire clan, only the Azure Mountain King and the current elders knew of this. Given their minuscule size, their energy undulations could not be detected without a special instrument. Thus, even morning star magi couldn't find out about them as they were spread everywhere undetected. The knowledge that these presumptuous morning star magi had the impression that their concealment skill was flawless, not knowing that everything was being exposed, made the chief smile heartily. Of course, armed with such stardust bugs, he had even used them for his own benefits, to peek into the naked body of female magi and even kept the images. However, he was careful not to reveal such details for risk of angering the other morning star magi, and having them turn on the Occart clan and razing the entire clan to the ground. Chapter 460, Assassin. Assassin. You're in charge of this. The opponent is merely a Magus at the crystal phase. With your secret guards, you must take him down, the Azure Mountain King spoke nonchalantly. Understood, grandfather. The chieftain nodded before bowing and leaving. After acquiring all the information, he would first let these fugitives dispose of their goods before he went forth to hunt them down and receive the bounty. This method of taking advantage of both parties was not a foreign concept to him. If wealth was being accumulated quickly, it would usually involve bloodshed. Even if the Azure Mountain King was a Morning Star Magus, the Occart clan would not have been able to develop so quickly without these methods. The Occart chieftain's heart was aflame as he impatiently arrived at a control room, rubbing his fingers. How many Morning Star Magi will come to the anonymous barter this time? I am looking forward to it. This is the central control room. Commanding all daughter elements to transmit gathered images, he pressed a crystal and ordered. Quickly enough, numerous fragmented projections formed a screen with many little squares on it. On the surface were the outer appearances of the Magi participating in the barter, as well as their true appearances. Beside the images of some of the exceptionally beautiful female Magi were even full-body images. Of course, they were without clothing. The chieftain's eyes widened, and he looked excited. What he did not notice was that in one of the parts in the corner, Leyland's character had a completely foreign face. The barter was held in a large karst cave underground. The ground was filled with powerful runes and brands, emanating formidable energy waves. The mask Leyland had on gave off a black layer of light that resonated with the spell formation on the ground, hiding his body in darkness. From the outside, all the Magi who entered were black blobs of light, and it was difficult to even distinguish their sexes. In addition, the strength of the spell formation was something Leyland had never seen before. He could not help but order the AI chip to record the pattern down. It was evident that this was a spell formation that only Morning Star Magi were able to set up. It was even able to ward off the probing of other similarly ranked Magi. This had been verified by the many Magi who had participated in such events in the past. It was a pity, though. Even if the Occart clan hadn't tampered with the spell formation, they had surreptitiously placed a deadly spy on all their bodies. Bugs that were 10,000 times smaller than specks of dust would not be discovered even if on someone's body. On top of that, these stardust bugs had the innate skill of concealing themselves. With the Occart clan's nurture and specialized training, these stardust bugs had already turned into dreadful spies that could tell the identities of every single Magus in the trading event. So sad, Leyland strolled along with the numerous black blobs of light, feeling regretful. He had yet to do much research on this type of bug. He could only achieve the effect of hiding himself, but it would require a lot of time to trace the origin and even steal the others' footage from the central control room. Perhaps, he might need to even develop his own stardust bugs and sneak them in to achieve that goal. All this required time. However, he only had 3 days at the auction. It was already amazing to be able to accomplish what he had done. Wasn't that obvious from how the many Morning Star Magi here had yet to realize the secret of the stardust bugs and how their identities were completely exposed? When the black blobs of light in the cave increased in number, a crisp bell sounded, attracting the attention of multiple Magi to a circular stage at the center. Light began to flicker there, revealing a blonde middle-aged Magus. The many of you may or may not know me. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Leo Occart, the host of the Azure Mountain Auction. I shall also be the host of this anonymous barter. Leo's expression was brimming with a warm smile. I'll cut to the chase. As the anonymous barter only takes place for one night, I shall not waste any more of your precious time. There are 2 parts to this event. First, the Magi who need to trade items can come onto the stage in order to show the item you wish to sell, and declare what you hope to obtain in exchange. Each person is limited to 3 items. When the time for the public exhibition is over, next will be the trade. Everyone may communicate privately, but this place does not permit any fights, and once you are out of range of this cave, our Occult clan will not be held responsible for any of the items you have traded. Nearing the end, Leo's voice became stern. As if to complement his words, a large pressure emanated from within the spell formation on the ground like a huge mountain. Please do not worry. All of us are aware of the Occult clan's rules, a low voice sounded from within the surrounding magi. It was evident that some of these magi had been here a few times. Good. Leo nodded, and yielded his position on the platform. Swish, the moment he left the stage, 3 streaks of black darted forth. It was obvious that these magi were all experienced. They knew that it was most advantageous to go up first, since what they needed might very well be in the hands of the next Magus. The sooner they went up, the easier it would be to obtain the items, and their own items would not be traded off so quickly as well. My apologies. The black streak in the middle was lightning quick, and reached the platform a moment before the other 2. A robotic voice sounded from the black streak, and it was difficult to identify the gender of this person. Upon seeing this, the other 2 streaks of black light hesitated and could only retreat. They knew the rules of the Occult clan, and that if they did not obey they would be in trouble. Hence, they did not have any plans of doing things by force or arguing. Ladies and gentlemen, what I have brought to exchange here is an ornament, the forbidden ancient clock. In exchange, I require. The moment he spoke, the audience was in an uproar. The forbidden clock. Isn't that the inheritance of the Luca clan in the north? Why is it here? Rumors have been circulating recently that a few fearless magi snuck into the clan and stole it, and then scattered till they were near the Azure Mountain. He can't be one of them, can he? Leo, who was watching on, was also slightly surprised. He had not expected the other party to make their move so quickly. With a thought, countless stardust bugs crawled all over the Magus body in secret. With them on his body, that Magus would definitely be unable to escape from the Occult clan. The forbidden ancient clock. AI chip. Lei Lin, who was under the stage, was similarly startled and quietly issued a command. The forbidden ancient clock. One of the mysteries inherited from ancient times. Said to hold the power of time, and is the treasure of the northern Luca clan. The AI chip quickly came up with a paragraph and a picture. It was a vivid image from a piece of parchment paper, within which was a giant black wall clock. The clock hand was twisted, and gave a strange sense of confusion. The power of time. Leyland's eyes widened. This is an extremely advanced power. How can low-ranked magi control it? There were many who knew about the rumors surrounding the forbidden ancient clock. Many magi stared at the black blob of light on stage with fiery gazes. Or to be precise, they were staring at the item the Magus was displaying. It was a round ornament. It looked exactly the same as the picture of the ancient clock that the AI chip had shown. The surface was the color of dark copper and did not seem the least bit special. AI chip, scan. Knowing something was off, Lei Lin commanded the AI chip to perform a scan. Mission established. Beginning scanning. Beep. Interrupted by an unknown force field. Scanning unable to proceed. On the interface of the AI chip, Lei Lin saw a strange blank region at the sides of the black item, preventing the AI chip from scanning. After advancing to become a rank 3 warlock, the AI chip had also been upgraded. Issues like this, where there was interference from a force field that prevented it from scanning, hardly happened anymore. The only possibility was that this forbidden ancient clock was the real deal. The AI chip was still unable to draw data on the power of time. However, what the AI chip might be unable to probe might not be the clock, but some other mysterious item that causes a similar reaction. Lei Lin touched his chin and continued watching the platform. As expected, that Magus continued to demonstrate a few tricks, proving the authenticity of what he held. A unique treasure, especially one that was related to the domain of time, was more than enough to be highly sought after by magi, even if it was merely a small component. On top of that, this Magus had not quoted a very high price. Not only could it be exchanged with some precious materials, he even accepted magic crystals. This immediately caused the eyes of all the magi present to go red in desire. This was an anonymous barter event. Even if they obtained the item, the Luca clan might not be able to find them. The number of magi who had this thought in mind was definitely not small. At the end, another Magus shrouded in black light used an astronomical price of 15 billion magic crystals as well as numerous precious materials and put pressure on the other competitors, finally obtaining this item. After obtaining this item, the Magus knew that he could not stay for much longer and quickly left in a hurry. The Magus on stage did the same. In order to protect customers, the Occult clan had even set up a random teleportation formation. Customers leaving would be transported to any area near the Azure Mountain, which even the Occult clan would not know. Hence, there was no need to worry about being followed. However, these things were all just to prevent any attention. Leo had long since planted stardust bugs on their bodies. Not just the seller, even the Magus who had obtained the item was now under his eye. This feeling of being in control of another's fate was truly intoxicating. Chapter 461, Trade. Trade. Leylin noticed that after those two magi left, a few others in the cave had secretly followed along. Under the enormous temptation, it was evident that magi did not mind being robbers every once in a while. It's a pity that compared to the Occult clan, your methods are too cheap. Leylin sighed and glanced up at the stage once more. When the Magus left the stage, another black ball of light streaked over to the position. A friendly male voice sounded, "Ladies and gentlemen, what I shall now display is." Leylin watched on detachedly. The items on display were on a whole other level compared to the auction, and there were many precious items, some of which could even be said to have already been lost to time. The prices of these medicines were lower. Most magi demanded that their items be exchanged for other items, and they were even willing to trade for lower-leveled materials. There were few magi who were like the one before, agreeing to trade for any item, and even agreeing to take magic crystals. Most clearly indicated what resources they required. If nobody had the item, they would not make the trade no matter how many magic crystals were offered up, and might leave regretfully. In general, though the items here were top grade, so the chances of success were not very high. Halfway through the event, it was finally Leylin's turn. He muttered to himself as he headed onto the stage, already sure of which items he was going to exhibit. An ancient black female crown, as well as a few multicolored potions, floated above his hands. A piece of magic equipment, the Dark Elven Crown. Extremely effective in concealing large groups. There's also a blood-igniting potion, divine potions and other top-grade potions. With a push, these items all began to float, undulating with tempting luster. I wish to obtain an astral stone in exchange for all these, or a means to obtain astral stones. He had produced these items after careful deliberation. The blood-igniting potion and the many others were top-grade potions, and with his knowledge as a potions grandmaster, it was not difficult to brew them again as long as he had all the ingredients. The Dark Elven Crown was not of much use to him, and it did not quite match his own strength. It belonged to Twilight Zone, and magi of the central continent would definitely be unable to tell its origins, which made it perfect for sale. Bloodline treasures or refined bloodlines held very obvious markings that could very well expose him. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Leylin had no wish to sell them. It had to be said that the items Leylin had displayed were all very practical. The Dark Elven Crown was a piece magic equipment after all, and was definitely valuable. However, with all of the items together, he would probably only be able to obtain an astral stone the size of a little finger. If he obtained information on how to acquire them, that would be quite generous. Leylin watched the magi downstairs expectantly. To construct an astral gate, it might not even be enough to sell himself away to gather enough astral stones. He had no high hopes, however, as constructing astral gates was something only Morning Star magi were capable of. All he wished now was to obtain resources to proceed with the preliminary research. For this reason, he merely needed a few of astral stones. However, the rarity of astral stones exceeded Leylin's expectations. Though the items he was exhibiting caused a commotion amongst the magi, nobody was willing to make this trade. If they planned to use information, they lacked real news. One could not underestimate magi, they were extremely sensitive to the authenticity of this sort of information. The magi below were also unable to bring any news that would be able to cheat Leylin. Leylin sighed inside. All of a sudden, he saw one of the black blobs of light flickering at the corner of his eye. Elated, he immediately commanded the AI chip to use its scanning abilities at full power, even emanating tempting ripples that lured the stardust bugs on the other party's body to cooperate. In the AI chip's field of vision, the figure of an old man vaguely appeared. The image from the stardust bugs that Lei Lin had coerced might have been blurry, but it was enough for Lei Lin to recognize who he was. This man was someone he had seen before. It's Vance, the head of the Rawlith family. Lei Lin immediately let go of his hesitation and turned to leave the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, what I wish to trade is, the moment he left, another Magus came up in a hurry, producing materials gained from high-energy creatures. He went on and on, introducing the item. When everyone Magus had gone up once, Leo immediately announced that the event would now continue to the free exchange segment. This free exchange meant that all the Magi present would have a place to display the items they wished to sell. It was just like a street stall. This was also the last chance for Magi who had not profited at all from before. Even if they could not obtain resources they were in urgent need of, they could also sell things here in exchange for more regular items, such as magic crystals. However, there were Magi who were already content or had no interest in magic crystals who left the anonymous barter after the first segment by the teleportation spell formation. Lei Lin unhurriedly came before an area and displayed the Dark Elven crown and top-grade potions he had exhibited previously. He mentioned that he would only accept astral stones, and had no intentions of obtaining magic crystals. He caught a glimpse of Vance, who was hesitating not far away, and grinned. He was now fishing. The other party had not come forward for some unknown reason, but he definitely had an astral stone or might have some information about it. All this meant hope to Lei Lin. "Sire, may I see what you have?" Unexpectedly enough, before Vance came over, another person had been attracted to his stall. This person had blonde hair and a very amiable smile. In the entire floor, the only person not using magic to conceal himself would be Leo. "So it's Lord Leo." "Of course, but I will only accept astral stones." Lei Lin waved his arms, his voice already changed using the AI chip. He was thus not recognized. TSK. This magic equipment's design is very ancient, and even holds the style of the ancient gloomy forest region. Leo evidently had no eyes for the top-grade potions at Lei Lin's stall, but was evidently unwilling to part with this dark elven magic equipment. "My apologies." After staring at it for a long while, Leo finally put down the crown regretfully. "I have a female cousin who really likes things of this style. On top of that, this is even magic equipment. I hope to buy it, so just tell me a price in terms of magic crystals." Leo's expression showed his sincerity. With his status, it was very rare that he would speak so amicably. "I'm sorry, but I'm not lacking in magic crystals. I only want astral stones, no matter how small." Lei Lin politely rejected him. "I'm sorry, but you're in the way." There were a few Magi waiting to watch a good show here with Leo around, but the blob of light that signified Vance seemed to be shrinking back. He. "Sire, if you are willing to sell it, you shall gain a good relationship with our Occart clan." Leo focused on the black bundle of light in front of him, eyes seeming to look past the concealing formation at Lei Lin's face. "What? Is the Occart clan threatening me?" Lei Lin's voice went higher, attracting the attention of many Magi. "Of course not, you're misunderstanding. I was just impatient. My apologies." This had not gone the way Leo had expected. It was the first time a Magus had not taken his clan into account. The prestige of his clan was the foundation of this very auction. He bowed in apology, but a sinister trace glinted in his eyes. You dare treat me this way?" He silently sent down a command, and Lei Lin quickly found that the stardust bugs that he had hypnotized into submission had received a command. They would reveal information about his looks and ranking, as well as crawl over his body so that he could be tracked. If this were a regular Magus, they would be in trouble, but to deal with me, Lei Lin sneered inside, AI chip, send fake fluctuations. Mission established, beginning task. Soon enough, false information was transmitted to Leo through formless undulations, and successfully sent information on his location. He. "Sire, here is a portion of an astral stone as compensation." Already thinking of Lei Lin as a dead man, Leo magnanimously produced a purple embroidered case and placed it before Lei Lin. "Oh. I'm unexpectedly profiting." Lei Lin was delighted and opened the case, finding an astral stone the size of a quail egg. "I only wanted to try purchasing with magic crystals. Since you are unwilling to accept it, I can only resign myself and part with this treasure." Leo's words were elegant, and he had even given up this astral stone that was even more valuable than anything Lei Lin had on display. He successfully reversed the image of his clan. Oh. I was much too hurried just now. My apologies. Lei Lin knew when to stop and place the cosmic stone back properly. All these items are now yours. He pointed at the potions and crown at his stall. With what he had, he could at most only obtain an astral stone the size of a pinky, but Leo had given him one the size of a quail egg. This meant Lei Lin had obviously gotten the better end of the deal. Leo kept everything from the stall properly while observing Lei Lin. He was especially careful with the dark elven crown, though he was snickering inside. You must be proud, huh? Excited? It's a pity, but you'll only be taking care of that astral stone for a short period of time before you'll have to spit it out obediently, and even give me your life while you're at it. Chapter 462, Rob and Kill. Rob and Kill. Lei Lin had long guessed what Leo was thinking. Since they had already dispatched Stardust bugs to find out the background of all the guests, the Oakheart family had probably done their fair share of killing and seizing treasure. They hadn't been discovered only because they had concealed it well, and the targets they chose were mostly those without power and support. What interested him more was the other party's obvious desire for the Dark Elven crown. The concealing effect of this magical device has a large range. Although it is sufficiently extensive, for a Magus, a range that is too large might become a burden to them, making the concealing function less favorable. Lei Lin stroked his chin and squinted. The only reason why this could attract Leo would be its use in war. Only a sneak attack in such a wide area would be the place for this piece of magic equipment to be put to use. Therefore, whatever purpose the other party had purchased this magic equipment for would be revealed soon. Lei Lin absolutely did not believe what he said about giving it to his cousin or any rubbish of the sort anyway. However, having gained something here, Vance, Lei Lin looked over at his empty stall, and glanced outside at the corner of his eye. Indeed, the sphere of light that represented Vance had left together with the Magi who were crowding around to watch the scene earlier on. Although Lei Lin still did have items of a higher value, it would evidently be inappropriate to put them up. However, merely letting him go was clearly not Lei Lin's style of doing things. He had now completely understood the rarity and scarcity of astral stones. If he had the chance to obtain one more, he definitely wouldn't mind. As time passed, the anonymous barter had come to an end. Groups of Magi left on the teleportation spell formation one after another, rays of light flashing repeatedly. The entire cave quickly became quiet. At this moment, Leo appeared, along with 7 or 8 Magi behind him. There seemed to be both old and young Magi, but what remained the same across all of them were their frightful energy waves and astonishing murderous aura. I will personally handle the Magus that sold the forbidden ancient clock. Number 6 and 7 will be in charge of the buyer. The other party is only a small fry with little power. As long as we kill him and destroy the evidence, there wouldn't be any consequences. Leo swiftly delegated missions, occasionally throwing out a locating crystal. As for number 5, you'll go after the fellow that took the astral stone and kill him. That is his actual appearance, don't worry. He only has the strength of an initial Hydro Phase Magus. They were the secret elite force of the Oakheart clan, and every Magus was in the crystal phase. To Leo, dispatching even one of them to deal with Lei Lin was already thinking too highly of him. Number 5 was a bulky middle-aged Caucasian. Upon receiving an image, he discovered that Lei Lin was a young man with brown curly hair and nodded. Also, if possible, try to catch him alive. Our clan's underwater prison has been short of prisoners of a sufficiently high rank. Leo laughed coldly, sending shivers down the spines of the other Magi. The Oakheart clan's underwater prison naturally would not be any average place. Even rank 3 Magi in the crystal phase that entered would surely face death, and would even be sentenced to the cruelest penalty before dying. Even their corpses would be an unbearable sight to behold. Looks like this youngster has greatly offended sire, number 5 secretly thought. He slapped his chest and guaranteed, rest assured, Chief. I will definitely arrest him for you to punish. All right. Excellent. Leo nodded. Is everyone clear about the rules of our clan? If something goes wrong, immediately destroy all evidence. I'd rather you commit suicide than divulge any information about the clan, or else. He watched the Magi indifferently. The icy cold look in his eyes made them sweat profusely. Although they had already risen to crystal phase, as long as they were human, there was bound to be something or someone that they cared about or was their weakness. And all of this was secretly controlled by Leo and the clan. While every single one of them was strong rank 3 crystal phase magi, they did not dare to disobey Leo's orders because they were deterred by the morning star Magus. Great! Let's set off. With a wave of his hand, the numerous magi instantly transformed into rays of light, launching in all directions. At this moment, Leyland was following closely behind Vance. He had already set his eyes on the other party at the auction venue. There would only be one outcome when a scheming Leyland and a clueless Vance come together, an easy target. With the aid of the AI chip, he immediately marked Vance. He wasn't far from where Vance's transmitted location was and had promptly followed him. Leyland then discovered that the stardust bugs on him had sent him information. Someone is chasing after me, and he's just a mere crystal phase Magus. What a pity Leo didn't come himself, or else I might be able to take the Dark Elven crown back. After the experience with Torum, Leyland now had confidence in his combat capabilities. If an average rank 3 Magus in the crystal phase tried all the tactics possible, there still might be a possibility of defeating the enemy. However, if the other party had more than 3 people, then his only option would be to ditch the plan and run. If Leo alone came for him, he thought of making him stay here forever, but since it was just a Magus in the crystal phase. Since I can't kill you, I'll annoy you. A rank 3 Magus in the crystal phase probably wasn't easy to nurture. Leyland stroked his chin, and an evil look flashed in his eyes. However, I will first have to settle with Vance, or it will be an unexpected factor that could easily result in consequences I can't have thought of. After much thought, Leyland used the transfiguration spell to transform into the image of Blood Rogue that he had used in the auction venue, and stopped Vance in his tracks. Who is it? Oh. Mr. Blood Rogue. Vance examined the Magus in his way, stunned. Even after recognizing that he was Blood Rogue, he did not seem relaxed, but instead became more alert. I wonder why Sire is blocking my way. Vance stared at Blood Rogue in fear. His ability to randomly transmit spell formations and find out his whereabouts was definitely something worth being cautious about. Vance's heart beat rapidly, and he had a premonition that something bad was about to happen. I am the Magus that was selling the crown of the Dark Elves previously. It seems that you, sir, seem to have information about astral stones, so I followed you with hopes of obtaining it. Leyland spoke politely. Oh. It's you. Having made a great realization, Vance patted his head, but his expression suddenly changed. But, how did you recognize me? At that time, he had been using the concealment spell formation, and had even put on a few layers of disguise. About this, of course, Leyland smiled, keeping an enigmatic expression. But before he could complete his sentence, he turned behind and his face changed. There, number 5 had hidden his face and was swiftly coming after him. Using up to them. Such waves. It's a Magus in crystal phase. You went so far as to provoke someone of this level. The old man's eyes widened, and deployed a few layers of defense in succession. He came too quickly, what a waste. With a bit more time, I could lower Vance's defense levels and attack in one go. Leyland glanced at Vance. I'll have to get this done and over with. Whoosh, both of his hands abruptly turned blood red, and huge claws grabbed at Vance, making loud sounds. I knew you were up to no good. Vance hollered, as layers of soil made their way onto his body, forming a humongous clay giant that was more than 10 meters tall. Kill. Leyland's face was expressionless, his eyes filled with a piercing look that was sharp enough to kill. His spiritual force, which was already in hydro phase, flowed into the claws of blood without end. The massive clay giant roared, raising his fist to greet the strange bloody claws flying towards him. Asterisk bam. Asterisk the blood-red claws were sharp beyond comparison, and instantly scratched the other party's fist, even leaving a deep groove in his chest. Humph. Vance's stifled snort came from within the clay giant, his voice filled with dismay. Such strength? Aren't you a Magus in hydro phase? Boom, with that, the clay giant immediately turned and hurriedly escaped. But why would Leyland let him run off? Numerous potions flew in midair, and terrifying elemental particles converged, taking the shape of a jet-black sickle. Rank 3 potion combination spell, Death's Blade. Gigantic black sickles slashed through the giant silently, without a single wave. The clay giant's entire body trembled and he suddenly came to a standstill. Soon after, along with the loud rumble, the clay giant disintegrated in all directions, revealing Vance within. It was just that Vance now had a more pitiful appearance. Both legs were broken at the knees and blood was gushing profusely, but no matter what spells or healing potions he used, it was still useless. No. Don't come over. I can give you anything you want. I still have some clues about astral stones. You'll definitely need it. Seeing Lei Lin inch closer step by step, Vance started to panic, promising a whole heap of things. He didn't wish to die. He treasured his life, even more now that he had already collected sufficient materials and was about to advance to the crystal phase. Blame Jessia if you wish. Lei Lin was apathetic. He had never believed in intelligence that was revealed in the face of death, and the crystal phase waves that were getting closer also meant that he was running out of time. I have enough astral stones, the intelligence means nothing to me. If you don't have any on you, at most I'll think of it as doing all of this for nothing. Lei Lin had thought this through clearly. He had gone on the trip with the intention of giving it a try. He didn't need the intelligence, because with a piece of astral stone with him, there wasn't a need to risk his life for another imaginary desire. Therefore, Vance's fate had actually been set from then. Jessia? Vance paused, recalling his grandson's cheeky wife. What has anything got to do with her? But he didn't have to think any further, as a blood-red ray of light threw him into darkness. Chapter 463, The Hokkaido Beast. The Hokkaido Beast. Lei Lin searched the other party's body at the speed of light. His eyes lit up as he tugged the red gemstone off the other party's ear. Using his spiritual force to swiftly explore the inside of the pendant, an astral stone the size of a fingernail immediately came into view. Brilliant. As expected, Vance had indeed lied about the intelligence that he had gathered before he died. He had always been carrying the astral stone around. Not only that, there were certain materials that were kept inside the earrings that surprised Lei Lin. The diamond jellyfish, Lei Lin couldn't help but smile as he glanced upon something that seemed like a crystal figure. This is indeed a genuine first-rate material that is capable of increasing the chances of breaking through to the crystal phase by 35%. No wonder the other party was so confident in advancing. He couldn't help but take a look at his own condition. Lei Lin Farlier. Rank 3 Warlock, Hydro Phase. Bloodline, Giant Kamoyan Serpent, Strength, 30, Agility, 30, Vitality, 45.5, Spiritual Force, 315. 6. Magic Power, 315, Magic Power in synchronization with Spiritual Force. It had been a while since Lei Lin had advanced to the Hydro Phase. In recent times, he had always used the power of his bloodline to increase his spiritual force, instead of using spiritual force potions. After a century of disuse, his body's resistance to potions had almost completely worn out. As long as he used this potion once more, he should be able to fulfill the requirements of Crystal Phase. Vance has indeed given me many good things. Not only that, most of the things that Vance had painstakingly prepared to break through to the Crystal Phase were also useful for Lei Lin. This had indeed saved Lei Lin a lot of trouble to search for them. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. The coin of destiny had indeed guided him well. Vance was practically his lucky star, although the man himself would not think that way. Found you. Number 5 descended in front of Lei Lin, emitting terrifying crystal phase energy waves. Leo didn't follow you. This is indeed disappointing. Lei Lin looked at number 5 and shook his head as his face showed regret. How dare you? Even though you've just killed a Hydro Phase Magus, you can't belittle the dignity of a Crystal Phase Magus. Number 5's face hardened as he gathered and concentrated the spiritual force all over his body. I should inform you that I didn't just kill a rank 3 Hydro Phase Magus, I also killed a Magus that just broke through to the Crystal Phase not long ago. Just in time, the specimen that I had gained previously seemed a little weak, maybe I should gather another one. Upon hearing Lei Lin's words, number 5's expression darkened. Number 5 looked at Lei Lin who laughed indifferently, and suddenly felt like what he'd done was ridiculously dumb. Yet, it was too late as there was a black ray of light concentrating on Lei Lin's finger. I'll remember this, Oakheart clan. On the other hand, a hawk-nosed Magus, with terrible wounds and even scars that were created from spell formations, was currently fleeing in disarray. Even though he has already reached a high level of the crystal phase, and his spiritual force is only a few steps away from peaking the crystal phase, he was still unable to defend himself from the combined attacks of 3 crystal phase magi. He lost tragically and even suffered serious injuries. In particular, the leader Leo could be said to be this Magus nightmare. He brought along a high-energy creature which was the main cause of his injuries. What made him even angrier was that he was unable to escape Leo's clutches even when he changed his aura. This meant that the other party had left a mark on him. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to find out what exactly the other party had done. The fact that even his communications equipment was restricted made him realize the disparity between the two parties, driving him insane. Oakheart clan, I will definitely expose your dirty tricks to the entire world. The hawk-nosed Magus howled in desperation as he soon found himself cornered by the 3. You'll never get the chance. Leo showed a ruthless expression as he concentrated a terrifying amount of energy fluctuations on his body. In that instant, the shadow of a beast that appeared behind him gradually took form as it stood in front of the hawk-nosed Magus. That creature howled, making an unpleasant sound. This creature seemed to be a combination of a wolf and a squid. It has the head and the body of a wolf, and yet its lower body was equipped with white tentacles, complete with suction pads, that sent shivers down one's spine. The creature, which had eyes that looked like green light bulbs, stared intensely at the Magus. At the same time, there were traces of dark green gases being emitted from the suction pads. The gas then concentrated on the hawk-nosed Magus body, forming a thick layer of adhesive that caused him to slow down. Roar. The tentacles, located at the lower body of the creature, bloomed like a flower as they headed towards the hawk-nosed Magus. Leo watched in pleasure as the creature swallowed the hopeless fellow into its stomach. The creature's stomach didn't stop squirming as if it was digesting the entire body. It was always the same cycle. Those he pursued would first curse him, then fear him and his creature, and ultimately they wouldn't be able to escape their fate of death. Witnessing these magi eventually die was always a heartfelt pleasure for him. Even though this current target was not a beautiful and skilled female Magus, the fact that he was from an affluent family was enough to make up for his loss. This Hawkada beast, suddenly, the creature wrapped itself with its uncountable hands, forming a humongous meat lump and even breathing like a human being. It's almost reached the stage of evolution. Once it evolves, I'm afraid, Leo's expression darkened. This unique Hawkada beast originally belonged to his Morning Star Magus grandfather, who found it among the debris of another plane. The creature was now merely in its infancy, and could still swallow terrifying crystal phase magi. Once it was fully grown and its ability increased, only his master grandfather would be capable of subduing it. Snap, a sharp and clear sound could be heard from Leo's chest as he stared blankly. He couldn't believe it as he took out a rhombus-shaped crystal from his embrace and saw the surface being filled with cracks, and at the same time, it wasn't shining. Number 1 and Number 2 couldn't help but narrowed their eyes. This is the crystal that seals the spirit source. Which comrade perished? Number 5. But how is that possible? The other party is only a hydro phase. Leo hated this feeling as it meant that things went beyond his control. Exactly what happened? Which Magus concealed his capability? Or was it merely sheer luck that a high-ranked Magus helped him? Drat, there are so many possibilities. Leo's expression turned ferocious. Number 1, Number 2. I want you. Buzz. Just at this time, a subtle energy wave was transmitted from Leo's ring in the form of a blue ray of light as an image was projected in the sky. In this image was a blue-haired Magus with eyes, more brilliant than the stars. Master Grandfather. Leo bowed respectfully while Number 1 and Number 2 knelt on the ground as they shivered. The dignity of a Morning Star Magus could not be violated even if you were at the crystal phase. The expression of the Magus in the image was awful. I felt a portion of the dispatched stardust bugs being destroyed. Leo narrowed his eyes. The fact that the Oakheart clan made use of stardust bugs to spy on each and every move of the Magi was a top secret, and the consequences would be dire if this secret was to be exposed. Even the Azure Mountain King, who was also a Morning Star Magus, would not be able to appease the anger of the numerous Magi. Adding on, once the female Morning Star Magi found out that their conduct and deeds were, Leo didn't dare to even think about it anymore. No matter what, this has to be resolved immediately. Luckily, the last information that was sent through the stardust bugs is that the other party is not of a high rank, not even to the extent of nearing the Morning Star realm. Go to the location with these coordinates first, I'll arrive soon. The Azure Mountain King's tone was pressing and commanding. He'd emphasized on the matter at hand when he hung up. These coordinates. Leo looked at the information that the Azure Mountain King had sent him as his eyes narrowed into a line. He remembered very clearly that these coordinates located the direction that the Magus who had killed number 5 fled to. The scene of his confrontation with the other party flashed in his head. He remembered the other party's calm voice and realized how foolish he was back then. Maybe back then, the other party had already seen through his tricks and found a way to free himself as he awaited Leo's arrival. Once he thought about it, he'd truly been inane. Leo's expression dropped instantly, now as gloomy as rain. Follow me. Leo's voice was very dry, as if he was dying of thirst in the desert. Number 1 and number 2 looked at each other and helplessly forced a smile. Based on the conversation just now, they had already guessed that something serious had happened and they were aware of the consequences of knowing too much. This was the sad part of being controlled by someone else. Even if they knew they were at a disadvantage, they would not dare to rebel. Humph. Leo turned his head away coldly as number 1 and number 2 followed closely behind him. The Stardust bugs were top secret. In past history, only the leader of the Occart clan and the Azure Mountain King knew of them. Since these two heard the name, they were already destined for death. Maybe the Azure Mountain King had already thought of this. He was only delaying their deaths because he had a use for them. It was important to clean all evidence once the deed was done. After all, no one could know of the clan's biggest secret. Thump, number 5's body fell on the floor with a small black hole in his forehead. Not bad. Leyland's breathing was unstable. After all, it was not an easy task to deal with a rank 3 crystal phase Magus. Yet, as he looked at number 5's ring, his expression brightened. Chapter 464, Counting Spoils. Counting Spoils. Only after finishing with the plunder of number 5's body did Leyland turn his gaze upon the black mask, his expression grave. The coercion of the AI chip cannot last a long time. Once it fades, the controller of these bugs will get the news right away. The powder he'd used on these Stardust bugs would only work once. Moreover, once the effect was gone, he was afraid that these bugs would still leak out all the information to the central control room. Leyland could not allow this. Once he thought of the Morning Star Magus behind the scenes, he felt a chill. Fortunately, the other side still did not know his identity, so as long as the proof could be wiped out clearly, chances were that he could escape notice. Once he thought of that, a green flame fell on the mask, growing larger. Explosions could be heard from the mask, so soft that one couldn't hear them without the help of the AI chip. After confirming that the Stardust bugs had all perished, Leyland burned the entire area to ashes, laughing grimly before leaving. With his timely retreat, Leyland did not get to see Leo's crazed look as he arrived. Leyland had been very careful to avoid places that could be monitored by Magi, even choosing to forego travel by airship in favor of making his way on land. He hadn't even hesitated to pass through some dangerous zones. By the time he'd arrived at a safe zone outside the region of influence of Azure Mountain City, he'd even gotten news about the great changes there. Watching the news that Azure Mountain City had imposed a curfew and sealed off the airship network, even starting to hunt for him without restraint, Leyland could not help but feel glad at his early departure. He did not care about how crazy the Occart family was, and didn't even plan on spreading the news. Although announcing the secret of the Stardust bug would hurt the Occart clan badly, there were few benefits for himself. On the other hand, this secret would make for a good bargaining chip in the future. Leyland looked forward to the day he advanced to become a Morning Star Magus and the hush money the Azure Mountain King would provide. Of course, having such dreams before advancing to the Morning Star realm would be nothing but courting death. Since he didn't choose to use an airship, Leyland's return trip seemed to take a long time. For the sake of caution, he'd even taken a big detour and only then snuck back into his own territory. Only after entering his Magus tower and being greeted by the mechanical voice of the tower genie did he relax completely. A cup of hot coffee was placed on top of the table, emanating a rich and sweet aroma. Yet, Leyland only sat there without any facial expression, rapping his fingers on the table. Leyland reflected on his actions after returning to his safe haven and listed out his weakness and gains in detail. He has always been doing that, and it is because of this that he could survive without much mishaps in this sinister Magus world. He had gained a lot on this trip, enough to shock any crystal phase Magus. But, at the same time, he'd provoked a power that was very troublesome. Just a little bit of thoughtlessness could have ended up with him dead. The rage of a morning star Magus was awful. Once he was discovered, forget Leyland himself, not even his family and friends would meet a good end. I've cut off all the clues. To the auction house I was just blood rogue, and at the anonymous barter, I'd disguised myself as well. I even destroyed the evidence afterwards. To think to look for me from all this is nearly impossible. Leyland was very confident in his own methods and the AI chip's cover-up. As for prophetic spells, they're very inaccurate on their own, and they work much worse against high-ranked magi. Adding on the cover from my Magus tower, this aspect was what worried Leyland the most. There may be no normal clues, but if any mysterious spells were added into the mix, the thought scared him. Especially prophetic spells. Those were extremely troublesome. Unless you were much higher in rank than the other party, as long as they paid a certain price, they could find out everything about you. Fortunately, there are very few prophetic magi on the continent, and to correctly trace it back to me with my strength being at the hydro phase and the cover of my Magus tower, it'll be impossible for those normal ones. And to employ a morning star Magus that specialized in prophecy for the task would entail a huge price. With the database of the AI chip and his personal experience with the coin of destiny, Leyland understood the workings of prophecy magic much better than any ordinary Magus at his level. And the Azure Mountain King is not a prophetic Magus, and to pay the huge price of a morning star realm prophet is impossible within a short period of time. I must take advantage of this opportunity and immediately advance to the crystal phase. If things drag out until then, it'll be much better. It took much more to predict the location of a crystal phase Magus to one at the hydro phase. What Leyland needed to do the most now was to improve his own strength so predictions would fail. Strong radiation would be enough to interfere with such things. Once Leyland advanced to the morning star realm, all this would count as a minor matter. Nobody would offend one morning star Magus for the sake of another. Once Leyland advanced to the morning star realm, he could use this matter of the stardust bugs to extort the other party. At that time, the Azure Mountain Kin would only be able to swallow that bitter pill obediently. And there's no need to worry much about Vance and the Rollith family. Leyland remembered the patriarch of the Rollith family that died at his hands. Because of Jessia's entanglement and having been detected by Leyland's coin of destiny, he will always be at the losing end. How miserable is that? He didn't even know who killed him. As for the Rollith family, for them to find out would be even harder. Diamond jellyfish, astral stone. Leyland touches his chin, muttering, for such precious treasures to appear in such a small family at the same time is abnormal. Perhaps I should have Parker go watch them. For the current Leyland, a family with only a hydro phase Magus was no matter. Even were Vance not dead, with all the subordinates Leyland had amassed in over a century, he didn't even need to move himself to crush them. However, for the patriarch of a small family to suddenly advance by leaps and bounds, and at the same time to possess such precious treasures, made Leyland unable to help but suspect that he had found some great treasure or inheritance. In the central continent, there were plenty of magi. As a result, there was an abundance of inheritance and historical remains. Almost every day in the magi world, there would be lucky magi who would ride on the coattails of their ancestors, and have high possibilities of promotion. No, the Rollith family does not know right now that I'm the murderer. It would be too obvious to let Parker go. Leyland was not afraid of their vengeance, but he was worried that the Oakheart family would also associate him with the killer, which would be terrible. Leyland thought for a bit, and opened up a secret imprint, Tanasha. Go to the Black River domain, and secretly watch the Rollith family. Report to me their every move. Understood, Master, came her respectful voice in return. After slowly separating from the inner circle of the Forgotten Land, this lady had wholeheartedly joined Leyland and become his most powerful subordinate. For a crystal phase Magus, even eliminating the entire Rollith family would be no problem, leave alone simply monitoring them. Now that the annoyances are out of the way, let's take a look at the spoils. After closing the secret imprint, Leyland spat out a breath and waved his hand, causing a few objects to appear on the table. Inside a purple box were two black stones, one big and one small, each flickering in a weak blue light. These were Leyland's main purpose in making the trip, astral stones. The big one was from Leo and was the size of a quail egg, and the small one was what he'd plundered from Vance. It was only the size of a fingernail. In fact, The one he'd gotten from Vance was enough to conduct preliminary research on astral gates, but to Lei Lin there would never be enough. He wasn't losing money anyway, and one could never have too much of these high-class resources. Especially after he reached the Morning Star realm. At that point, the number of astral stones he'd need to build an astral gate already made Lei Lin worry, so even though he had enough for now, the more the better. With all these things, this trip was worth it. Lei Lin touched his chin, looking at the other things on the table. The most eye-catching of them all was a crystal statue, bright and pink, that seemed indestructible as if made of diamond. This was a diamond jellyfish, a valuable natural resource that had been lost to time. It could greatly increase the probability of a hydrophase Magus advancing to the crystal phase. Although the rest couldn't compare to the diamond jellyfish, they were still very precious treasures, altogether useful enough to increase the probability of a breakthrough further by 1 or 2 levels. Adding the optimized spell formation, it seemed like Vance's chances of promotion this time were quite big. Unfortunately, all of this had now become Lei Lin's fortune. The goods from Vance and Number 5 had swelled Lei Lin's pockets once more. No wonder the atmosphere felt strange lately. I better just stay within my tower and break through the crystal phase bottleneck. Thinking of what he'd heard and seen on the trip, Lei Lin's face became gloomy. Whether it was the Ouroboros clan, or Azure Mountain City, everyone seemed tense and depressed, as if war was on the horizon. Chapter 465, Preparation. Preparation. Sly old Lei Lin was definitely able to recognize the stifling feeling when a huge war was approaching. It was not just the mood. The bustling activity in the trading hall, the bloody missions, what had happened when Lei Lin had last been dispatched, as well as the appearance of the ancient forbidden clock at the Azure Mountain auction event all alluded to Lei Lin's premonitions being correct. The military strength of the central continent far exceeded Lei Lin's experience in the south coast and Twilight Zone. The moment Morning Star Magi began using their final techniques, the damages were devastating. With such terrifying attacks, it was no longer just about harming innocent commoners. Even lower-ranked Magi were nothing but cannon fodder. As such, Lei Lin could no longer distance himself from the whirlpool of events. The volcano that was connected to the Twilight Zone was currently filled with lava, and he was unwilling to abandon the Ouroboros clan now. After all, he was happier with the lifestyle here. For a morning star to rise, many choose to pave their way with bloody murder. What I lack now is precisely that, a tempering in fire and blood. Lei Lin's pupils blazed with ambition. In the Magus world, the central continent is the highest layer, the place where all the high-ranking Magi reside. If there is disorder here, it's likely to spill over into the other regions as well. I cannot have too many considerations that will distract me. The most crucial issue right now is to strengthen myself as soon as possible. With that thought, Lei Lin immediately sent out an order, Tower Genie, close off my bedroom and the main laboratory. Announce that I'm going to be conducting a very important experiment and do not wish to be interrupted in any way. Move all the items from Warehouse 1 to my lab. As you wish, Master. The tiny green genie flapped her wings and bowed midair, disappearing in a flash. About 3 months later. In a quiet room in his Magus tower, Lei Lin was seated with a head of messy hair and wrinkled clothes that had picked up dirt. In contrast to his ragged clothing, his eyes were bright, their blackness glorious and intimidating as they sparkled. Beside him were innumerable test tubes piled up, making the whole room look like a messy dump. AI chip, investigate my current status, he ordered, and it faithfully reported back. Lei Lin Farlier. Rank 3 Warlock, Hydrophase. Bloodline, Giant Kamoyan Serpent, Strength, 30, Agility, 30, Physique, 45.5, Spiritual Force, 349.9, Magic Power, 349, Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. This tremendous increase in spiritual force was the harvest Lei Lin had been looking forward to for the past few months. It was mainly due to the consumption of extremely powerful potions. These potions, if offered to the Ouroboros clan, would be enough to last their warlocks an entire year. Such was the frightening results of piling up his resources. For the past century while he lived in seclusion, Lei Lin had resisted the constant temptation of using spiritual force potions. He'd even concocted many himself, saving and sealing them up. Relying only on his bloodline to advance, he had slowly eliminated his body's resistance to them. The continuous use of potions would have been harmful to his personal growth. Now, however, with his foundation solid, raising his strength to the peak of the hydro phase would be as smooth as liquid flowing, with no obstructions whatsoever. 3 phases to the third rank, Lei Lin muttered under his breath, the vapor, hydro and crystal phases. Spiritual force needs to reach 250 for the first, 300 for the second, and a whopping 350 for the third. Well, now I've achieved it. I can attempt to hit the bottleneck to the crystal phase. The data computation of the spiritual force in the third rank was split into 3 subranks and their corresponding abilities had significant disparities. After all, 100 kilograms of cotton and 100 kilograms of steel might weigh the same, yet their density and durability were completely different. The spiritual force statistic varied widely between the different phases of the third rank. Between the vapor phase and hydro phase, a huge difference existed, and with the crystal phase, the disparity was even more terrifying. Magi with such abilities could already be considered as reserve duty for Morning Star Magi. Spiritual force in crystal phase was the exact base material for the construction of point mass. Once one advanced to the crystal phase, they would experience a revolutionary change in their body. Lei Lin had vague experiences of this change through Torum and Number 5. The AI Chip 2 had been in the midst of diligently exploring such changes. Warlocks are different from regular magi after all. We even need to meet bloodline requirements. He beamed. Prior to this, his personal progress had far exceeded that of his bloodline. When he was promoted to a rank 3 warlock, the giant Kamoyan serpent bloodline in him had still been stuck in its infancy. Were it not for the purity of his bloodline, every breakthrough would have had him requiring a ton of help. And now, with constant exposure to the Lamia fingerbone, his bloodline had matured, finally catching up to and synchronizing with the progress of his body. The bottlenecks that had been holding him back vanished without a trace. With the addition of Vance's gift of the precious diamond jellyfish, Lei Lin was exceptionally confident in his breaking through to the crystal phase. Probability of host breaking through to the crystal phase, 89.6%, the AI Chip, 2, agreed with his expectations. Lei Lin nodded, evidently pleased. He took out his book of secret imprints and flipped to a particular page. Tanasha. Any recent news about the Roloth family? He noticed Tanasha had tried several times to contact him, but he had missed it in the midst of his personal advancement. It's extremely strange. This family was in a complete mess a while ago. I heard their chief left without notice 3 days ago. And between all this chaos, they all suddenly disappeared without a trace. Although her voice was steady, Lei Lin could tell Tanasha's suppressed fear. Who's the person responsible? He asked in a low voice. I do not know. I cannot find any traces of a high-level Magus on site, Tanasha smiled bitterly. No crystal phase Magus would be able to hide all traces from another at the same rank. The attacker must have been higher ranked than Tanasha. Lei Lin furrowed his brows and fell silent. After some thought, he remarked, you are no longer needed there. Make your way back, paying attention to hide yourself well. He closed the book. The blood had drained from his face and he'd turned solemn. The entire Roloth family had disappeared overnight. This was much more alarming than if they'd all just been massacred. He could sense an ever-growing spiral enveloping the whole continent. The Ouroboros clan, Lucian, Freya, Robin, Kesha, and everyone else he knew, none would be able to escape. In fact, even he might not be able to escape the same fate as them. At least that was what he'd found out from the coin of destiny. Each time Lei Lin tried to see further into the future, the coin automatically alerted him that it was exceeding its capabilities. It was obvious that it couldn't see past that boundary. If it is so, I will go ahead and break through now. The more dangerous it is, the more I can prove my ability. Lei Lin's steely gaze burned with determination. For Magi at his level, refraining from food and water for months would still cause no harm. In fact, there were even some more ambitious Magi who, in a bid to devote themselves further to research, chose to conduct necrosis on themselves to separate themselves from common needs. It was a bitter price to pay. Lei Lin had no desire to do such a thing. If he couldn't find joy in the search for truth, whatever he obtained, be it absolute knowledge or control of the entire world, would not be worth it. However, although he couldn't be compared to those necromancers and spirit body types, he relied on his vitality potions and showed no signs of exhaustion himself. On the contrary, his spiritual force had advanced to a state of perfection. Lei Lin had a hunch that, were he not to be successful this time, the next attempt was going to be an uphill task. Lei Lin had always been one to put a lot of faith into his own premonitions. With a wave of his hand, the test tubes lying on the ground disappeared. What replaced them was a mysterious spell formation. Crystal Phase Spell Formation, improved version, an essential spiritual force item for all Hydro Phase Magi to advance. Capable of enhancing the crystallization of the spiritual force and eliminating spiritual force impurities. On the surface of the spell formation was a blood-red rune that resembled a spiraling snake. The crystal phase spell formations used by warlocks were not the same as those used by regular magi. Lei Lin was not impressed by the kind Vance had bought at the auction, and hence decided to use the one Freya had given him. Some time ago, Freya had used an enormous amount of precious materials, as well as a set of Hydro Phase and Crystal Phase spell formations to exchange for a single item from Lei Lin, a bloodline crystal. To her family's relief, it had assuaged their bloodline deterioration. And by using the resources he had acquired, he had been able to advance quickly. Now, the time had come for this Crystal Phase spell formation to work its magic. The AI chip had used the original formation from Freya's family, but had made some improvements. The effect of purifying of the spiritual force, though, was something Lei Lin had prepared himself. Spiritual force that had been amassed using potions meant that it needed to be purified and altered. Lei Lin had always placed a load of importance on his personal foundation. Begin. Lei Lin made up his mind. He pulled out the diamond jellyfish from his cosmos pouch and bit down on it. The transparent crystal cracked as it was crushed under his teeth. He ruthlessly bit into the thing. This was a diamond jellyfish, an ancient precious material. It had the ability to enhance the spiritual force and advancements of magi. He had no idea how Vance had gotten his hands on such a treasure. The diamond jellyfish melted in Lei Lin's mouth, becoming a rush of warmth that flowed throughout his body. It made him extremely comfortable, and he finished it up in a few mouthfuls. After the last of it was swallowed down, Lei Lin felt a terrifying heat emerging from his abdomen. Slowly, he began to feel like he was burning up. Consumption of essence by host, concluded as diamond jellyfish. Spiritual force increasing. The AI chip responded. Chapter 466, Astral Experiment. Astral Experiment. Numerous heatwaves congregated within his sea of consciousness. Lei Lin saw the silvery stream of Hydro Phase spiritual force circulate wildly. Even the core nucleus body glowed with strange crimson runes. It had only lacked just that little bit in the center that would render it complete. Activate Crystal Phase Spell Formation. The Crystal Phase spell formation set up at the center of the room immediately rumbled, the crimson runes on it lighting up one after the other. Lei Lin began to shiver uncontrollably. Compared to the previous few spell formations, the feeling that came from this Crystal Phase spell formation included a terrifying compressive force, as well as a chill that dug deep into his bones. Streams of icy air flowed into Lei Lin's sea of consciousness, combining with the boiling spiritual force. On one end, there were waves of heat, but on the other end, streams of cold. Lei Lin felt like his brain had expanded and seemed on the verge of exploding. With the alternating cold and heat, a huge transformation happened in his sea of consciousness, the boundaries constantly stretching outwards. Much of the liquid spiritual force shrunk under the immense compressive force, and was refined further by the constant waves of heat and cold, glimmering with sparkles. This led to the formation of crystals, marking a shift from the Hydro Phase to the Crystal Phase. Crystal Phase spiritual force was unique to each Magus, and Lei Lin paid attention to his own. It was made of dark, nearly black crystals, that held a hint of the crimson of fire inside them, denoting his affinity with these elements. The liquid spiritual force turned to crystals, and decreased in size by several folds. The warm rush of the diamond jellyfish stimulated the generation of even more spiritual force, filling up the gaps. Beep. Host body breaking through current gene limitations. Stats in all areas increasing. The AI chip's voice rang. It had been monitoring him as per usual. After entering the Crystal Phase, the entire body would experience a complete transformation as a foundation for advancing to the Morning Star realm, and this was only one of the changes. As expected, it's an advancement that affects even the genes. Lei Lin's expression revealed his elation. Amongst lower-ranked magi, there were few opportunities to break through the limits of one's genes, and it was thus very precious. Beep. Host body's spiritual force has exceeded threshold, advancing to crystal phase Magus. Recalculating stats. The AI chip's prompts came one after the other, and by this point, the waves of heat and cold had calmed and gradually disappeared. Within Leyland's sea of consciousness, a black crystallized spiritual force covered the area, seemingly indestructible. His stats had been refreshed once more. Leyland Farlier. Rank 3 Warlock, Crystal Phase. Bloodline, Giant Kamoyan Serpent. Strength, 35, Agility, 35, Vitality, 50, Spiritual Force, 351.7, Magic Power, 351.7, Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Leyland observed the newly refreshed stats that the AI chip had come up with, and nodded in satisfaction. Strength and Agility have both increased by 5 points in one go, which is already pretty good. As for my vitality, if not for finding precious materials such as the blood dragon fruit, I wouldn't be able to achieve these numbers. His spiritual force had completely broken through the threshold of 350, allowing him to enter the crystal phase. Leyland raised his arms. He could sense the modifications crystal phase spiritual force would grant his body. This was just the beginning, and though the effects had slowed and were not as obvious as when he had broken through, these imperceptible changes would result in a terrifying accumulation of strength over time. Senior Lucian advanced to the crystal phase when he was 500, and that speed is already considered rather quick in the Ouroboros clan. Senior Robin is now only 300, and his advancement had shocked the clan, earning him a reputation as the most powerful bloodline talent in the last 300 years. Leyland tidied up the room while forcing a smile. I'm only 200 and am much too young. If my speed of advancement is let out, it will definitely cause another huge ruckus. A Magus who had advanced to the crystal phase 100 years before Robin did, without the help of external influences, would definitely shock even Gilbert. But what Leyland urgently needed now was strength, and he had no choice but to break through. I need to wait for a while longer. When the war begins, everyone will be focused on the battles. Though my speed will still cause a commotion, it will definitely be smaller than if news were to leak now. With his mind made up, Leyland decided on not leaving for a while, holding himself up in his tower. With the concealing spell formation he had set up, as well as the amplification from his Magus tower, nobody would know that he had secretly advanced to the crystal phase unless Gilbert himself came and checked. This hidden strength would definitely cause enemies who had misjudged his abilities to be in for a huge shock. At this thought, a smirk rose about Leyland's lips. I really am quite curious as to who will be the first to barge in. The underground of the Magus Tower was separated into many little rooms, forming many laboratories. The facilities were first-rate even in the central continent, and Leyland had only been able to achieve this by spending many magic crystals and resources. He even owed quite a few favors. In the past, a few less important laboratories were open to a few high-ranked warlocks that were under Leyland. Now, however, this layer was empty. The Magi who usually remained in the Magus Tower had followed Leyland's command and left for a while. Even his disciple, Snoopy, had been chased out. In the innermost, largest and most advanced laboratory, Leyland stood silently, drawing a rune on the floor. Though he had simulated this activity a great many times with the AI chip, he was still extremely focused while he drew, concentrating on the rune and lines on the ground. Compared to the other spell runes used in the central continent, what he was now carving evidently held the style of another dimension. Some parts were even a mess of disorganized figures and lines, but closer inspection revealed that they were strangely three-dimensional. Only when the last stroke was done did Leyland sigh slightly, looking at the spell formation that had no mistakes. It's finally done. The long time he'd spent on carving had resulted in a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. With his current vitality, this should have been almost impossible. Scanning completed, confirmation that there are no errors. The AI chip's voice sounded at this moment. Then, the preparations for interplanar experiments are complete, Leyland thought as he stroked his chin. He had gone out and went through the trouble of finding an astral stone. Was it all not for the purpose of preliminary astral experiments? Hence, after he advanced to the crystal phase, he had been impatient to begin his research. All experiments related to the astral plane were dangerous, and this held true even for preliminary ones. Hence, Leyland had no choice but to disperse all the Magi in the tower. This was to eliminate all external influences so that he could concentrate on the experiments here. Interplanar experiments were a high-level research that only Morning Star Magi could conduct. They were connected to the glory of the ancient era, and Leyland ambitiously hoped to make use of this research. Hence, this preparatory research work was vital. Even this research had very stringent requirements. A high-grade Magus tower, hydrophase strength and astral stones were the most basic requirements. Though the requirement for the Magus was merely to have reached the hydrophase, Leyland wanted to be on the safe side. He waited till he had advanced to the crystal phase before he began the research. The more powerful he was, the safer he would be. This was indisputable. The information for the preparatory work regarding the astral gate obviously came from Duke Gilbert. By aiding him in many experiments, Leyland had gained valuable experience. At the heart of this giant interplanar spell formation was the smaller astral stone that he had gained from Vance. The blue luster on its surface seemed more powerful. Leyland took in a deep breath and checked everything once more. Only after ensuring was fine did he issue the command. Tower Genie, begin charging. Confirming authority. Magus Tower preserving 10% of energy as base reserve. Remaining energy will be used on the spell formation. The Tower Genie rapidly reported. The Magi outside watched this marvelous scene. The runes on the giant black Magus Tower dimmed one after the other. Besides a very dim glow, it had basically stopped operating. After its construction over 100 years ago, this was the first time that this had happened. It immediately gave rise to the panic of residents who knew nothing. This Magus Tower was a safeguard to them, and was the thing that could preserve their lives and safety. Cubular, who had stayed behind in Onyx Castle, had no choice but to dispatch patrolling officers to put down these worries. Grandfather, will Mentor's experiments be successful? Snoopy seemed to know more and asked Parker. How can the mysteries of the astral plane be something we can pry into? As long as we successfully activate the spell formation, the Lord's experiment can be counted as a success. Parker forced a smile. The energy required to probe into the astral plane is much too terrifying. Regular Magus towers cannot withstand it, but don't worry about that. The Lord's Magus Tower uses a top-grade setup of positive and negative energy pools, and there shouldn't be much of a problem in terms of resources. Buzz, the giant Magus Tower trembled, and terrifying elemental tides formed two large rainbows, one dark and one light. One disappeared into the crest, the other into the base. Tower beginning charging, and positive and negative energy pools are revolving. The genie reported. Snoopy was no stranger to this scene, but now he could only silently pray, hoping that his mentor's experiment would be a success. He felt a hint of pride at this. Out of the entire continent, there were few Magi who could do even some of the preparatory experiments into probing through the astral plane alone as a rank 3 Magus. His mentor was one of them. Chapter 467, Power of Destiny. Power of Destiny. Within the Magus Tower. Leyland gazed steadily at the giant interplanar spell formation. With the positive and negative energy pools working at full strength, the runes atop the spell formation lit up one after the other, causing terrifying waves of spatial undulations to converge on the spot. Spell formation working as per normal. 67% activated. Gaia curvature stabilized. The AI chip constantly monitored the spell formation, reporting to Leyland occasionally. With the spell formation slowly activating, the blue rays from the astral stone right in the middle condensed, giving off a resplendent light. The spatial undulations that had been on the verge of going berserk fused with the blue light and quickly stabilized, surging in a single direction. At the same time, Leyland sensed that a frightening energy was surging out of the astral stone, supporting the operation of the entire spell formation. Spell formation activation increasing in speed. Progress at 75%, 80%, 85%, 90%, 100%. The AI chip rapidly intoned. When all the runes within the spell formation lit up, the spatial energy followed a channel and converged before Leyland, forming a silver mirror the size of a fist. At the heart of the mirror was a small vortex, its destination unknown. Leyland had seen this situation multiple times at Gilbert's. This meant that he had now made contact with the astral plane. However, this spiritual force channel of his was much smaller than Gilbert's. Furthermore, he could not open a few simultaneously, and could only allow the entry of spiritual force seeds to find coordinates. Physical beings could not pass through. It was naturally impossible for there to be a similar situation as the first time at Gilbert's, where a creature of the astral plane had passed through the mirror and attacked them. Though he had lost the chance to fish for benefits, it was good that his safety was not compromised. In a way, the gains balanced the losses. Leyland carefully appreciated this feeling. There was large difference between helping with someone else's experiments and performing one alone. For instance, Leyland now sensed that with the assistance from the spell formation, especially with the energy from the astral stone in the middle, his own spiritual force seemed to be able to peep at the edges of a frightening dimension. This was a confluence of time and space, the peak of the universe. A higher dimension which had an unexplainable existence. Even just the aura that was given off was dazzling and glorious, going on for eternity and stimulating his desires to explore. Just becoming aware of all this is enough payoff from this experiment, Leyland sighed. The opportunity to see the astral plane was a very rare opportunity for Magi. They might not even need other advantages, just observing the astral plane every day would bring about indescribable benefits. Of course, this was impossible. Experiments on the astral plane every day. Even Morning Star Magi would go bankrupt. Beginning projection of spiritual force onto the astral plane. Recording data. The AI chip instantly intoned under Leyland's guidance. A thread of crystal phase spiritual force, with the gleam of actual crystals, appeared from Leyland's forehead and formed a spiritual force seed before quickly disappearing into the silver mirror, and into the vortex. Begin localization support, activate navigation mode. Leyland commanded. Immediately after, his spiritual force seed seemed to find its way in the chaotic space, and went head-on dauntlessly, even going against the current. The AI chip quickly began to calculate, and numbers began flashing before Leyland's eyes. Spatial turbulence estimated to happen in 0.34 s. Suggested directional change is 34 degrees to the left. This spiritual communication happened in an instant, and Leyland's spiritual force seed immediately moved in a different direction, accurately avoiding the spatial turbulence. It even joined an undercurrent that headed east, floating further away. Compared to Gilbert's experiments where he depended on luck, Leyland's method was evidently more effective, and he would find it easier to obtain results. It was a pity that Leyland was the only one with support from the AI chip, and it was not as if he could expose his secret. Hence, while he was at Gilbert's, Leyland tried to familiarize himself with the AI chip's functions, but did not dare use it at will. He could only go through with his plans when he was conducting his own experiments. As expected, with help from the AI chip, chances of my spiritual force seed being destroyed are much lesser than average. A hint of excitement appeared on Leyland's face. Warning! Warning! Spatial storm generated ahead. Time to impact is 0.00000001 s. Retreat is suggested. The AI chip's voice sounded once more. However, it was much too late. Though Leyland's spiritual force seed tried its best to retreat, its struggle was like that of an ant against the flow of time. Besides, time was scarce, and the horrifying spatial storm was generated instantly in front, whirling the seed within. Leyland fell 2 steps back, feeling dizzy, but he quickly recovered. He was no longer a newly advanced rank 3 Magus, and was now at the crystal phase, preparing to enter the Morning Star realm. Injuries that could harm his spiritual force then were now nothing to him. Even condensing 10 or so spiritual force seeds at one go was not a problem. The support system of the AI chip also has its limits. At most, it will allow me to go further than other Magi can. A wry smile appeared about Leyland's lips. The dangerous spatial turbulences were extremely terrifying and unpredictable. Even with the frightening calculation abilities of the AI chip, it was difficult to completely establish a pattern and understand them. In addition, even when knowing there was danger ahead, once held by the spatial turbulence, Leyland's spiritual force might not be able to escape. However, even so, Leyland was already content. The AI chip can increase my chances of success from 1 in a million to 1 in 10,000, he thought. 1 in 10,000. As long as he persevered and continued trying, he would definitely gain benefits. In actuality, these odds were enough for Morning Star Magi to go green in envy, not considering the other methods Leyland had as well. In matters like these that depend on probability, the coin of destiny might be useful. Leyland flipped over his palm, and a dim golden coin appeared in the middle of it. As this was his own experiment and nobody was around, he could use all of his methods. A spiritual force seed was formed once again. Lei Lin rubbed the coin on the seed, and a layer of dim golden luster appeared on its surface. Gotcha! Meanwhile, a huge crack appeared on the surface of the coin of destiny once more, almost breaking it in half. Seeing the coin of destiny on the brink of complete destruction, Lei Lin felt piteous before he stored it carefully. The coin of destiny was able to predict anything as long as it did not deal with the Morning Star realm. However, the moment it did, there would be frightful repercussions. As for the turbulence in the astral plane, this was even more dangerous than Morning Star Magi. Based on the situation, the coin of destiny would probably be completely destroyed after being used like this a few more times. For the period of time that Lei Lin had been in the central continent, he had not seen any children of destiny such as Bei Lin and Longbottom. His instincts also told him that it would be a long time till he could make another coin of destiny. What happened the last time was merely a coincidence. If he wanted to do it again, things would not be so simple. I hope the power of destiny will be able to help me proceed forward. Lei Lin sighed and sent the dark golden spiritual force seed in. Monitoring. Vortex estimated to appear on left, recommendation to move far away. Lei Lin's eyes were now emanating blue light. The AI chip's abilities were being utilized to the fullest as large amounts of data appeared before him. He was like a helmsman who had gone through gales and waves. Amidst the storms, he continued to guide the seed forward, dodging in impossible ways and avoiding spatial turbulences. Within the gigantic spatial crack, the golden ray was like a little boat passing through gaps in the turbulence, its movements unbelievably agile and smooth. Woo! At this moment, a giant black figure suddenly appeared in the air, pouncing towards the golden spiritual force seed. A creature of the void. I didn't notice it. Lei Lin was extremely annoyed. Creatures that lived in these spatial cracks usually had terrifying spatial abilities, and the AI chip was much too far away to scan and notice it. Dodge it immediately. The dim golden spiritual force seed quickly evaded, but the black figure roared, refusing to let up. A sharp, giant mouth formed on its stomach, hot on the seed's heels. Beep, warning. Warning. Spatial turbulence estimated to happen in 0.00023 s. The AI chip's prompt sounded again. Shit. Lei Lin's eyes were now slightly bloodshot, and he was doing all he could to avoid that region. Rumble, berserk spatial undulations swept through, and Lei Lin's spiritual force seed was caught within. Woo! That creature noticed that its delicacy had been swept into the spatial turbulence, and could only roar at the boundaries before disappearing into the darkness. Is it going to die out again? Lei Lin was full of agony. At this moment, the golden rays on the seed flickered. Rumble. And even more powerful spatial turbulence formed at the side. The two spatial storms collided, wreaking havoc on space itself. Kacha. Countless bolts of silver lightning crashed into each other, tearing open numerous spatial cracks. Lei Lin's spiritual force seed actually followed along a crack and, despite the alarm it had caused, fell in without harm. The power of destiny. Lei Lin, who had seen this scene, suddenly sighed, holding more reverence for the mysterious, unmeasurable power of destiny. Chapter 468, Black Rain World. Black Rain World. In a wasteland where little red grass with serrated edges filled the seams of rocks, which were decorated with strange images of humanoid faces, droplets of black rainwater generated within the cracks in the ground, quickly rose, and rained into the horizon. The rain here was actually black, and moved in the opposite direction. A dim golden spiritual force seed lay atop a blade of red sawtooth grass, giving off spiritual force undulations and scanning the surroundings. Lei Lin admired the sight. In that case, I'll name this place the Black Rain World. I never thought I'd be so lucky and find a plane without a protector, and I wasn't even discovered. If Duke Gilbert found this place, he'd definitely go crazy in elation, right? However, it's much too extravagant for me. A complete different plane represented boundless top-grade resources, as well as much information regarding different dimensions. It was more than sufficient to make a Morning Star Magus go insane in envy. When it came to places like this which held traces of life and were possible to reside in, Lei Lin believed that Duke Gilbert would immediately hold no qualms and open the astral gate to arrive here, no matter the cost. However, all this was much too early to Lei Lin. What he had opened up was merely a spiritual force channel that could not transport physical objects, much less his own body. That was a function of an astral gate, and still in the remote future for him. If not for this seed being formed from crystal phase spiritual force, it might long since have dissipated. However, at this rate, this merely slows down the process. The rays from the golden spiritual force seed were very weak. In this environment, it seemed on the verge of being extinguished. I can only transmit information here, so what's most valuable to me here would be the coordinates of this world, high-grade meditation techniques or information regarding the path to power and the like. Lei Lin now urgently wished for a high-energy creature to take him away. This was merely a spiritual force seed, and if it dissipated, then so be it. However, if he could make a trade with another party, that would be a frightful profit. Even if it was just this simple exchange of information, that would be the most beneficial for him. Ancient Magi had walked the path of glory through studying and imitating the paths of other worlds. If Lei Lin wished to restore the glory of the ancient era, he would definitely need to go along this road. Unable to determine world's location, Lei Lin frowned. With the connection to his spell formation, he could feel that his spiritual force seed had reached a very remote area, and this connection was only faintly discernible, and seemed to be on the verge of breaking down. One way of sending out the coordinates is to project a localizing mark there. As long as it isn't destroyed, it can send out waves of information infinitely, and then allow me to infer the coordinates. However, that's impossible for now. Lei Lin furrowed his brows. How many benefits could be obtained from a new world? It was enough to cause Morning Star Magi to go crazy. Even Breaking Dawn Magi would go green in envy and work to obtain it. Before all that, what was needed were the coordinates. This method of calculating the coordinates was very complicated. It could not be obtained so easily just by sending a spiritual force seed over. A series of meticulous, complicated calculations had to take place, as well as coordinating with the seed in that world. However, the seed was now unable to hold on for long. Being able to reach the Black Rain world was completely coincidental, and a repeat was impossible. There's another method. I can bewitch the intelligent inhabitants here and get them to set up some sort of altar, which in actuality would be a coordinate projecting device. I'll then determine, as long as the coordinates were confirmed, the Black Rain world would not be able to escape his grasp. Lei Lin had never heard of the terrifying ability to teleport himself into different worlds, even in legends. In addition, without a protector, Lei Lin's spiritual force seed was not destroyed at the outer layer of the world. This meant that the Black Rain world lacked Magi who were at or above the Radiant Moon realm. At most, their highest battle might would be at the Morning Star realm, and therefore they lacked any defense. What I lack now is time, Lei Lin gave a wry smile. His spiritual force seed could not be replenished in the Black Rain world, and was on the verge of dissipating. The moment it dissipated, it would be a complete loss. How could he take it lying down? A 1 in a 10,000 chance of finding a world was not so easily found. The coin of destiny had already been damaged to this point, and could no longer be used unless it was crucial. At this moment, Lei Lin's brows twitched. There's something there. Meanwhile, in the Black Rain world, Lei Lin's spiritual force seed lay in the plains, while two dark green humanoid beings approached. These two creatures could somehow be said to look human. They had human torsos and 2 legs, but their bodies were filled with scales, and their eyes held blood-red pupils. The arms were rather terrifying. On one side they had 4, and on the other, 3. There was even a horn sticking out from their heads. Since they have so many arms, let's call them the multi-armed race. Lei Lin did not hesitate as he named this race, looking as if he was the conqueror of the place. The 2 members of the multi-armed race gathered a type of green fruit while they conversed in a language that Lei Lin could not understand. Their language was not sounded with their throats, but information was relayed through something like electrical currents projected from their horns. Even if he identified that information, Lei Lin still did not understand. Discovery of information regarding language of a different plane. Recording. The AI chip loyally intoned. All methods of communication were definitely practical and universal. With enough samples, simulating them would merely be a question of time. At this moment, Lei Lin noticed how frightful their physical strength was. It even exceeded that of a few rank 1 high-energy creatures. If this isn't the usual standard in this world, then their strength must be exceptionally high, Lei Lin sighed, ordering the spiritual force seed to make a move. Hello. Information in the ancient Byron language through spiritual force was transmitted into the minds of these two multi-armed beings. These two were obviously scared by the sound and immediately retreated, on their guard. The ancient Byron language is a language governed by rules, and also one that is common to many worlds. I didn't expect it not to work here. Leylin sighed. Though magi of the ancient era seem to have taken over many dimensions, and forcefully implemented their language and words, the number of different worlds out there were like the countless stars in the sky. It was very possible for some to have been overlooked. It's going to dissipate anyway. Any changes in the situation are better than none at all. Buzz. With Leylin's control, the dark golden spiritual force seed began to vibrate, giving off a dim radiance. This strange situation immediately attracted the attention of two other multi-armed beings. They gathered in front of the seed and began to gesticulate at it. When they realized the dark golden seed posed no threat, they began to argue. At the end, one of them seemed to have persuaded their comrade, and used a white animal skin to carefully pick up the spiritual force seed that was already looking weak, and darting in a direction. The wind whooshed on both sides, the scenery blurring, and Leylin had to recalculate the strength of this race. Tens of minutes later, these two multi-armed beings brought Leylin to a large tribe. In terms of its appearance, it looked very primal. There were few houses, all built of bulky rocks that had been piled up, seeming very boorish. Many beings of the multi-armed race moved around the tribe every once in a while, even greeting these two after seeing them. Leylin obviously did not let this chance slip by and carefully observed everything in the tribe. He immediately made a discovery. Not considering the elderly and children, there seems to be only two types of looks for the multi-armed race. The multi-armed beings had two types of looks. One was 3 arms on the right, and 4 on the left, while the other was the exact opposite, with 4 on the right and 3 on the left. The latter was usually larger, and their scales were more firm. Leylin inferred that this could be a difference that indicated their genders. The two multi-armed beings did not seem to have a low status in the tribe. They proceeded forth with Leylin and came before a giant cave. This place. Leylin was immediately wary. From within the cave, he could feel energy particles converging. This meant there was an existence that dealt with magic, and there were even undulations similar to those of spell formations. However, compared to the Magus world, it had a different style. Outside the cave were hung all sorts of materials. Some were from animals and plants, such as the roots and fruits. Looks like I've been brought to a place where offerings are made, or where the tribe leader resides. That's good too, since these people are usually more open. The two multi-armed beings first kowtowed outside the cave devoutly, and then yelled. Sknglk, an answer resounded from within the cave. The two multi-armed beings immediately placed the hide that carried Leylin within on the ground. Respectfully bowing, they then left. The moment a sound entered Leylin's ears, he was instantly shocked. Morning Star. There's actually a Morning Star ranked being here. Talk. Talk, asterisk. Giant footsteps were heard, and immediately after, a being that was 2 times larger than others of its race appeared before Leylin. It stared at Leylin's seed, giant blood-red eyes shining as it immediately grabbed it before its figure disappeared into the cave. Chapter 469, Multi-Armed Race. Multi-Armed Race. This was the result of the natural radiation of a creature which had achieved the Morning Star realm. The space in the hillside was even larger, and many creatures' remains were casually abandoned at one side. The remaining energy waves on them made Leylin feel suffocated. In the middle of the platform, the livers of all kinds of animals were casually laid out at one side. An entirely black boiler foamed with white bubbles, making Leylin feel as if he was seeing a shaman of his old world. Be it the insignia on one side or the totem, they were all decorated with bloody brown symbols. This was Leylin's evaluation. The entire hillside seemed just like an unsophisticated laboratory, but it already possessed a certain ability for research. In a flash, the large multi-armed race being threw Leylin's seed onto an altar in the middle as the surrounding blood-red emblems immediately emitted a faint radiance. Leylin suddenly felt as if he was isolated from his surroundings, and even if he wanted to explode, he could do nothing at all. Spell formation of a different tribe? Pretty interesting. With the seed in their hands, the worst thing that could happen was just to lose it, hence Leylin was not especially afraid. The other, Worlds, spiritual force seed. At this time, the Multilim clan member spoke. Using the ancient Byron language, he stuttered slightly, but Lei Lin managed to understand his words. Yes, honorable sir. I am a space traveler, and I accidentally ended up here. Lei Lin's heart soared. Being able to communicate meant that there was hope for a transaction. Do you know the ancient Byron language? Yes. Although we of the Quark tribe have already experienced 3 extinctions, our civilization's legacy has never been gone. The large multi-armed race being seemed very proud. Lei Lin nodded. In such a brutal tribe, the clan leader, witch doctors and leaders always had deep knowledge. This was a rule that held true in almost every world. As you have seen, I am currently only a spiritual force seed, which has nearly dissipated and poses no threat. May I know if it is possible to make a deal with you? Lei Lin told him his requirements. The spiritual force seed needed the person's own spiritual force to work, and now, it could be said that time was counting down to its annihilation. Even if the other party had a way, they could only delay it at most, without being able to solve the root of the problem. Moreover, the journey to the Black Rain world this time was entirely accidental. It was impossible to create a space passageway even if he wanted to. Thus, he needed to obtain some valuable items immediately. From Lei Lin's point of view, the multi-armed race member who had already achieved the strength of the Morning Star realm largely fulfilled the requirements. Are you really doing this just for a deal? The multi-armed race member's eyes were full of distrust, and even more of cautiousness. The blood-red runes on the insignia twinkled, and it actually emitted energy waves similar to that of a lie detector. Of course. Lei Lin answered without hesitation, almost believing his own lie. You are only left with a little bit of spiritual force, I'm afraid we have not much to discuss. Moreover, the previous disasters were all brought about by you all. The large multi-armed race member evidently showed distrust towards Lei Lin. The entire altar began to rotate, almost wanting to destroy Lei Lin's spiritual force seed completely. Bitch. Which bastard came first? They're making things hard for those of us who came later, Lei Lin scolded in his heart. Still, he immediately shouted, wait, you don't need my things, but I'm sure your clan members do. I have a lot of remarkable information from different planes, including lots on organizational systems, planting, smelting, alloy making, even potion making and alchemy. I believe they will definitely be helpful to you and your clan. I can obtain these items directly from you, the large multi-armed race member laughed coldly. Streaks of blood-red lines emerged on the altar, even scheming to penetrate the spiritual force seed. So it's this kind of soul-searching method. Lei Lin's spiritual force seed suddenly shook, emitting a great dark gold radiance. The streaks of blood-red spiritual force were drowned in the bronze radiance in a flash. Right after that, Lei Lin's spiritual force seed seemed to be more illusory, as if it would be forcibly destroyed in the next moment. As you have seen, this method is ineffective on me. Even more forced methods will not benefit us both in the end. Lei Lin was secretly relieved. This multi-armed Morning Star being only broke through to the Morning Star realm based on his body strength. Similar to that male scorpion in the icy world, it was a representation of power. Hence, its experience with regards to the spiritual world was still very feeble. Such a creature could use its strong strength to beat up Lei Lin, but its power was inadequate to carry out a complicated job like soul-searching. Should Lei Lin's spiritual force seed end up in the hands of a similar Morning Star Magus who concentrated on spiritual force, he would only be left with the road to annihilation, even having many of his memories opened up for the other to see. But with Lei Lin being at the crystal phase, it was still possible to somewhat confront a barbarian with Morning Star strength. In the worst case, he could order the spiritual force seed to self-destruct, leaving the other party with nothing to gain. What exactly do you want? The multi-armed race member's expression turned sour. Simple. An equal exchange, both parties will provide valuable information, and as the outsider, I am willing to offer a portion first. Lei Lin's spiritual force seed vibrated, and sent a few books of information written in the ancient Byron language over shortly after. In those were some primitive introductions of systems, and simple agriculture and alchemy techniques. Although it was not of much help to a matured multi-armed race member who was at least rank 1, it was still enough to use as reference. Furthermore, At the end of the information, Leyland specially attached some information on methods of setting up spell formations to refine their physical bodies, as well as night training manuals that were commonly seen in the central continent. Although it was just a starter, it was still valuable. The multi-armed race, a bunch which concentrated on physical strength, would definitely be more interested in items in this aspect. Indeed, towards the agricultural techniques and other information that Leyland sent earlier, the large multi-armed race member did not show any interest. Instead, he appeared very intrigued by the proposed killing techniques. An interesting item, the large multi-armed race member nodded. The body refinement spell formations in here is enough to strengthen our children slightly. As for the last part about the killing techniques, although the structure is different, it can still provide some insights. I need the last part. Then may I ask what you have in exchange? Leyland was no longer anxious now that he had proven his worth. All that was left was for the other party to make his offer. You, the large multi-armed race member growled, but Leyland was not the least bit bothered. If he were in his original body, he would naturally be very polite to the other party to protect his life. However, the worst-case scenario was only losing a spiritual force seed. It was not a big deal, and hence, he was not anxious. What do you want? Evidently, this multi-armed race member also knew that now, Leyland was not afraid of him at all, and would not succumb to threats. If he still wanted that information, he could only give in. I am very interested in your training methods. Maybe, Leyland tried asking. He was there to search for a way to increase his strength. Anything in that regard would definitely be very valuable. A person such as this multi-armed race member seemed to show hope for his own body to break through. We Quark tribe people are born warriors. Our strength is not trained, instead, we are born with it. The large multi-armed race member proclaimed proudly. Leyland rolled his eyes. Then why is there still a great difference between you and your clan members? Creatures that had achieved Morning Star level in their adulthood, were all abnormally terrifying species. This multi-armed race was not worthy to claim itself as the Quark tribe. At the very most, they were only capable creatures with hopes of breakthrough to the Morning Star level. This piqued Leyland's interest, and he wanted to conduct research on it. In fact, the multi-armed race were also bloodline creatures. However, they were able to advance continuously, to a point that such monsters with Morning Star strength existed. This lifted Leyland's spirits. If he studied their ways of obtaining strength, would he be able to find a method to break through the bloodline shackles? That is a top secret of our Quark tribe. How can we reveal that? The large multi-armed race member rejected straight away without hesitation. I don't need it to be in-depth. Just the simplest and most basic explanations will be enough. What do you think of that? As long as you give me this information, I can give you all of the missing parts about the spell formation, as well as the next chapter of the killing techniques from before. Leyland tempted enthusiastically. To the AI chip, these most basic things were the most important, because they represented the foundation of the system. As long as the foundation was complete, based on the deductive ability of the AI chip, there would be a day when this multi-armed race's hidden secrets would be laid bare before Leyland. You give it to me first. The large multi-armed race member said. Leyland pondered for a while before giving a proposition. From the current situation, none of us will trust the other side. How about each of us hand over the information to the other party at the same time? All right. The large multi-armed race member agreed helplessly. A huge wave of energy was emitted from its horns and entered Leyland's spiritual force seed. Detected influx of spiritual force, accept. Accept. Following Leyland's order, the curtains to the path for evolution was slowly unveiled. Leyland did not go against his words as well. While receiving the information, he transmitted a large amount of information simultaneously. When the transaction was over, both parties were relatively satisfied with their gains. Very well, visitor from the other world. You didn't deceive me. The large multi-armed race member was evidently delighted. Of course. This transaction marks the beginning of our trust, and hopefully in the future, we will still, oh damn. Leyland spoke halfway and his tone suddenly became exasperated. The spiritual force seed that represented his existence suddenly became illusory, exploding into a ball of light shortly after and vanishing without any trace. Chapter 470, Danger. Danger. When spiritual force coagulated, it formed a spiritual force seed. However, when this seed entered another world, it would be unable to supplement itself. Regardless of whether it was the previous experiment or the method of transmitting and receiving messages, they required a huge amount of spiritual force. Naturally, once this spiritual force was drained completely, it signaled the end of the seed. In the Magus world, the huge interior of the Magus Tower. The terrifying interplanar spell formation shook as the rays of light gradually darkened. Damn! 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 Just when I managed to build a connection, Leyland's eyes were bloodshot as he went berserk. That's a world. An entire independent world. Exactly how many times will I have to experiment before I can find another world that is not controlled by any outsider? He stroked his forehead as he groaned. Interplanar spell formation shut down. Spell formation damage 0.19%, astral stone energy depletion 37.98%. At the same time, the AI chip transmitted the information to Leylin. Astral stone. Leylin waved his hand and immediately, the astral stone that was in the center of the interplanar spell formation returned to his hand. However, the astral stone had already shrunk a little, its radiance had dimmed as well. Originally, one such astral stone was able to support the interplanar spell formation for a long time. However, Leylin realized that in order to merely connect both sides' spiritual force, the formation had drained a huge amount of energy from it. What a pity, Leylin remained emotionless for a good while before he recovered as his eyes brightened. It was indeed a coincidence to discover the Black Rain world without a space route or coordinates. Luckily, I managed to acquire at least some information before our link got cut off. Leyland's expression then darkened. Multi-armed race techniques have been collated, the AI chip reported in the meanwhile. Even though that race with the Morning Star being called itself the Quark tribe, Leyland was persistent in calling it the multi-armed race. Naturally, the AI chip followed his own scheme. The foundational skills of the multi-armed race were very fragmented, and most of it was vague. While it was just the basic foundation of their skills, it was obvious that the clan head had done some modifications to conceal some parts of their skills. However, it was definitely an easy task for the AI chip to collate the different bits of data sent over and derive further information from that. From the looks of it, it seems similar to the way branded swordsmen and steel knights are nurtured. Leylin had much experience, which made it easy for him to spot this fact. In the Magus world, most of the ancient branches followed closely the path to strength of the other worlds, hence it was absolutely normal for things to be similar. AI chip, collate these three datas together and research on them, Leylin ordered. Task established. Proceeding with data enumeration. The AI chip immediately sent back. Leylin definitely had little interest in the data on how to nurture branded swordsmen, since the data in his possession was incomplete. With this incomplete data, the most he could nurture was a rank 1 Magus, which was definitely of no use to him. Needless to say, even a veritable flood of rank 1 Magi would be no match for someone at the Morning Star realm. However, it was definitely useful to have many subordinates. If he could nurture rank 2 or even rank 3 branded swordsmen, then Leylin would have the upper hand in many engagements. For Leylin, who was the lord of a territory, such a plan would always be worthwhile and profitable. Moreover, the training method of the multi-armed race, together with their special methods of breaking through, seemed to be valuable for his research into removing his bloodline shackles. Even though he wasn't yet at the bottleneck to the Morning Star realm, the fact that Kamoyan warlocks could never advance to rank 5 and beyond had been weighing heavily on his heart. The isolation of the Magus Tower extended to a period of a few months. Those who were waiting outside, such as Parker, witnessed the tower absorbing huge amounts of elemental particles, a phenomenon caused by the spell formation operating the positive and negative energy pools to supply the interplanar experiment. Apart from shock, all they felt was admiration for Leyland's wealth. It was definitely a rare sight in the central continent for a rank 3 Magus to conduct such research for extended periods of time. The weight of astral stones he had in reserve alone would cause any other to go bankrupt. Marquis Leylin. This is seriously. If even the subordinates of Leylin were amazed, outsiders would definitely be surprised. Take, for example, the warlock currently standing in front. This warlock had a fine appearance, which was common for warlocks. This made him seem to be as ordinary as any other magi out there, but the fact that this warlock had a pure giant Kamoyan serpent bloodline within his veins created a sense of inferiority within Parker and the rest, which also heightened their alertness as they did not dare to take this warlock lightly. Just the amount of astral stones used must be enough to drive a rank 3 Magus to desperation, right? The subordinates stared at the huge Magus tower as they couldn't help but express their shock when they saw this man. Count Timmy, Parker respectfully stood aside. Even though Timmy was a mere rank 2 warlock in account, his regal bloodline made it easy for him to advance to rank 3 or even become a Morning Star Magus. Timmy definitely surpassed Parker, who was older than him and also a rank 3 Black Coral Snake warlock, in potential. Besides, Timmy was originally from the Ouroboros clan, and his network within the clan ensured that he was an individual that one could not take lightly. I came here to hand him this invitation. However, it seems like I came at the wrong time. Timmy couldn't help but express his helplessness. Please do not worry. The Lord still returns once every month. It has almost been that amount of time since he last came out, so I presume the Count will only have to wait patiently for a short period of time, Parker answered. Timmy nodded his head. He himself was aware that, without prior notice, these high-ranking magi would definitely not tolerate any interruptions when they were going through very important research. He wasn't willing to risk it as even a slight disturbance from the outside world could have resulted in the murderous intent of the warlock being aimed at him. I would like to explore the prosperous Onyx Castle that I heard Marquis Leylin used less than 10 years to build. That would be our honor, Parker nodded his head as he called another warlock who was dressed like a butler. This is Cubular, the butler of the castle. He'll bring you around afterwards. Governing their territories was just a small matter to a warlock. Yet, due to Timmy's age, he would definitely hold some interest in exploring such territories. Another reason was for him to pass the time while waiting. Count Timmy, this is Cubular at your service. Cubular let out his most sincere smiling expression as he bowed respectfully. The warlocks who were outside joking and talking heartily were definitely ignorant towards the situation of Leylin, who was inside the Magus Tower, perspiring madly. At this point in time, in front of him stood a creature which had a sheep's head but the body of a crocodile. This creature appeared to be wise, questioning him on various topics. Do you know how the Cape Jasmine blooms? What is 1 + 1? How many tails does the infinite loop of snakes have? The creature wore a black windbreaker and was talking in a foreign language, yet surprisingly, Leylin was able to understand him. Leylin's forehead was still perspiring madly and he couldn't help but mentally let out a bellow of rage. This is impossible. In this frail mirror of dimension, how is it possible for a creature to cross over? As a high-ranking warlock and a long-time assistant of Duke Gilbert, Leylin naturally understood that such interplanar experiments were very dangerous. Many Morning Star Magi had led themselves to death as a result of coming in contact with too many strange and powerful existences, or even just by listening to the sounds of these existences. This curse could even extend to one's descendants. Yet, what he'd been doing today was not nearly as reckless. The minute his spiritual force seed entered the astral plane, this creature had found him and even immediately appeared directly within the interplanar spell formation. Abnormal energy source found. Engaging countermeasures. The A chip sounded. During the construction of this interplanar spell formation, he had naturally considered the problem of other creatures, especially with the deaths of many Morning Star Magi serving as a warning. Following the A chip statement, the symbols on the ground lit up to form a cage of crimson lightning that bound the creature firmly. The lightning, as red as blood, crashed down onto the creature with the formidable strength of Leylin's Magus Tower. Crack! Blood-red electricity arced along the creature's body as its clothing turned to ash. It developed sarcomas that leaked yellow pus as they exploded one by one. The pus and lightning clashed with each other, resulting in an ear-piercing noise. How many times does the Frank's chime strike in a century? The rotting flesh on the creature kept sliding off, yet it seemed not to notice as it continued to question him. Attack at full power. Leylin ordered. With a boom, numerous bolts of the blood-red lightning converged to form a huge sphere that struck down at the creature. Do you know, the edge of the lightning sphere dug into the creature as its body disappeared slowly. The sheep head fell to the floor, still persistent in its questions. The two eyes were already overflowing with blood. Boom! The lightning struck again, and it seemed as if time and space froze at that moment, only to resume flowing shortly after. What? Leylin looked at the silver mirror in front of him. The lab seemed to be perfectly fine, and even the interplanar spell formation was working all right. There was not a trace of the creature in the place it had occupied just before. Chapter 471, Neutralization. Neutralization. Was that an illusion? Leylin muttered under his breath and turned his attention to the AI chip's records. Unknown force field interference detected. Host has entered a state of confusion. Interplanar spell formation engaging countermeasures, charging. Magus tower prepared to eradicate interference, beginning. Host has successfully been restored to normalcy. Alert ended. The red records made Leylin feel gloomy. In the middle of all this, the spiritual force seed that he had sent into the astral plane had vanished without a trace into a spatial rift. Tower Genie. Leylin called out. My lord. The green genie immediately flew towards Leylin. How much of our energy reserves are left? Energy currently at 1.9% of maximum. Energy boost has been initiated, it replied instantly. What led to such a huge consumption? Records are in chaos, the Tower Genie expressed a rare puzzlement. Indeed. What happened a moment ago was real. It wasn't an illusion. Leylin drew a deep breath. He'd always known interplanar research was risky. Still, what he'd experienced just now was possibly his greatest research crisis to date. Fortunately, the three astral laws are unbreakable. Hence, the other creature was unable to pass through and could only create an illusory projection. Leylin stroked his chin, pondering about the events that had happened one more time. It was merely an illusory projection and yet it was that menacing. Had I opened an astral gate and allowed the other party to enter, perhaps my entire territory would have been destroyed. With such thoughts, he felt his lingering fear wash over him. Fortunately, it lacked the power to do anything. The situation was resolved by the countermeasure of the dimension spell formation. He exhaled a deep breath and turned his head around. Do you know, a huge decapitated goat head with yellow liquid flowing out of it, appeared behind him. Two huge lifeless pupils locked onto Leylin's. In a split second, a layer of black scales surfaced on Leylin's body and both his eyes turned amber. Petrifying gaze. Rays of mysterious light hit the opposing wall, and a layer of whitish-gray stone covered it. The goat head disappeared into thin air. This matter is not finished. Leylin's face turned gloomy. AI chip, start scanning. Beep. Mission established. Beginning scan. It took but a few seconds for it to respond with its findings. Remnants of an unknown force field have been detected. Confirmed to be interplanar contamination. Buzz, he stopped the whole interplanar spell formation with a wave of his hand. And then, with a blast at the center, the astral stone turned into smithereens. The energy from this astral stone that he'd acquired from Vance of the Roloth family had been exhausted completely. Seeing the course of events, Leylin took a deep breath before stepping up to the middle of the room. In the library, multiple sprinklers that were fixed to the ceiling and connected to an enormous pool in the center started spraying a fragrant whitish-green liquid. Rank 5 Purification Pool. I hope it's of help. Interplanar defense was a compulsory course for anyone performing research in the area. Leylin had gotten Gilbert's own purification system a while ago and built an enhanced version for himself. Green liquid dripped from the nozzles, its antiseptic scent strong and sharp. Soon, Leylin was completely drenched. As the green liquid washed over him, green fur started to appear on the surface of his clothing before being washed off by the same liquid again. This is so troublesome. Leylin assessed his situation and furrowed his brows. He stripped himself naked and jumped into the pool in the center. ZZ, an enormous whirlpool formed of pearl-white liquid started bubbling lightly. Traces of black liquid oozed out of Leylin's pores, visible to the naked eye. After several rinses, Leylin stepped into another purification room. Inside, many human-sized flowers and plants were blooming. They opened up their petals and revealed their scarlet-red tongues with suction pads. After multiple purifications, Leylin wore a brand new loose-fitting robe and relaxed on a recliner. I've sent many seeds into the astral plane in the past 3 months, but unfortunately I didn't have help from the coin of destiny. There's no way to find the Black Rain world again. Not only did I suffer an irrecoverable loss, I have even provoked such a heinous creature. Leylin weighed his gains and losses. He had run many experiments on the astral plane, and had gotten some substantial gains. Yet, compared to his engagement with the multi-armed race, it was all worth nothing. With the AI chip's help, he had figured out the secret spell, and named it multi-limb strength. The AI chip simulations had proven that such a secret spell had the ability to break apart one's genetic limitations. So much so, that it could enhance Leyland's current vitality by 5 to 10 points. To Leyland, such temptations were irresistible. The more powerful one's vitality, the harder it was to advance further. When his vitality was at 10 to 20 points, he hadn't bothered much about raising it. But now, to advance further from his base was an uphill task. If word leaked of his multi-limb strength, it would drive body-refining magi crazy and cause them to act. Even this one gain was enough to offset all his losses in the past 3 months. This was the main attraction of the astral plane. There were both sides to a coin, no profit without loss. After becoming unable to use the coin of destiny, Leyland's experiments had been at a bottleneck, with multiple attempts to proceed resulting in failure. Especially today. He'd unexpectedly drawn towards himself a completely unknown living creature. It was, in fact, not an organism. Just a formless being with consciousness. When it flared up, it was potentially more horrifying than an ancient curse. My luck had been average, I think it's time to stop. Leyland had a bad premonition about the dangers he had been facing. He shut his eyes lightly, and when he opened them, the same decapitated goat head appeared in front of him again. Its eyes were filled with death and traces of ridicule. Leyland sighed. Facing the goat head eye to eye, his face was expressionless. 10 seconds later, the goat head once again disappeared without a trace, as if what had just happened was another illusion. So troublesome. Leyland was evidently annoyed, how dare it? He got up in a flash, grabbed his clothes, and went to the center of a restricted room. Grasping the knob of the door, another illusion appeared as the yellowish bronze knob morphed into a familiar goat head, glaring at Leyland, and giving him a sinister smile. Such circumstances would drive any Magus crazy, and cause many other repercussions as well. Upon opening the door, a cold mechanical voice was transmitted, "This is the core room. Only host Leyland Farlier is permitted entry. All trespassers will be executed." Soon after, horrifying spell energy locked onto Leyland's body. Rays of red, green, and blue scanned his body. Scanning has begun. Authority verified. Alarm lifted. With the last sound, his body felt a rush of relief. This was a small core room. There was only an experimental table with a crystal ball, and on top of it were intermittent images of a white bone. Leyland laid down on the experimental table. Soon, he could hear noises from all around. First were some animalistic growls, and then there were the pitiful cries of someone in the throes of death. Leyland was unmoved and nonchalantly gave the order, "Begin radiation." Beginning radiation. A mysterious energy appeared from the lamia finger bone, streaking across Leyland's body. Slowly, the giant Kamoyan serpent bloodline in his body was roused to a gentle boil. Given any other time, he would have enjoyed this process immensely. However, this time he felt different. Streaks of ash-gray fog appeared all over his body, enveloping him like a huge callus. It made him feel like he was struggling on his deathbed. Remnants of an unknown force field have been detected in the host. Confirmed to be interplanar contamination. The AI chip repeated, and then added something else. It is advised to stop the lamia radiation. No. Increase the radioactive level. Raise it by 10 times, an ambitious glare burned in Leyland's eyes. The AI chip only had the rights to suggest, not to execute anything. Acting on his will, rays of blue currents radiated from the lamia bone, causing huge energy undulations. It broke through the gray fog and shone onto his body. Leyland groaned as he clenched his teeth, both hands holding tightly to the experimental table, using so much strength that he left imprints on it. Purplish-black patches started to appear on his body, looking similar to sunburns. Epidermal cells are now 39.78% damaged. Host is suggested to abort the radiation. The AI chip sounded once again. It seems to be insufficient. Increase intensity, adjust to 50 times. Leyland locked his jaw tightly and hissed. *ZZ. The enormous radiation tangled with the ash-gray fog, turning it into a liquid that dripped down. The noises surrounding Leyland began to intensify in both volume and chaos. The white goat head once again appeared in front of Leyland. This time, the fur on it started to be shed one by one and the two horns started to shrink back into its skull, resulting in a huge change in its appearance. After numerous alterations and transformation, the original goat head had morphed into a female human head. Her eyes were all white, and were streaming blood. Chapter 472, Strong Ancient Blood Serpent Castle. Strong Ancient Blood Serpent Castle. The force fields have been neutralized. Host body's contamination is being dissipated. With the mist surrounding Leyland's body becoming weaker, the female head in front of him became less distinct and finally disappeared into the air. When the last bit of mist was gone, Leyland immediately ordered for the radiation to be stopped. Following that, he saw his skin looking as if it had been severely burnt and smiled wryly. These injuries would definitely have killed any normal person. However, for Magi, as long as the astral pollution could be gotten rid of, everything else was not an issue. Leyland wriggled his body, and the wounds on his body began to crack. Skin began to crease in a process similar to that of snakes molting. Then, as if taking off his clothes, he shed off the dead skin and revealed fair, unblemished skin once more. In just a few minutes, Leyland, who had seemed like a malicious spirit, had regained his normal appearance. After changing his clothes, Leyland huffed a long sigh. It really was quite dangerous this time. That creature with consciousness is still something I am unable to comprehend. Just some spiritual force contamination was too much for him to handle himself. This was an existence whose strength definitely surpassed the morning star realm, maybe even at the strength of a radiant moon Magus. If not for his Lamia finger bone allowing him to treat this through the neutralization of force fields, he would be plagued with troubles for a long time. Now, though, even if the contamination through radiation was very powerful, the Lamia was an ancient rank 5 existence. When the radiation from two highly ranked existences collided, the only result would be mutual destruction. Leyland had taken a risk with this, but the effects seemed pretty good. What happened this time is a warning. It looks like I should pause my experiments for now. Leyland walked out of the courtroom, ordering the tower genie to send him some desserts and drinks, before he asked, "How has the situation outside been in the time that I've been experimenting?" While experimenting, Magi usually disconnected themselves from all communication to prevent any disturbances. The tower genie now had the role of something like a housekeeper. Not only did it have to intercept messages from the outside, it also needed to filter out the most important information for Leyland to peruse. Someone from Freya's family came here. There's even an invitation card. Leyland touched his chin. Could it be that she's already broken through to the crystal phase? His relationship with Freya was not half bad, especially after selling the bloodline gemstones to her. Though Freya had then secluded herself and not contacted him, they were part of the same clan. He had to give her some face. Leyland thought for a moment and sent down an order, "Inform Parker that I'll meet that Timmy tomorrow." Besides this, there were a few other miscellaneous matters that Leyland had to take care of as the one with the highest authority. Without his approval, many things could not be implemented on this piece of land. These were all necessary. Even if they might be complicated and result in lowered efficiency, they could not be avoided. The next day, Timmy, who had been waiting for a long time, finally saw the well-known Leyland in the Magus Tower. An adamantine puppet sent in some desserts and drinks before withdrawing. Leyland watched the reserved young man. He was obviously very young, but the purity of his bloodline far exceeded that of Noah from Robin's family. This descendant of Freya's family was probably someone that they favored. Sending him here was a show of how highly they valued Leyland. Lord Marquis Leyland's Magus Tower is truly wondrous. Timmy praised from the bottom of his heart. Leyland's top-grade Magus Tower had a reputation of its own within the Ouroboros clan. There were always guests coming over and gasping in awe over it. However, when these words were produced from Timmy's lips, there was something very sincere about it that gave Leyland a favorable impression. After chatting for a while, Leyland asked, "Timmy, what are your intentions in coming here?" At the mention of his business, Timmy turned solemn. "I was asked by the head of the family to pass this invitation to my lord." As he said this, he respectfully passed an invitation card to Leyland. Usually, if it was something common, communication via secret imprints was enough. Getting someone to specifically send an invitation was only something that large noble families would do. Even then, it was only done when there was some celebration or important festival. There was a sweet scent from the surface of the paper. After skimming through the content, Leyland nodded. Freya has already advanced to the crystal phase. As expected, it's a joyous matter. I'll personally congratulate her. For high-ranked magi, advancement was always very difficult. Each success definitely called for a celebration. When Lei Lin had achieved the Hydro phase, he had invited his seniors over. Compared to the Hydro phase, the Crystal phase was multiple levels higher and more difficult. Many thanks, my lord. Timmy bowed respectfully. Though Freya had only just advanced and could not be considered any genius as compared to Robin, she was still quite decent. In addition, their family still had plans of having a good relationship with Lei Lin. After all, Lei Lin was so young and already a Hydro phase Magus. His future was boundless. This was without them even knowing of Lei Lin's advancement to the Crystal phase. If they did, they would definitely value him even more highly. I definitely need to go this time. An invitation from nobility was extremely important. The other party had even especially sent someone over, and if Lei Lin did not attend, even Freya would feel very uncomfortable. After sending Timmy away, Lei Lin lightly sighed. With his current strength, the rank 2 Timmy naturally would not be able to sense his real aura if he wanted to conceal it. Crystal phase at 200 years of age. That would be too high profile. Lei Lin shook his head. I need to keep a low profile and hide my strength before going there. Lei Lin had gotten used to being a wolf in sheep's clothing. Right from his days as an acolyte, he developed a technique to conceal his aura and spiritual force waves. On top of that, he had obtained that spiritual force compression technique, making things much easier for him. After reaching rank 3, the effects of these spells became weaker. Lei Lin improved on them again with the spell models he had obtained as well as those from the Ouroboros clan. He had even especially created a few secret supporting techniques. Lei Lin was very confident in his concealing skills. If he went all out, even peak rank 3 Crystal phase Magi might not be able to see through him. Unless it was a Morning Star Magus in front of him, there was nobody to fear. Freya is the beloved disciple of the Blood Duchess, Emma. She would normally attend. Lei Lin touched his chin, pondering deeply. Recently, Kesha mentioned that the mentors seem to have found a world that could very well be purgatory. The 3 elders have all been deep in experiments on the astral plane, and it's not quite likely that they'll emerge. The desire Kamoyan warlocks had towards purgatory was something outsiders were unable to comprehend. Mere traces of the Snake Dowager was enough for all the warlocks in the Ouroboros clan to go crazy. After all, the restraints of their bloodlines could only be resolved with her. In addition, the purgatory world itself was a giant world. It held boundless riches and, compared to the surrounding worlds, it could be said to be a large-scaled world. If not, the Snake Dowager would not have chosen to move her community here. This resulted in many magi going forth and exploring. The Snake Dowager is probably in existence at or above rank 7. Even if they found her, what could the mentors offer her? Lei Lin shook his head, not very supportive of Gilbert's actions this time. However, there was little that could be done. Since the 3 elders were now consumed in their research on the astral plane, this gave him the chance to take advantage of the situation. The other high-ranked warlocks could not see through his pretense, and hence, concealing his spiritual force undulations and going forth to congratulate them was very possible. Fresh flowers filled the ground. This was Freya's family's territory. As it was a noble family that had been passed down through generations, the range of their territory far exceeded that of his own. The wealth of the residents was something that Lei Lin, who had only managed things for 100 years, could not compare to. Freya's castle was situated beside a snaking river, with a sea of flowers around it. Diverse, splendid flower petals spilled all over the ground. Lei Lin even smelt a fishy smell amidst the fragrance in the air. He extended an arm and immediately caught a 5-colored spotted snake under a plant. The scales of this snake were giving off a magnificent luster, complementing the flower petals all over the ground. It was basically impossible to distinguish them with the naked eye. As if feeling the bloodline in Lei Lin, the flower snake did not dare resist. Instead, it tried to curl itself up as much as possible, looking rather pitiful. Looks like another result of crossbreeding. Lei Lin was speechless and released this flower snake which had toxins potent enough to break through an ordinary Magus innate defensive spell back into the sea of flowers, shaking his head. As bloodline nobility, it would be unusual not to concentrate on techniques on modifying bloodlines. However, for Lei Lin, who had gathered precious experimental data from the Quicksand organization, these experiments were rather unsophisticated. All the creatures which had been created were the type that he couldn't even bother catching another glimpse of. In comparison, the castle at the heart of the Sea of Flowers was what interested Leyland the most. The ancient blood serpent castle that Freya's family had inherited was not a mere place for commoners like Leyland's onyx castle. This was a true ancient Magus castle. After the great effort of bloodline warlocks across countless generations, every inch of the land of the ancient blood serpent castle was completely soaked in the power of magic. This created a very formidable defense that could defend against even morning star magi for a period of time. Chapter 473, Banquet and Invitation. Banquet and Invitation. In the ancient blood serpent castle were many phenomena that even their current leader, Freya, could not explain clearly. As a result, when he first saw the crimson structure, Leyland quickly grew fond of the place. This sort of ancient castle is what is truly fit to be the residence of a Magus. My onyx castle lacks these details, he thought as he sighed. Freya's family was rumored to even have seen morning star magi amongst their ranks in history, and it was naturally something that Leyland could not compare to. Yet, Leyland was confident in himself. As long as he advanced to the morning star realm, he would not need a long time before the onyx castle would be comparable to this ancient blood serpent castle and be a true ancient Magus castle. A large number of carriages were parked at the plaza of the castle, and in the area were many magical creatures. A large number of guests entered from the main gate, and the entire area seemed very lively. Greetings were thrown around audibly on occasion. For someone to come here alone was very rare, and Leyland immediately attracted attention for it. Thankfully, he was famous to begin with, and many members of the organization had seen him before. Even for those who hadn't, there were definitely images and information regarding him. Naturally, he would not be mocked. Leyland, there you are. After some disturbance at the gates, Freya, who was dressed in glamorous attire, came forward to welcome Leyland. Even though they had not met for a very long time, her face still looked childlike, and even though she had the might of a crystal phase Magus, she looked just like a little girl, a huge contrast to her mature and enticing figure. Calling me directly by my name. Am I that close to you? Leyland rolled his eyes internally, but still allowed Freya to affectionately hold his arms as they walked into the castle. This was obviously a signal with an obvious implication. Leyland knew very well that, in Freya's heart, she probably did not have any intentions of giving up on him completely. She had always liked to show how close she was to him at public occasions like these. However, he was just as happy about the situation. This way, there would be fewer female warlocks coming to cause him trouble. Only Miranda would have the guts to fight with Freya over a man. However, after being subdued by Leyland, Miranda had become a lot more down-to-earth. I'm very happy that you're here today. I hope to be able to meet you privately after the banquet, and discuss some matters regarding our mentor. She lightly whispered into Leyland's ears, and tenderly hugged him before going to entertain other guests. She was the main lead of the event today, and there were many distinguished high-ranked warlocks who had made their way here. Naturally, she could not only accompany Leyland. Mentor? Leyland stroked his chin. From the looks of it, Freya had gained an interest in the rumors regarding the discovery of traces of Purgatory World. However, she seemed concerned as well, and this foresight set her apart from other warlocks. Leyland shrugged his shoulders, looked for a corner, and started to quietly enjoy the delicacies and wine. As fitting of nobles with thousands of years of heritage, the banquet had very sumptuous food, which surpassed Leyland's expectations. Ha! Leyland, do you like being here alone? Aren't you going to dance? After sitting for a while on the sofa, Leyland saw a familiar face. The aura of Robin's body was gloomy, and the black marking on his forehead had occupied almost his entire face. It made Leyland rather uncomfortable. He was now smiling at Leyland, holding a crystal glass filled with grape wine. On the other end, many female warlocks wearing revealing clothes shot coquettish glances over. Senior Robin. Leyland smiled and nodded, I have no interest in these things. That's not what you said when you were dealing with Miranda previously. Robin smiled and shook his head, and sat beside Leyland. Evidently, he had just used the female warlocks as a conversation starter. The aura on your body has reached a stage where even I can't seem to see through, Robin sized up Leyland and said with a laugh, a glint in his eyes. After being watched this way, Leyland felt chills down his spine. The greediness Robin was concealing well was causing him to feel apprehensive. Senior Robin, stop joking around. I've merely mastered a few powerful spells recently, Lei Lin smiled and declined. His skills at altering his aura typically could not be seen through by an ordinary crystal phase Magus, but Robin had managed to do so, which put him on his guard. Why haven't I seen Noah around? Lei Lin immediately diverted the conversation. Robin's eyes registered fondness. Noah has already reached the important milestone in his spiritual force's advancement to the vapor phase. He has been staying back in the family. I would have to congratulate Senior in advance then, Lei Lin smiled, but yet felt like things were not as simple as how Robin made it out to be. Robin became silent, before issuing an invitation. All of us have benefited greatly from the previous expedition. I've recently obtained some new intelligence. What do you think? Are you keen on another one? I am willing to give you 40% of the benefits this time round. Expedition. Where to? Lei Lin seemed interested, as he tilted his body forward slightly. An ancient pocket dimension. I can confidently say it holds an ancient morning star Magus writings, and might even be related to the ruins of the Quicksand organization. Robin slightly organized his words. Quicksand organization. Lei Lin's eyes lit up, but the alarm bells ringing in his heart had grown extremely loud. After deliberating for a long time, he finally gave a reply, I'm sorry, Senior. I've been conducting an extremely important experiment recently, and I'm afraid I will not be able to head out for long periods of time. The instant after he said this, he felt chills, as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. Oh. What a pity, Robin sighed, then got up and left. However, Lei Lin could evidently feel the fury Robin was trying to keep in, and many things that were hidden in the dark. What a terrifying man. Lei Lin heaved a deep sigh of relief after seeing Robin's back. From the looks of it, the trip to the Quicksand Castle has caused a huge change in him. Lei Lin had a feeling that this Robin was an entirely different person from that passionate and positive man he'd known. However, even if it were the old Robin who had came forth with the invitation, Lei Lin would probably decline it as well. Currently, he was not short of anything. Since it was very chaotic outside, going out and exploring now would obviously just be a death wish. On top of that, Lei Lin did not feel at ease with the current Robin. Banquets like those between the elites were relatively boring, at least in Lei Lin's eyes. Many bloodline elites like to flatter each other and flaunt their wealth, and eventually get themselves drunk. Many good-looking males and females would even cuddle on the stage, and then leave the banquet together and enter designated cubicles. According to rumors, the cubicles had relatively good soundproofing functions, and even if the world were to crumble, the voices within would not be transmitted to the areas outside. The people in the cubicle were therefore free to do whatever they wanted without any worries. The strength Lei Lin was displaying was that of a hydro-phase Magus. As a marquis of the Ouroboros clan, many high-ranked warlocks would naturally come forth to flirt with him. Even when he tried to hide in a corner, it was hard to get a break with all the coquettish invitations he was getting. Normally, Lei Lin did not mind playing this game, but after the banquet, he had Freya's private invitation to attend to. Robin's appearance had also caused him to feel uneasy, and that had naturally been a killjoy. It was not until Lei Lin felt like his facial muscles were cramping from him smiling that the majestic banquet was announced to have ended. This was a celebration meant for just the high-ranked nobility. For the low-ranked warlocks or peasants, they would get to rest for a weekend. Freya's clan would even provide white bread and rum free of charge. From the looks of it, such an auspicious occasion had not occurred in her family for a very long time, hence the need for a large celebration. Lei Lin did not bother with all of that. After the banquet had ended, under a maid's guidance, he entered the depths of the ancient blood serpent castle. The materials that made up the castle had since experienced many changes due to it receiving the radiation from the many magi that had lived there. The walls were colored a crimson that resembled that of human muscle, and even possessed the same elasticity. The floor was covered with a red carpet, and large mouths emerged from time to time, swallowing the trash in one gulp before licking their lips, as if after a tasty treat. There was not a single ordinary human in the castle. With the exception of the low-ranked warlock maids who were leading Lei Lin, the majority were slaves of other races. Hovlin. Lei Lin looked at the team of dwarf-like beings bowing to him in shock. Those dwarves were scrawny, but had very sharp ears. Yes, master. The Hovlin not only have long lives, they are also outstanding gardeners and chefs, qualified to perform jobs of varying degrees of intensity, and as a bonus, they have a high degree of resistance to radiation. The maid introduced the hovelin to Leylin. I've naturally heard of the slaves used by noble families. Leylin nodded his head. In actual fact, during the construction of Onyx Castle, he had thought of purchasing slaves, but high-quality slaves like these were pretty rare. Only amongst bloodline nobility like Freya's family would one find this many hovelin. Master has been waiting in the study room for you. The maid respectfully opened a walnut-wood door and stood by the side. Leylin adjusted his collar before walking in. Welcome. You haven't seen my study room before, have you? Freya had changed into a long loose robe, and had casually used a piece of fabric to tighten her robe. Her face was as youthful as ever. Yes. Your huge collection of books is shocking. Leylin nodded his head, and pretended not to see Freya's attempts at seduction. He knew very well what he could afford to play around with. For girls like Miranda, it was okay to have sex with them. However, it was different for girls like Freya. Leylin was sure that if he was not prepared to take responsibility after his actions, he would definitely be chased down by the Blood Duchess until he perished. Freya's eyes registered a ray of disappointment, yet she still made a promise. If you want to, you can flip through any of the books here. Chapter 474, Obstruction and Ambush. Obstruction and Ambush. Thank you very much. Leylin smiled widely as he expressed his gratitude. Freya pulled on Leylin's arm as they moved to sit on a long sofa. Leylin's eyebrows furrowed, but not taking such intimate actions to heart. What exactly did you ask me to come here for? Leylin thought Freya was not one to look for him because of a small matter. Miranda would be more likely to do that. Once a serious topic was mentioned, all other expressions left Freya's face as she turned solemn. Do you know about the events related to the Purgatory world? As far as I know, the elders seem to have acquired some clues, and now they should be searching for the specific coordinates. Leylin said with an equally strict expression. Actually, the search has almost been completed. According to my master's plan, I'm afraid we'll all have to go to the headquarters to participate in the experiments. Freya added, smiling bitterly. This is a responsibility we cannot shirk. Leylin seemed solemn. It's just that. I have a really bad feeling about this. Worry surfaced on Freya's face. Even in the ancient era, the Purgatory world was a tremendously powerful world, so how is it possible that it would be so easily found? Even if it is found, how would anyone then go past the protectors to enter? I'm sure the mentors have already considered these questions. Leylin considered his own words as he spoke. Well, I sure hope so. Freya breathed a long sigh, then suddenly remembered something else. These days, the outside world does not seem to be at peace. You must be careful. These are for you. Freya pushed a box over to Leylin. Leylin opened it to find numerous glittering and translucent crystals neatly placed inside. Spiritual force crystals. Those that have had their markings completely removed. Leylin was taken by surprise. A crystal phase Magus could naturally store and preserve his own crystallized spiritual force, and leave these crystals for future use. But for such a pure color to appear meant that Freya not only washed away all the spiritual force inside her crystals, but she also eliminated all her spiritual imprints. To a crystal phase Magus, this was no different from reducing their own spiritual force. Although it wasn't impossible to replenish them, it was still extremely troublesome. Such crystals with their marks removed could be given to other crystal phase magi to use, and could quickly replenish spiritual force. They were rare treasures, and had always been a top-class resource that was only circulated among crystal phase magi. For Freya, someone who had just advanced to the crystal phase, this gift was extremely precious to give. Freya stopped Leylin before he could say anything. Don't decline it, this is what you deserve. I have yet to thank you for the bloodline crystals from last time. Leylin remained silent for a while, but eventually, managed to speak to express his gratitude. Thank you. A black horse carriage slowly exited from the ancient Blood Serpent Castle's main gate. Inside the magnificent carriage sat Leylin. He was looking at the box in his hand, a bitter smile on his face. She's very considerate, he sighed lightly. During this period of an unknown crisis, Freya was still able to remember him. This thought inevitably led Leylin's heart to flutter. In the future, if I have the means, I will definitely help you. Leylin firmly decided in his mind. Are you certain the target is inside? Not far away, there were tremors felt on the ground surface. Two shadows dressed in yellow appeared. It is confirmed, inside that carriage is the Ouroboros clan's marquis, Lei Lin. The other figure had a scratchy voice. Hee, this is the Magus who the demon hunter put a high price on. And he has hydro-phase strength. The person who spoke first immediately laughed coldly. Everything is already prepared. Once our target enters the ambush, we spring into action at once. There was a hint of bloodthirst in that scratchy voice. Lei Lin, who was just resting on the carriage, abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a cheeky smile. Someone wants to attack me? Although he had not heard the conversation between the two shadows, the aid at chip's detection clearly showed that, in the forest not far away, there was a trap. Even if the other party had already carefully set up 3 layers of aura-concealing spell formations, from Leyland's point of view these spell formations were like sieves that were filled with holes. Especially the radiation from the magi hidden within, that was as obvious as a burning torch in the night. Julian. He called in a low voice. What's the matter, Lord Marquis? The coachman from outside replied immediately. Maintain the speed, there's a group of friends ahead of us waiting for a greeting. Lei Lin spoke in a low voice, and he was certain the Magus had already understood what he meant. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing this piece of news, Julian's voice was still ever so steady, like he was not in the least bit worried. The grand horse carriage proceeded at a constant speed, moving along on the road by the forest as if unaware. A yellow fireball boomed as it crashed down on them, ruining the walls of the carriage and causing it to break apart. The giant rut and the wheels of the carriage flew out. A waft of smoke rose just outside the area, isolating this piece of land from the rest of the world. A few men dressed in black immediately pounced towards the carriage. One of them held a huge hammer up high, and smashed down on the carriage directly. The land rumbled as the huge hammer mercilessly crushed the remains of the carriage and created a gigantic pit, as if by an earthquake that sent out strange ripples. There's no one. The person who spoke was someone with the voice of a child, and the body of a 7 or 8-year-old. Yet, he was holding a hammer that was bigger than his own body, making him look a little ridiculous. Blacksmith Mia. I don't recall there being any grudges between us. Several black tendrils covered the whole area, and Lei Lin carried the trembling coachman as they walked out of the shadows. Hee. Do I need a reason to kill you? Mia lifted her hood, revealing a face befitting the body. A face that should have been filled with the joy of a child was instead warped with bloodlust. Blacksmith Mia was the Central Continent's most infamous bandit, a peak crystal phase magus with countless crimes to her name. Under the guise of a little girl hid a vicious, scary monster. She'd once used a metal hammer to kill an entire family of magi. Male, female, old, young, no matter who it was, they were simply added to the mountain of flesh. And I reckon these people are courting death too. Lei Lin looked around at the other few black shadows. Numerous elemental particles transformed into shields and appeared before him. Assassin Hill. Brutal Bear Fine. A few of the magi reported their names successively. They were all characters whose names were known far and wide for their notoriety, and they all emitted waves of crystal phase energy. You sure do think highly of me, Lei Lin said, smiling while shaking his head. Without warning, he sprung forth violently. Go to hell. He whirled the coachman who was in his arms upwards, smashing him towards Mia as if he were a sandbag. The numerous potion bottles on him scattered outwards. Rank 3 potion combination spell, Divine Prairie Flames. Burning flames immediately formed a wall of fire in front of him, isolating Hill and Fine to one side. On the other end, the coachman who was thrown by Lei Lin changed in a bizarre manner. Mia, who was standing in front of him, whirled the heavy hammer without regard for anything, trying to smash the coachman into pulp. He pulled out a golden dagger in mid-air, and his whole temperament instantly changed. The originally timid man turned sinister and crazy, as if a cowardly rabbit transforming into a tiger. Blacksmith Mia. He laughed coldly. His whole body seemed to have become as flexible as a snake's, and he moved his body in a way no ordinary person would ever be able to as he avoided the huge hammer. In the same instant, he stabbed the dagger right into Mia's chest. Asterisk 1. Asterisk an aura of gold was emitted from Mia's body, but even that was shockingly dimmed as it was stabbed firmly by the dagger. Mia's body went stiff for a split second before her innate defensive spell shattered into pieces under the dagger's attack. Swiftly after, the sharp dagger mercilessly slashed at Mia's skin and its sharp blade entered right through her chest, ripping through flesh and entering her internals. Seeing the fresh red blood spurting out, the coachman's face instantly revealed joy. And yet, the moment he saw a crazed expression on Mia's face, his heart froze. Die! Mia let go of the hammer. Holding on to a dagger, she crashed forward. The sound of bones breaking came from the coachman's body. His face revealed his astonishment as blood flew from his mouth onto the street. Boneless snake Julian. Mia's body constantly wiggled, covering and repairing her internal organs and wounds immediately. She looked at Julian with eyes filled with hatred. As expected of the legendary Magus with body refinement, who soaked in the corrosion swamp. To think my strength and magic equipment isn't enough to kill you in one shot. Having been revealed, there were slight alterations to the coachman's face, and hydrophase waves were emitted from his body. He was a Magus as well. Or rather, an advanced Magus who had already reached hydrophase. The boneless snake, Julian, was one of Freya's family's most powerful warriors. He was notorious for assassination ability, causing enemies to be terror-stricken at the thought of his existence. Damn it, I knew those bastards' plan was not reliable. Mia's face changed. Retreat immediately. Hill and Fine glanced at each other, doubt surfacing on their faces. Even if Julian and Leylin stood shoulder to shoulder, they were merely two hydrophase magi. On the other hand, their group had a bunch of crystal phase magi who had been famous for a long time. How could they run away from them with their tails tucked between their legs? But subsequently, their facial expressions drastically changed. PSSSST. A menacing blood serpent's shadow abruptly bombarded the surrounding haze. The whole spell formation was immediately breached. Warriors wearing dark red Magus robes with giant Kamoyan serpent tattoos surrounded the area, and covered Leylin who had just been promoted to the crystal phase. Ouroboros clan warlocks. Hill cried out beneath his breath, knowing that today's business would be hard to handle. Chapter 475, Explosion and Encirclement. Explosion and Encirclement. You lot knew our plans from the very beginning. As Mia looked at how they were heavily surrounded, her face turned grim. The fighting strength of high-ranked warlocks, especially that of warlocks like Leylin and Julian, could without a doubt compare to ordinary magi in the crystal phase. The Blood Serpent Warlock organization was the elite force of Freya's family, not something to be trifled with. They were actually dispatched all at once, and were even led by Freya herself, a crystal phase warlock. Due to the additional power from their bloodlines, warlocks were usually stronger than ordinary magi. Once they advanced to the crystal phase, they would immediately be able to compare to peak crystal phase magi. Given all this, it was no wonder that Mia's face looked glum. All of you have been wreaking havoc near the territory of the Ouroboros clan. How can we let all of you go so easily? Freya wore a tight-fitting hunting suit, and looked extremely heroic. Of course, that was only if one ignored the childish face. River Agu's warehouse robbery, the extermination of the Rollith family, and Count Okta's disappearance. Who exactly is the mastermind behind all these? Freya stared at the three magi, and an extreme feeling of danger overwhelmed her. To subdue and order three vicious magi in the crystal phase was not something that could be done by any ordinary power. With the addition of the chain of events that had occurred recently, Freya had a bad premonition. Just the Ouroboros clan. Mia's group of three magi all registered smiles of disdain. Watch out! Lest they, after seeing that smile, Leylin's pupils shrank, and he quickly gave a reminder. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk three other rays of black clashed with the Blood Serpent organization like lightning, overcoming the strong obstructions before arriving next to Mia's group. 3. Crystal phase. Freya grit her teeth, and she sounded bitter. Little did she expect that the opponents had reinforcements, which obviously meant that they had made preparations with regards to the plan of hers. She was already at the limit of her current strength in subduing three crystal phase magi. But now that there were three more, Freya felt her heart sink. What now? If you don't wish for the elites in your family to perish here, then release us now. Mia's voice had a tinge of complacency. That's not enough. He needs to stay. The three crystal phase magi who'd appeared afterwards pointed at Leylin. What? Why? Leylin touched his nose. The damage you've done to us is not light, and only the demon hunter's rewards can make up for it. Hill shot Lei Lin a look before glancing at Freya. He is not a warlock from your family. Miss Freya, I presume you wouldn't want to simply treat us as your enemies just for a member of your organization? Lei Lin rolled his eyes internally. It would be impossible for discord to be sowed with such simple tactics. However, due to the fact that personal interests were involved, this could bring about more trouble. Thankfully, Lei Lin had not planned to put his own safety in the hands of others, and had backup plans already. The demon hunter. Freya muttered to herself. She had heard of how Lei Lin and a few others had offended that particular morning star Magus. If those crystal phase fugitives were under the demon hunter's wings, it would be understandable. Many of the warlocks thought of that point, and after hearing Hill's words they looked at Lei Lin in a different light. Even though they belonged to the same organization, and they'd had some friendly interactions before, Lei Lin was simply not important enough for them to offend a morning star Magus without hesitation. Morning star magi in the central continent had power and status, and their dignity could not be infringed upon lightly. Even though the two organizations were hostile, they hadn't yet completely fallen out with each other. As a result, many of the warlocks thought that it was worth it to give up Lei Lin to get on Cyril's good side. A few warlocks immediately distanced themselves from Lei Lin. This included the very Julian who had been fighting at his side all this while. Freya's face immediately registered a change. She grit her teeth as she looked at the numerous warlocks from her family. Lei Lin is a marquis of our clan, we will never hand him over. Master. A clamor was started amongst the warlocks. From their point of view, their family did not have to do so much for an outsider. My decision is firm. All of you, quickly get out of my territory, or else you'll come to regret it. Freya said firmly. The one who'll come to regret it will be you. Mia said furiously, and together with the 5 figures behind her, turned to leave. Wait a minute. Just when the Blood Serpent organization had made a path, an ill-timed voice sounded that caused both parties to look around. Lei Lin, don't do anything rash. Freya's voice betrayed her anxiety. Even though they were related by bloodline, the Ouroboros clan was divided into many factions that competed with each other. This was the most she could do for Lei Lin. Were he to go and provoke them without discrimination, Freya would not risk the danger of her family's elimination to accompany him. She looked at Lei Lin's back, and bit her lips. What? Youngster, you're lucky today to be able to hide under the skirt of a woman. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Mia raised her giant hammer and threatened him. 3 crystal phase magi for the ambush, and another 3 as backup, this should be the limits of your strength. A blue light shone in Lei Lin's eyes as he sighed, don't use the hunter as a facade, he's not fit for that. What did you just say? Fury appeared on the faces of some of the crystal phase magi. What I'm saying is that you have to stay here today. There's no escaping from that, even if you're using the name of a morning star Magus. Lei Lin's tone was light, but seemed to emphasize his words. At the same time, a mountainous might instantly erupted from his body. Crystal phase. How long have you been? Freya covered her mouth in extreme shock. Giant Chamoyan serpent warlocks would typically depend on the accumulation of time to make a breakthrough via their bloodlines. Freya's own breakthrough to the crystal phase at her age had deemed her a genius. But Lei Lin? He was only 200 years old, and yet had already broken through the bottleneck to the crystal phase. Freya immediately thought of the changed situation on the battlefield after Lei Lin revealed his strength. The other party had a total of 6 crystal phase magi, and Freya's side had 2 with the addition of Lei Lin. Julian and the other members of her organization could at most resist the attacks of 3 crystal phase magi. Overall their strength was still lower than that of their opponents. Of course, in that case, for the other party to want to cause great damage to Freya's team, their chances at succeeding would be greatly minimized. With the small disparity in strength and the apprehensions about damages on both sides, ordinary threats would have no effects. I'll deal with these 3 crystal phase magi. You can settle the remaining ones, right? Lei Lin had undone the pretense of the transfiguration spell, and had released his entire strength without any qualms as he pointed to Mia's initial group of 3. No problem. With Freya's crystal phase strength and the addition of Julian and the Blood Serpent Warlock organization support, to annihilate the 3 magi would not be a problem. It would only be a matter of time. But, are you sure you're up to it? Freya glanced at Lei Lin, and in her eyes was worry that she could not conceal. After all, the enemies were crystal phase magi as well. Ha! Don't worry, Lei Lin laughed, and numerous black flames shot out like arrows as they trapped Mia, Hill, and Fine within. He actually wanted to, in one move, deal with 3 magi that were similar in strength to him together. I'll grant your death wish. Just nice, my bloodthirsty hammer lacks the spiritual wailing of a crystal phase Magus. Mia smiled coldly as she rushed forward with the metal hammer. Asterisk bam. Asterisk the heavy hammer rippled with terrifying amounts of energy, creating a huge crater on the ground. Alas, who only uses brute force. I happen to detest beings like these lately. Leyland's silhouette grew translucent, giving off a glow which swiftly appeared before Mia. I cannot stand you, but it's a piece of cake to subdue you. Leyland's eyes registered coldness, a black ray slowly appeared from his hands. Fatality's tip. The black ray of death tunneled through the hammer and the innate defensive spells, shooting at Mia's forehead like black lightning. When it exited, it brought with it a large amount of blood as well as brain matter. Bang! It was not until Mia's corpse fell to the ground that Hill and Fine reacted to it. What had they seen? The famed Mia, who was known for her hammer, someone at the peak of the crystal phase, died at the hands of her opponent. The two had not even dueled for a few seconds. Could it be that he has already advanced to the Morning Star realm? All of a sudden, an idea that shocked the two appeared within their thoughts, which instantly caused their limbs to become colder. Lei Lin himself had not expected the effects of the sudden attack to be so successful as well. He had originally already reached the state of a rank 3 hydro-phase Magus, and with his bloodline strength matured to an extent, he had managed to prematurely reach his limits now together with the help of the Lamia fingerbone. Currently, he not only had a terrifying spiritual force, his other credentials had far surpassed that of ordinary crystal phase magi by a huge margin. This terrifying strength had the support of the powerful spell tailored for him by the A.I chip, Fatality's tip. All the factors had come together, and perhaps with the help of Mia's complacency, he had managed to achieve such success. Even Lei Lin himself was grateful for this stroke of luck that arrived just in time. It seems as if I've a few adversaries in the Morning Star realm currently. Lei Lin looked at the venue which had instantly quieted down, and let out a sigh of relief. What are you looking at? Freya was distracted for only a short while before she instantly ordered the gathering of the Blood Serpent Warlocks. Leyland's terrifying outburst had allowed her to see hope for subduing and annihilating the opponents here. The thought of her earlier humiliation seemed to have triggered the adventure in her. Chapter 476, Invincible. Invincible. Surround them. Formation number 2. Under Freya's command, the Blood Serpent organization firmly trapped the 3 other crystal phase magi in a formation. With their own strength and the assistance of Julian's expertise in sneak attacks, the 3 crystal phase magi in the formation were immediately surrounded by danger. It's your turn now. Seeing that the 3 magi had no hope of escaping, Lei Lin turned towards Hill and Fine on the opposite end, a brilliant smile spreading across his face. To the 2 magi on the other end, though, this smile was more frightening than that of a demon's. Upon seeing Leyland's grin, they knew that he definitely would not let them off, and immediately rushed to take action first. The moment Hill had that thought, numerous black thorns instantly appeared, bursting forth in the blink of an eye. Umbra Sting. The many sharp thorns screeched across the sky and scattered down like a torrential rain of spikes. Useless. A layer of dense scales emerged on Leyland's body. All that the thorns could do on collision with these scales was make a loud noise before snapping apart, merely causing white specks to appear on the black scales. Leyland's physique had always been extremely shocking, and the current him could practically fight against any rank 1 or rank 2 Magus with his body alone. With the addition of the Kamoyan scales that strengthened his defense, even if he went up against a rank 3 Magus in the crystal phase, any spells used against him would have nearly no effect unless they were prepared over a long time. In the middle of the black rain, Lei Lin seemed to have transformed into a giant savage beast, advancing while sheltered from the numerous sparks. This ferocious posture instantly scared the wits out of the 2 magi. What we do now? Quick, think of something. Hill shouted at Fine next to him, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He was very clear on how terrifying the effects of his spell were, but the other party had unexpectedly resisted it with a mere layer of scales. How strong was his body? Perhaps only the legendary Morning Star Magi, whose bodies had been transformed by soul force, could compare to him. Gaia's cage. Fine did not waste any time either. A multitude of yellow crystals appeared around him as he muttered a long unintelligible chant without pause. When he was done chanting, the earth shook, causing the soil to disintegrate and reveal a sparkling jade structure within. A cage brimming with the resplendent radiance of a gem suddenly fell down on Lei Lin, covering him and trapping him inside. Earth elves. Listen to my instructions, bury him completely in the abyss. A cheery look briefly appeared on Fine's face before he hurriedly started casting more spells as numerous rays of dull yellow light flashed. Large amounts of soil coagulated to form an even bigger rock that buried him inside. The earth even started to crack apart, as though wanting to swallow up the cage deep into itself. Well done, Fine. Hill, who was on the other side, immediately yelled excitedly, but then saw his comrade's forced smile. Be careful. He's struggling inside, I can't control it any longer. Following loud thumps that made one's heart palpitate, the numerous rocks swelled and broke apart to form huge cracks. The many cracks then connected to each other and broken rocks suddenly fell everywhere, as though there was a dreadful creature locked up inside that was struggling so hard with mere brute force that the entire cage seemed to have gotten misshaped. With every thump, Fine's expression grew a little paler, as though he was getting punched hard. By the end of his chant, he spat out large mouthfuls of fresh blood, and almost looked like he was dead. The seal. Fine tried his best to say as blood gushed out in large amounts from the corner of his mouth. Boom, the very mountains shook, and the huge cage of rock was sent into the cracks just before everything completely fell apart. The earth slowly closed up. Great! Hill cheered, finally managing to let his guard down. Thump, at this moment, he saw his comrade Fine faint, as though he had already used up all of his energy. Don't worry, buddy. I'll take you away now. Hill's eyes flickered in multiple colors. Peering over at the few black silhouettes belonging to the Blood Serpent Warlock organization who were not far away, he gritted his teeth and left quickly. Master? Julian looked over at the location where Lei Lin had been buried. Aren't we going to help? Don't worry. That fellow has never been blocked by an obstacle, he definitely still has something up his sleeve. Freya rolled her eyes, why are you speaking up for him all of a sudden? You clearly approved of the ceasefire previously. That was when I didn't know that the other party was so perverse. Julian secretly criticized, but did not dare to express it in words. Lord Lei Lin actually revealed his true ability and will likely be the biggest hope in our clan. It will definitely grant him a status much higher than before. The highest authority in the Ouroboros clan belonged to the 3 Morning Star Warlock Elders, followed by a whole bunch of bloodline marquises among whom the ownership was split. But Julian knew that above these ordinary bloodline marquises were actually a special group of people. They were young warlocks, children who had already achieved the crystal phase and had hopes of advancing to the Morning Star realm. Such people were few and far between in the entire Ouroboros clan. Their status was only lower than that of the few rank 4 warlocks, and they were provided with the best resources, aiming for nothing less than advancing to Morning Star. Although Robin was Gilbert's main steward, his actual position was previously lower than these seeds by a notch. Of course, after getting some unknown profits, his strength had improved tremendously, and upon entering the crystal phase, Robin was on par with the others. Now that Lei Lin had shown that his potential was not inferior to Robin's, exceeding it in fact, he would definitely receive more attention from Duke Gilbert. Now it seems that when Master met him for the first time, you had already discovered that he wasn't ordinary. Your foresight indeed exceeds that of an average person. Julian expressed his respect sincerely, making Freya blush. You want to leave? Have you even asked me? Boom, the rock exploded, exposing a deep gaping hole in the ground. A black figure forced his way out recklessly, causing rocks to fly everywhere. Lei Lin. Hill gazed at Fine, who had already fainted on the ground, but couldn't even bring himself to cry. At the bottom of his heart, he had already cursed at the people in charge who initially made this plan. How stupid were they to have put their sights on Lei Lin, such a ferocious person. But he didn't have much chance to think about it. Lei Lin, who was exuding a brazen aura, had already appeared in front of him. My lord! Spare us, Hill's voice distorted, and various accessories on his person exploded, forming many layers of radiant armor that floated around his body. When you dared to ambush me back then, you should have expected to be killed. Leyland's was callous. In a situation where Morning Star Magi would not appear, there were few things that could constrain him. After all, since he was unable to continue hiding his strength, he had to ruthlessly display it and intimidate the rest who wanted to go against him. Thump, a black fist attacked the outermost barrier of light, smashing it into pieces. The other layers of defense immediately started tottering, on the verge of collapse. My lord. I am willing to reveal the mastermind behind all this. Hill gritted his teeth and finally pulled out his trump card. Not interested. Leylin really was not interested in probing behind the scenes. War was almost upon them, and it would be easiest to build an atmosphere full of panic by assassinations and by getting rid of the other party's weaker troops. He didn't want to be implicated and end up provoking a Morning Star Magus. Right now, as long as he firmly broke the clause that the other party was reaching out with, it would be enough. After sorting out his thoughts, Leylin appeared even more apathetic, and was indifferent to the other party's pleas for forgiveness. He eventually ripped apart Hill's innate defense under his despairing gaze. A sinister-looking head fell onto the ground with a thump even as the body it was previously attached to let loose a shower of blood. It looked like a red fountain had erupted. As for this, I'll leave it to her. Leylin instantly thought of Freya. Fine, who was still unconscious and lying on the ground, would still take some effort to deal with. Upon inspection, he discovered that Fine's spiritual force had been exhausted, and swiftly removed all of his spatial objects before forcing his consciousness shut. With his magic equipment and potions all taken away, and his spiritual force sealed, even if Fine was a Magus in the crystal phase, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Hiss, on the other end of the battlefield, in the spell formation formed by the Blood Serpent organization, the battle was at its most heated moment. Although the Blood Serpent organization was comprised of the elites of Freya's family, who were also proficient in many types of formations, Freya had discovered to her surprise that the 3 crystal phase magi were also experts in all kinds of terrifying secret techniques. Through combining their strength, those magi had managed to survive the assault of her troops until now, even if they were trapped in a formation. The 3 crystal phase magi in front of Freya had now morphed into a monster. This monster was thrice the size of a normal human, had 3 heads and 6 arms, and its body was covered with moving black runes. It looked as though it was a fusion of the 3 magi. The head of an elderly man placed right in the center opened its eyes and issued its last warning to Freya. Let us go. You don't want to pay the price for detaining us. Don't trust him. A corner of the spell formation split apart, allowing a ray of light to enter. Leylin stood beside Freya. Hill and company have already been completely destroyed, and you still wish to leave. Dream on. Leylin naturally reprimanded his enemies without restraint. Seeing that the fused magi appeared to have made suspicious movements, Leylin immediately turned to Freya. You're in charge of controlling the spell formation, I'll take care of the front, he said and then dashed away. The spell formation of the Warlock organization was not bad, but Leylin was clear that what it lacked was a pivot who would dare to fight against the other party head-on. His rays of death had been prepared long ago, flickering with a dreadful luster. Chapter 477, Enforcer. Enforcer. Due to the sudden incident, Leyland's return was delayed and he returned to the ancient Blood Serpent Castle to rest. Thank you so much for what you did this time. Freya sat beside Leylin and personally poured tea for him, her face full of gratitude. It was evident that the opponents had come for the ancient Blood Serpent Castle, and attacking Leylin was only an afterthought. If not for Leyland's help, the 6 crystal phase magi would have attacked together. The castle might not have been able to defend against such an abrupt attack, and there might have been colossal damages. That's nothing much. Friends should help each other. Leylin smiled. Just friends? A gleam of disappointment shone across Freya's face. The sudden turn of the situation made Leylin feel somewhat awkward, and he tried to divert the conversation elsewhere. Were any of the other guests present, they wouldn't have stood the savage behavior of those fugitives either. During the battle the previous day, other than Fine who had been taken captive by Leylin, all the 5 crystal phase magi had perished. The announcement of those horrifying battle results had rendered many people speechless, and had caused a lot of commotion in the Ouroboros clan headquarters. The only captive, Fine, was naturally sent back to the headquarters. In the meanwhile, Leylin would have the lion's share of the spoils of war. Compared to Freya, who had to look after her family clan, Leyland had much less pressing on his mind. Whatever he had acquired belonged to him alone, and he had indeed managed to get a huge sum. And there were even more surprises in store for him. The only thing Leyland could not understand was why Freya did not invite the other guests to assist in subduing the opponents. If only she had invited more high-ranking warlocks, Leyland would not have to be forced to reveal his true powers. Freya smiled wryly, and actually looked pitiful. Upon seeing her expression, Leyland immediately went silent, guessing what had happened. Freya had definitely discarded quite a few people in the past, offending them while under the wings of a strong, protective mentor. At this point in time, those people most likely hoped for her to mess up. Furthermore, there were many factions in Ouroboros clan, and recently there had been immense tension between them. The environment had given rise to an unstable situation. Power conflicts tended to be more horrifying than battles. Freya could not find even a single person she was confident would aid her. Is the situation already that bad? Leyland stroked his chin. Yes. You're the only one I trust now. Freya's eyes became red as she leant her head on Leyland's shoulders. Wait a moment. Leyland smiled wryly as he shook his head. I can understand your need to rant. But what's the point of placing mistletoe powder in the candle? The mistletoe was a cherished plant in the Magus world. Seen as a symbol of making love and giving birth, its powder was commonly used to make enticing medicine. For magi, it even had the mystical power of increasing impregnation rates, and hence was in excessive demand. Freya held her breath as she sat in a corner. Her face did not reveal any sense of embarrassment, but was only tinged with anger. Since she knew that Leyland was a potions grandmaster, and had techniques that could protect his seeds of life that even Miranda was unable to do anything about, she would naturally not make a forceful move, and instead leave obvious hints. And yet Leyland acted like a fool. It infuriated her so much that she didn't want to be near him. Master, news has arrived from headquarters. At that moment, the gates opened and Julian walked in, something that resolved the awkward situation. No one here is an outsider. Go ahead. Freya nodded. In front of others, she had reinstated her prestige. Julian shot Leyland a glance. A sudden realization flashed across his eyes, but his face remained solemn. According to the orders of the headquarters, Sir Leyland is to become an enforcer of the Ouroboros clan, and will be in charge of patrolling all the regions under our control. He has the powers to attack any royals under the rank of Marquis. Even if it's a Marquis, he has the rights to imprison them. That, Freya could not believe it, they just want to put you in a spot. She could see through the intentions of such an arrangement by the high-ranking officials. But I have no other choice, do I? Leyland shrugged his shoulders. According to the orders from the headquarters, Marquis, you have to accept the appointment as soon as possible. Julian bowed slightly. The powers of an enforcer of the Ouroboros clan would naturally be great, but if he was not mindful he could potentially offend many people. This did not bode well for Leyland's future prospects. But since it was an order, it indicated that the internal affairs of the Ouroboros clan were not too good, to the extent that they had to rely on Leyland to clean up the system. From the looks of it, I'll have to leave. Leyland got up and gave Freya a hug. I'm going. I'll be heading over to the headquarters to find Mentor sometime soon as well. Please be careful. Freya's eyes actually did turn red this time round. Don't worry. There are few people who can scheme against me now. Leyland laughed with confidence. Phosphorescent swamp, within the Ouroboros clan headquarters. Gilbert's living quarters were small and narrow like before. The walls on two sides even had some green mold growing on them. If he had not been to the basement, even Leyland would not have believed that this was the residence of a morning star Magus. Leyland saw Duke Gilbert in the study room, not a single strand of hair on his face or head. Mentor, he respectfully bowed. You've actually advanced to the crystal phase. Not bad, not bad. Gilbert nodded his head, his gaze scanning across Leyland's body like a ray of lightning. I was just lucky. Leyland obviously would not agree, and he pushed all the credit on to so-called luck. Thankfully, Gilbert did not continue questioning him either. He held a goosehair pen and started writing on a piece of parchment paper, eventually leaving a marking on the paper using his own secret imprint. This is for you. From today, you are the enforcer of the Ouroboros clan. Gilbert passed Leyland the freshly written appointment letter, and his face broke into a sarcastic laugh. Our organization has had some matters popping up internally lately. They require your attention. Understood, mentor. Leyland let out a long deep sigh inside. If this was in the past, Gilbert would obviously get to the bottom of things. Even though Leyland had prepared a corresponding response, he had not expected Gilbert to let things off so lightly. Looking at how Gilbert hadn't even taken his armor off completely, Leyland's heart throbbed. He asked, about the purgatory world. We have already discovered its direction, and we need only spend a bit more time to get its coordinates. Gilbert's eyes lit up, showing his celebratory mood. The 1,000-year search by the Ouroboros clan will finally see an end. We only need to enter the purgatory world before we Kamoyan warlocks won't have to worry about the problem of our bloodlines declining. There's even the potential to break through the bloodline shackles and advance to a higher rank. Leyland remained silent and looked at his mentor who was beaming with joy, unable to bring himself to say a word. He had the A chip as his trump card, and the hopes of the Twilight Zone's icy world. He naturally wasn't like the Ouroboros clan warlocks, who had a deeper understanding of the pains brought forth by the bloodline shackles. From the looks of it, 1,000 years of hope had caused Gilbert to finally drown himself in jubilation. For the three elders, all the battles were simply nonsensical. Even if the Ouroboros clan was to perish, in front of the purgatory world, it seemed to have no weight. As a result, Gilbert had allowed him to pass the ordeal so easily. Alright, get down to doing it soon. You can seek help from Lucian and Robin if need be. I still have experiments to work on. Gilbert's experiment was obviously very pressing. Even during his short conversation with Leyland, the secret imprint on his hands had lit up quite a few times. He eventually chased Leyland out, certainly on his way back to the laboratory. God knows why, but upon seeing Gilbert like that, Leyland felt a sense of pressure. Greed drove one to madness before it drove them to death. This was a maxim from his previous life, but one that was still applicable in the situation now. Since war was about to break out, the few Morning Star warlocks had actually cooped themselves up at home, which resulted in their opponents brazenly taking up the offense. Leyland smiled wryly internally, and yet had no solution to offer. Since the Morning Star forces had chosen not to show their faces, it was hard for the subordinates to do anything, and now that Gilbert had actually passed on a portion of the authority to him, it was obviously a difficult task. Parker. Bring along my capable subordinates and rush to the headquarters quickly. Gilbert had only given him a position, but had not allocated any subordinates to him, which had rendered Leyland speechless. Fortunately, within his own territory, he had nurtured a few talents, and now was the time he could put them to good use. Kamoyan warlock marquises were like feudal lords in the Ouroboros clan, and had many warlocks seeking refuge from them. Should there be more time, Leyland could even build an elite warlock team himself, which he believed would not be inferior to the Blood Serpent organization. As you wish, Master. Parker's voice from the secret technique imprint was firm and determined. He had obviously received some news already. Very good. I'll be waiting for you in the manor. After a few words, Leyland ended the call. As a marquis, he had a huge manor in the Ouroboros clan headquarters. Even though the facilities could not measure up to that of the Magus Tower and Onyx Palace, it was sufficient for an ordinary high-ranking warlock to use. What's more important was that the facilities were all complimentary, and Leyland did not have to pay a single penny. As a result, Leyland had kept the manor and treated it as his residence in the headquarters. After sending away the two warlocks who were looking after things, he went into his bedroom and entered deep thought. A while later, he waved his arms and numerous objects appeared. Many of them had terrifying magic powers. In an instant, the entire room started to glow. Those were all his spoils of war. The opponents this time round were a bunch of crystal phase magi who were relatively affluent. It had given Leyland a pleasant surprise. Chapter 478, Annihilator. Annihilator. Glancing through the many pieces of magic equipment and precious materials, Leyland set his gaze on a pile of crystals. These were all pure spiritual force crystals. On their surfaces, he could faintly feel the energy of elemental particles. Crystal phase magi had the tendency to stockpile their crystallized spiritual force. In times of need, they would use them to replenish their own spiritual force, or trade them for something else due to their value. Leyland's move had been quick and violent, leaving no opportunity for the opposite side to use such tactics. Compared to the spiritual force crystals gifted by Freya, these crystals were obviously unclean, and had to be processed before use. Crystal Phase Spiritual Force Crystals. Leyland stroked his chin, and a tube of golden blood appeared in his hand. It's unexpected that I managed to gather these two items so quickly. I guess I'll just go ahead and carry out Quicksand's experiment. Leyland sighed, and his eyes flashed with a dark sullenness. His harvest from Quicksand Castle had been much greater than just the Lamia fingerbone. After he finished deciphering the experimental procedures, the great amount of data became useful for his own bloodline research. Over the past century, he'd digested it all, and even improved on some of it. The technique of preserving his genes was just a marginal result of the experiment. In fact, Leyland felt that his research into bloodlines was amongst the best in the entire Ouroboros clan, just below that of the elders. And one of his experiments involved a method of igniting a warlock's bloodline to strengthen them. Leyland had kept this experiment top secret, unwilling to perform it even after he advanced to the crystal phase. The effect of the first ignition would be the best, and subsequent ones would progressively decrease in value. Hence, Leyland planned to use his first ignition to break through the bottleneck to the Morning Star realm. Of course, one measly experiment would not be able to propel him to rank 4. Moreover, he was only at the beginning of the crystal phase, so he hadn't even reached the threshold for advancement. There was an enormous gap between rank 3 magi and those at the Morning Star realm. There was an abundance of magi in the central continent, yet morning stars remained few and far between, their positions envied by all. Igniting one's bloodline had the potential to boost one's strength greatly, and even that had slim chances of facilitating a breakthrough. Still, this bloodline experiment wasn't the only trick Leyland had up his sleeve. My cumulations to advance to rank 3 have been progressing well. I have to start considering the next stage, Morning Star. Leyland stroked his chin, evidently pleased. The central continent was currently in a dire state, especially the Ouroboros clan. Not only were there disturbances on the borders, many families had perished and core members had gone missing. These disastrous events were a bad omen for the future. Amidst such chaos, the best defense one could rely on was their own ability. I'm sure Mentor Gilbert and the other two have already been alerted about the circumstances. Why are they yet to make a move? Leyland muttered under his breath. Suddenly, he thought about his own appointment as an enforcer. Perhaps they were aware of it and had secret plans of their own that I might have missed noticing it. Time crawled on as he waited in silence. Later, Leyland welcomed the presence of his own bodyguards. Boosting his own confidence was the presence of Lucian. Do you really wish to do that? Lucian stood in front of Leyland, unable to mask his astonishment. After finding out that the current Leyland had advanced, and was on par with him at the crystal phase, he sighed in his heart. This junior only needed 100 years to catch up to his level. His talent exceeded any member the organization had ever seen even in Morning Star Seeds. And yet, compared to the temperamental Robin, Leyland whose potential was much higher remained humble and earnest. Lucian found this extremely admirable. If we investigate further, the number of people implicated in this will increase. Although Mentor ordered me to assist you, Lucian, after seeing the current Leyland, felt that this junior ought to have wholeheartedly entered seclusion, waiting for an opportunity to break through the Morning Star bottleneck instead of focusing on such small matters. He wondered what his mentor was thinking. Thoughts about Gilbert made Lucian heave a big sigh. To these high-ranking giant Kamoyan serpent warlocks, the allure of the purgatory world was much too huge, and they couldn't help but be engrossed in their search. Thinking about the recent situations and Leyland's terrifying military power, Lucian heaved another big sigh. I'm in charge of information in the clan. I can give you anything you need. My only wish is for you to not get yourself involved. Lucian smiled bitterly, took out a translucent crystal ball, and handed over to Leyland. As an enforcer, it is imperative that I locate the rebels and all the disruptive elements hidden in the Ouroboros clan and get rid of them. Leyland smiled faintly, as if he was not affected by Lucian's words. But once his spiritual force entered the crystal ball, his face changed. The situation has deteriorated to such an extent. He looked up in disbelief and glared at Lucian. Yes, he answered after a heartbeat, the chaotic power struggles are not confined to the border regions. Even internally, some ambiguous problems have cropped up. Some of the clans and families especially, their betrayal is pretty much confirmed. This top-secret information was only available to Lei Lin because he currently held the position of an enforcement officer. If it were in the past when he only held the position of a marquis, he wouldn't have access to such things. What exactly is Mentor doing? The thought left a bitter taste in Lei Lin's mouth. There's no need for excessive worry. As long as we don't lose our main base at Phosphorescent Swamp, given the presence of the three elders, we of the Ouroboros clan will never be vulnerable and weak. Lei Lin let loose a long sigh before he stood up. I want the list of confirmed traitors. Alright, I'll ready them immediately, Lucian promised. What do you plan to do? No matter what, since they have the audacity to betray the organization, they will have to pay the price. Lei Lin spoke with a steely voice. With his men behind him, he headed out. The Stewart family at the Stewart Mountain Range. Black fires were blazing furiously. A large number of high-ranking warlocks were surrounding a huge mountainous brutal bear. Behind the bear was a fort that was half built into the cliffside. Enforcer Lei Lin, I demand an explanation for this. In the middle of the castle, the silhouette of an old Magus appeared. It entered the sky, becoming a huge projection. Even though you are an enforcer, you do not have the authority to besiege the castle of a marquis. The illusory image of the old man roared in his hoarse voice. Authority? Only the weak will abide by such rules and regulations while wishing that their predators would abide by them in this way too. By placing your hopes on such enforcements is truly foolish. Lei Lin sneered. Still, on the account of the other men that went on this mission with him, he decided to explain further. If I have to give you an explanation, it would be your betrayal of the organization. That is why all these warlocks are out to kill you, and that is why you cannot escape your fate. Rubbish. Having his biggest secret exposed, the Magus acted like he knew nothing and was hearing it for the first time. Veins popped out of his flushed neck and he fumed with anger. True or false, we'll know after you surrender. Lei Lin's face was emotionless. A brilliant ray of black ripped through the vast sky and streaked across the brutal bear's head mercilessly. Bang! The huge mountainous brutal bear's head was cracked open like a watermelon. So long as they are from the Stewart family, we have orders to kill them without exception. Property and assets will also be confiscated. Will be given bonuses of equivalent value. Parker ordered clearly. Those warlocks thirsty for achievements, and those who longed for the huge payout from the mission, howled and dashed forward. Seeing Snoopy taking the lead and defeating one Magus after the other, some even dying on the spot, Lei Lin couldn't help but nod his head. The reason he'd taken on the job of enforcer, other than to acquire the huge wealth of the rebels, was for him to bring his men together for a round of actual field training. The bloody battle of magic and death carried on for a short while. 10 or so minutes later, Parker grabbed the Magus that had been speaking from the fort, and pulled him out. With the matter settled, he stood in front of Lei Lin and reported like a loyal long-time butler. Except for this old man, all surviving members of the Stewart family had been wiped out. Well done. Lei Lin looked at the high-ranking warlock on the ground. The opposite party evidently had the giant Kamoyan serpent bloodline in him too, yet when he saw Lei Lin, he began to shiver. Do you feel resentment? Desperation? Lei Lin stepped up, provoking the old Magus. Hopefully, the next time, before your soul is destroyed, you should use some brains. Thud, after Lei Lin was done speaking, the chief's head fell to the ground, staining it red. A total of 3 giant Kamoyan serpent families have been wiped out, along with their supplementary small-scale families and other influences. I think we'll have some peace for a while now. Standing at the edge of the overhanging cliff, Lei Lin glanced at the result of the destruction caused by many magi, involuntarily heaving a sigh of relief. Only a while. Standing by the side, Parker smiled bitterly. After numerous episodes, Lei Lin's reputation had spread everywhere. With his formidable strength that could even slay Crystal Phase chiefs, he'd immediately established his status. Soon after, through the ruthless means of wiping out entire families and clans, Lei Lin's fame as an enforcer became even more widespread. Thus, he was labeled Annihilator. Chapter 479, 3 Helpers. 3 Helpers. No matter what, with Lei Lin happily going on a killing spree, the internal affairs of the Ouroboros clan stabilized despite the general unrest. Lei Lin guessed that this had more to do with how the opposing Morning Star powers had yet to make their move. Without these insider spies, it would take more effort to create chaos within the inner circles of the Ouroboros clan, which was currently already on the alert. With these achievements, his reputation soared not only within the Ouroboros clan, but even in the nearby regions. After the Stewart family is destroyed, we can take a small break. Leyland sighed and asked Parker, how is it going at Senior Robin's side? After taking on his role as an enforcer, Leyland was stunned at the realization that this senior of his had accepted the responsibility from Gilbert before him, and was leading his family and pushing down all rebellions. In addition, there were rumors that Leyland Sr. had a large change of personality. Not only did he like to torture his enemies, he even enjoyed eating human flesh. Upon hearing this, Leyland's heart sank. Though it was terrifying when bloodline issues acted up in high-ranked warlocks, Robin's behavior had surpassed the pattern of any problems arising from bloodline. Mentor might have wanted to capitalize on his insanity, which is why he arranged for him to purge the inner regions. Leyland took in a deep breath. Compared to him, Robin was going too far. Leyland had merely destroyed families where there was conclusive evidence against them, but Robin went even further. If he had the slightest suspicion at all, the entire family would be purged by him mercilessly. Even a few bloodline noble families who had a deep connection with Robin's own thus lost their inheritance. Through the list of families Robin had destroyed, Leyland made a discovery. Robin seemed to only to have an interest in pure-blooded families, and the higher the purity, the more pitiful their deaths were. Even their corpses were not complete. Knowing all this, Leyland felt a chill as he put two and two together. Though he knew he wasn't the best person in the world, he was still better than Robin. He wouldn't do anything so disgusting. Complaints against Robin are becoming more widespread. Who knows, we might need to stop him next. Leyland smiled wryly at Parker. Robin is Master's senior. I believe Duke Gilbert wouldn't do this, Parker consoled him. I hope so. Leyland sighed. A distance away, many white dandelions fell down like snowflakes, flying freely atop the ancient castle that had already been ruined. Night fell, and outside what had been the castle, Leyland's vassals set up simple tents. Iron pots bubbled with meat soup and large amounts of mushrooms, giving off a tempting aroma. A merry atmosphere permeated the camp. The plan had gone quite well. Though Leyland planned to train his vassals this way, he still made his move when the casualties were about to be too high. Hence, they had not suffered much, and instead reaped massive gains. For this reason, they were motivated to continue striving on. Even the most ferocious warlock was full of admiration when gazing at Leyland's tent at the heart of the camp. They had been with Leyland for the longest period of time, and could be said to be the people who knew Leyland the best out of everyone in the Ouroboros clan. It was because they knew the terrifying strength of their master that they held reverence for him. Of course, he did not put too much thought into this. As long as he maintained his crushing strength, these vassals would follow him for their entire life. Within the tent, Leyland was half lying on the ground, dressed in tight black clothing. His hands were held behind his back in a strange position. There were a few strange runes written on his body with blood. Buzzing sounds were produced from Leyland's lips from time to time, his entire body slightly moving along to a rhythm. During this process, threads of mysterious energy seemed to be pulled from the air, disappearing into Leyland's limbs. This process continued for almost an hour. Only then did Leyland stand up, taking a look at his hands. A prompt popped up at this moment. Host body completed a cycle of multi-limb strength. Vitality increased by 0.5, no changes to strength. Estimated that in 20 days and 13 hours, host body's vitality will increase by 6.7 and strength by 2.1. This progress is not bad. Watching his stats that were refreshed again, Leyland couldn't help but nod. Multi-limb strength was a cultivation technique he had gathered from the race in the Black Rain world. Though the Morning Star Realm chief had purposely left out a lot of things, the complete version of this path to strength was completely deduced, with the AI chip organizing the data and making inferences. Toughening his body with this method, Leyland found that his body, which had already developed to the maximum, now held the possibility of advancing even further. Though this increase was small, it was enough for him to be happy. Furthermore, with multi-limb strength, the toughness and coordination of his body had increased by a whole level. He could even launch a physical attack similar to that of an ancient giant beast. This coordination, when paired with the night techniques Leyland had previously learned, turned his body into a frightful killing machine. Still, these were all just serendipitous. What Leyland focused on was the increased multi-limb strength gave to his vitality. The corporeal body sustained the spirit. If spiritual force was said to be water, then a Magus body would be the cup. The larger and sturdier the cup, the more liquid it could contain. Leyland was still unable to peep at the morning star realm, but after reaching the crystal phase, what he needed to do was continuously increase his vitality and accumulate spiritual force. Once enough had been gathered, his crystallized spiritual force would eventually condense to form point mass. The point mass represented everything to a Magus. It represented their journey, bloodline, strength, and even soul. Hence, this process was irreversible. The moment the ascension to the morning star realm failed, and the point mass grew unstable, a terrifying explosion might occur. If a Magus encountered such a situation, they would be left without a corpse. Historically, the Magi who failed to ascend to the morning star realm and fell far outnumbered those that had succeeded. Wondering about his future path, Leyland's expression changed as he asked the AI chip a question: how is the simulation of information regarding the morning star realm going? Simulation is 13.5% complete. Unable to process deeper calculations without concrete data, the AI chip robotically answered. If he could gain an understanding of the morning star realm now, it would be incomparably useful to Leyland's advancement. However, it was difficult to meet with morning star Magi, and even more impossible to perform research on them. It wasn't as if Leyland could look for Gilbert and tell him that he wanted to do an experiment, and ask him to be a specimen. It would be a wonder if Gilbert did not destroy Leyland in that instant. Perhaps the corpse of the Scorpion Man in Twilight Zone will be useful to me. Leyland touched his chin. The Scorpion Man was truly a morning star creature, and his corpse would definitely be useful as a reference for the AI chip simulations. Immediately after, Leyland overruled his own thoughts. There's not enough time. It isn't the volcano's dormant period. Furthermore, based on the predictions of the Coin of Destiny, Rank 3 Magi will meet with dangers that cannot be predicted in the icy cave. Only those with morning star strength can be safe. Leyland steeled his expression and let the AI chip continue research. Leyland was counting on the Lamia finger bone and the bloodline ignition experiment as well as the AI chip's analysis of the morning star realm to advance. As long as he did persevered in that regard, he would definitely be able to reach the threshold of morning star. If he was a regular giant Kamoyan serpent warlock, just obtaining one of those would be difficult. However, Leyland had everything, and even without assistance all these would increase his chances of reaching morning star by a lot when compared to other morning star seedlings. Leyland had no doubt about this. Shah, the pendant at Leyland's waist suddenly emitted bright light. Leyland's brows furrowed, and he tapped on a secret imprint. Is this Marquis Leyland, Sir Enforcer? A low, hoarse voice was produced from the secret imprint. This was the communications officer that the Ouroboros clan had specifically allocated to him. He was in charge of contacting Leyland alone, and just by hearing his voice, Leyland could guess that something terrible had happened. I am Leyland. Is there anything wrong? His voice was calm and steady, even causing the voice from the other side to become gentler. Headquarters has received a denouncement. Marquis Miranda is accusing Marquis Robin of attempting to kill her. There is also a large amount of evidence. Based on the information, something has also seemingly happened within Robin's family. Get to the point. Leyland raised his eyebrows. The voice on the other end hesitated, but still presented the news. According to the order of the Elder Committee, Marquis Leyland is to head to Robin's family immediately, and send Marquis Robin back to headquarters. They want me to capture Robin. Do you know that he's Mentor Gilbert's student and my senior? Leyland's expression became serious. I know. This is Duke Gilbert's order. The voice was silent for a while, and then transmitted a black runic imprint. This was similar to a person's signature and could not be forged. This black rune was Gilbert's own symbol, and Leyland definitely would not misidentify it. I understand. Feeling jittery, Leyland ended communications and fell into silence. Mentor, what are you thinking? A long while later, a low voice was sounded in the tent. Chapter 480, Tease. Tease. Leyland didn't feel good the entire night due to the orders to capture Robin. Regardless of how things would unfold, it would still be disadvantageous to the Ouroboros clan. The disciple of a morning star Magus had shown signs of betrayal, which would be a fatal blow to the emotions of the warlocks that had just settled down. But since it was Gilbert's wish, Leyland could only carry it out. However, he somehow felt that things weren't so simple. Lei Lin. Welcome. Robin hugged Lei Lin and laughed heartily. He was full of smiles, and looked as though he wasn't affected by the news. Robin still had the appearance of a very young male, if one ignored the numerous runes imprinted on his face. Compared to the last time they met, the imprints on Robin's forehead were even more terrifying, and practically occupied more than half of his face. It made Robin's original facial features seem immensely sinister and horrifying. Senior Robin. Lei Lin put on a stiff smile. After making brief bodily contact with him earlier on, a quiver had run through his entire being and he'd felt every pore on his body contract. Such a feeling was an indication of what a ferocious beast Robin had become, automatically putting Lei Lin on guard. Lei Lin peered past Robin, and he scanned the members of his family behind him. The family that Robin belonged to was known as the Parble family. In the entire Ouroboros clan, their bloodline lineage was one of the purest, and they were a long-standing noble family that possessed great influence. On previous adventures, Robin could have dispatched 50 rank 3 warlocks as he wished, and he even brought along a pure-blooded nephew, which went to show how much of a standing their family had. But now, the teenagers that followed behind Robin had gloomy expressions. Or more accurately, they had an air of death around them. What made Lei Lin even more shocked was that behind Robin, there wasn't a single family elder to be seen, and there weren't many warlocks who were at rank 3 and above. Even Noah was nowhere to be found. Such a situation must definitely mean that something huge has happened. Lei Lin's hunch was getting clearer, but his facial expression only became more sincere, and he said slightly apologetically, "I'm sorry, Senior, according to Mentor's orders." "Oh. Rest assured, it's a total misunderstanding. I'll go to headquarters with you tomorrow to explain." Robin seemed honest. He then enthusiastically invited Lei Lin, "You haven't been to my castle and laboratory before, right? Stay here for the night. Your vassals are also my guests. I have prepared a sumptuous banquet for them, and I believe you'll like it here." What else could Lei Lin say when Robin was being so cordial? He could only check into the vacant room that Robin had specially left for him, just as his vassals that had rushed here with him did into theirs. The oaken floor had an oily layer of gloss on it. The smell of incense filled the room, and the 4 walls were filled with portraits, armor, and swords. Although Parker had never specifically learned about assessments in this aspect, he also knew that this was surely one of the best rooms in the castle. "It's just that. My lord, Parker didn't have the slightest interest in examining the helmet that was said to have been adorned with the feathers of multicolored birds, but instead stood in front of Lei Lin with a worried look on his face. "I know. You mean to say that I had received orders to apprehend Robin, but yet I'm now associating with him, and this will inevitably make people suspicious and cause them to attack." Lei Lin lay on an armchair embedded with huge rubies, and interrupted Parker with a wave of his hand, brushing him off. "But what else can we do? Robin is my senior after all, and before this matter has been fully investigated, we cannot make any rash conclusions. Anyway, he has already agreed to return with us tomorrow, so we don't have to demand anything else." Even upon hearing Lei Lin's words, Parker's smile remained bitter. This was, of course, the most normal scenario, but from his point of view, Robin seemed to be showing symptoms of insanity, and it was impossible to deduce his next course of action using logic. Furthermore, it was hard to guarantee that he didn't have plans to first numb them and then get rid of all his problems at once. Among all the bloodline nobility of the land, they were undoubtedly the best, and even orders from the headquarters would sometimes be boycotted by them, openly or secretly. Knock. Knock. Knock, just as Parker was about to say something, a steady and rhythmic knocking sound came from the door. A tender voice sounded from behind the door, "Respected Marquis. The banquet has begun. You may enter." Lei Lin nodded. The door was promptly opened, and a girl dressed as a servant, whose face still had baby fat, appeared in front of Lei Lin and Parker. The female servant's face flushed with nervousness as though it was her first time seeing such high-ranking guests. How great it must be to be young, Lei Lin pinched her cheeks, hardly standing on courtesy. This made her blush all the way to her neck. He felt the aura of a pure Kamoyan bloodline from the girl. It seemed that she shared blood with Robin, and they probably weren't far removed. From the bloodline, it seemed that this girl had a bright future, and might even be in the direct line of descent in Robin's family. But in order to greet Lei Lin, she naturally had to change into the clothes of a servant. "What's your name?" Lei Lin asked, smiling. Parker stood aside, expressionless, as though he hadn't seen Leyland's gesture. As a high-ranking warlock, who also once had authority over a warlock clan, he had become completely immune to such matters. Even if Leyland did anything in front of him, he would still be able to stand as straight as a pine tree. Edda, sir. The female servant's voice held a hint of a repressed sob, as though she was about to cry any moment. At her age, she obviously knew a lot. If this high-ranking bloodline nobleman wanted her, there wouldn't be any objections from anyone, regardless of if it was an elder or her parents. They might even send her over with great joy. Hence, although she was on the verge of tears, Edda held them back, trying to stay strong. Luckily for her, Leyland stopped teasing her. He gently asked Edda, whose face was turning fully red, "I also have another close friend in the Parble family by the name of Noah, do you know him?" "Uncle Noah?" The little girl cried out, yet shortly after she seemed to have remembered something, and raised her guard against Leyland. It was all right, though. From her behavior earlier on, Leyland became aware of many things. No need to be afraid. He and I are good friends. If anything has happened to him, I will definitely help. Leyland acutely discovered Edda's hidden hostility, and plastered his kindest smile on his face. "Uncle Noah. He has been locked up." The little girl finally mumbled after a seemingly long struggle with herself, and her voice was practically so low that it couldn't be heard. "Got it, I will try rescuing him." Leyland caressed her head and guaranteed. "What do you think is the possibility of her telling the truth?" Leyland asked indifferently after sending the servant away. "The possibility isn't high, after all, she was sent by them." Parker shook his head. "I think so too, but it's also possible that it's information brought to us by the other powers in the Parble family." Leyland stroked his chin. He had a premonition that this trip to the Parble family was perhaps not as simple, and it was possible that more unexpected things were slated to happen. The atmosphere in the drawing room was tense, but a few seconds later, Leyland's light laugh broke the silence. "Let's not think too much about this right now, and just enjoy the banquet." "Yes, sir." Parker nodded and followed behind Leyland. He was decked in a black tailcoat, and wore a beautiful tie around his collar, appearing as if he had made preparations long ago. While Leyland and company were enjoying the wine and delicacies made by the Parble family, and even the female warlocks that were brimming with enthusiasm, somewhere in the depths of the ancient castle an invisible darkness spread endlessly. Divulging the information to him on purpose? "Your plan is really badly done." In a dim and narrow room, a blue secret imprint hovered in midair, and the voice of a middle-aged man faintly sounded. "Rest assured. I know him very well. Once he knows about this, he definitely will give chase." A silhouette shrouded in black gas was conversing with the secret imprint. Numerous squirming veins emerged from the black gas from time to time, and were densely packed, making one's scalp go numb. "I don't care about your plan, but Leyland has to be handed over to me." The blue secret imprint spoke with gritted teeth, apparently harboring an unforgettable hatred towards Leyland. "We have been making deals and collaborating on many occasions, you don't have to worry." The figure shrouded in the black gas was silent for a while, then continued asking, "Actually, these are all small matters. What I really wish to know is, when are you planning to take action?" "Very soon. The elders in the Ouroboros clan will soon become a thing of the past. Then, our plan can truly be launched. After all, the counterattack of 3 Morning Star warlocks would be hard to bear even for a radiant moon Magus." The glow of the blue imprint completely dimmed down with the last words of the middle-aged Magus. "Very soon," the figure in the black gas muttered, and suddenly chanted a certain syllable. The gas dispersed, revealing a face all so familiar to Leyland. Leyland, who was still at the banquet, naturally knew nothing about all of this. Now, he was like a huge butterfly, dancing gracefully among a cluster of flowers. The enthusiasm of the female warlocks of the Parble family practically melted the many warlocks, and those that Leyland had brought over were also immersed in delight. "Feels like things won't be that simple." Parker leaned against a pillar with a glass of wine in his hand, watching Leyland's performance, yet a puzzled look flashed in his eyes. Chapter 481, Bloodline Detector. Bloodline Detector. The excitement dissipated with distance from the banquet hall, and the sounds were inaudible from the castle's dungeons. Dim light shone against the murky walls and reflected numerous shadows that looked like talons. The place reeked. "We're getting there." Lei Lin knitted his brows and sized up the rooms and walls of the castle. The dungeons of Magus castles were, more often than not, laboratories or storage rooms. He had yet to discover anything of value. Most of the preventive and detective spell formations were unable to discover Lei Lin, allowing him to strut through the castle without being realized. And the Lei Lin that everyone perceived in the banquet hall was obviously just a clone. Anyway, nobody would want to provoke him, and with a clone and the abilities of the AI chip, a double was no problem. On top of everything, Lei Lin could move freely without obstruction in the castle due to his crystal phase abilities. He could weaken the effects of many detective spell formations, stopping them from locating him. Robin's sudden emotional outburst wasn't all that it seemed to be. Lei Lin rubbed his chin in deep thought. Moreover, if the situation outside and this were linked, it would spell even more trouble. Robin, despite everything, was still his senior and cared a lot for Lei Lin when they first met. So it'd be unwise of Lei Lin to make a move before finding concrete evidence. And Robin's attitude was upright. If Lei Lin continued to be so unwilling to spare him, his reputation would likely go down the drain. Biting the hand that feeds him would probably top the list of derogatory comments that would be made against him. AI chip. How's the progress of the scan going? Lei Lin's figure was engulfed by the pitch black as he looked at the walls and questioned in his heart. Blueprint of the castle established, spell array formation analyzed, 58%, simulation in progress, the AI chip intoned. A three-dimensional image was projected in front of Lei Lin, showcasing the structures of many castles. The castle of Robin's family was comparable to Freya's impressive ancient blood serpent castle, and there were countless spell formations and bizarre phenomena caused by radiation. Robin himself might not even know all the secrets within the castle. The scanning of the AI chip undoubtedly took a while, but if Lei Lin stepped in to explore himself, he would be pretty much familiar with the whole internal layout after walking around so many times. As for those sections which were yet to be analyzed, it was unfortunate that the current capability of the AI chip was unable to compute them. But all this was enough for him. Under the gigantic projection, Lei Lin saw another empty construction buried deep underground. And its outer layer was the most Lei Lin's AI chip could reach. The blank spaces were marked out by crimson symbols that prevented any forms of peeping, which surprised Lei Lin. The core secret of the ancient castle must have been located there. Lei Lin followed the directions of the map and came face to face with a huge mural. The mural depicted a grand historical scene. A horned demon's skull was guillotined by armored cavalry and robed magi, bloodstains and burn marks painted all over their bodies as evidence of war. It was realism at its best with a distinct sense of style. The 18 eyes of the demon were wide open and glaring at him, as if it was still alive. The existence of this cellar is barely brushing the surface of Robin's family's secret. The true secret is hidden behind this mural. Lei Lin's eyes lit up as he stroked the mural. He felt like he could smell the stench of blood and fire as he moved close to the painting. It was as if he was facing the remains of an actual war, where the blood had yet to dry. Beep. Ahead is a rank 1 bloodline detector. After thorough scanning, it has been identified to be one that requires a specific incantation and bloodline to pass through. The database of the AI chip as of now was as vast as the ocean. Just a mere scan could send detailed information to Lei Lin's memory. Bloodline detector. Lei Lin touched his chin in deep thought. Since they'd chosen such a defensive measure, it definitely required the bloodline of Robin's family, or even Robin himself, in order to get past it. But, of course, Lei Lin was ahead of Robin in terms of his knowledge on bloodlines, for he had dedicated more than 1 century towards the study of the bloodline experiments of quicksand. His current situation might have been an unsolvable problem for other magi, but it was a piece of cake for him. Beep. Data is being collected, probing for removal measures. The AI chip operated at Lei Lin's command, and numerous blue symbols floated before him, forming countless dots before entering the mural. The whole mural began to quiver and buzz as layers of dust collapsed, distinguishing the characters and making them appear more realistic than ever. Especially the skull of the demon, an eerie green light seemed to be projecting from its eyes. Under the ultraviolet rays, the approaching descendant bloodline will come together and return to its origins. Lei Lin chanted a medieval incantation and a strand of black hair flew from his hand. It was something that Lei Lin had stolen from the maid, Edda, when they fooled around, and was specially saved for situations like these. Warlocks possessed the most in-depth knowledge with regards to the power of bloodlines and were thus the most confident as well. So, when they set up traps or other preventive measures, all this would be taken into consideration. Lei Lin had thus collected a strand of hair from a direct line of Robin's family for his use. Asterisk hiss. Asterisk a ball of scarlet light wrapped the strand within itself under Lei Lin's incantation. The hair disappeared as the light dispersed, leaving behind a droplet of purplish-red blood that possessed a savage aura unique to giant Komoyan serpents. That's not enough. Lei Lin shook his head vigorously and threw out a handful of crimson rocks. These rocks turned into a fine powder in midair and congregated with the droplet. The powder transformed into a bright silver liquid upon contact with the droplet, helping it expand even as it diluted the color of the blood to a washed-out red. Lei Lin's eyes glistened all the more as he watched this. The incantation sounded more mournful with time, and the faded red had agglutinated to a dark red blood clot, emitting a dangerously powerful aura. If the previous bloodline was only Edda's, a low-ranked Magus, then the current ball of blood had already reached the level of a crystal phase, and its aura was highly similar to Robin's. If Robin had installed this bloodline detector, then the key to it wouldn't be as simple as the bloodline of a giant Komoyan serpent. Otherwise, it'd be easy as pie for any Magus to uncover the secret here. Surely, Robin would only use his own DNA as the key. Therefore, Lei Lin was trying to generate a bloodline aura similar to that of Robin's through that of his relative. Though the DNA couldn't be imitated, Lei Lin believed that it would be almost undetectable by the spells here given the supreme abilities of the AI chip. Beep. Deduction completed for the removal of the spell. The AI chip alerted and Lei Lin's face lit up as he sang the incantation. Beep. Wrong aura, starting automated matching. The deep red ball of blood underwent some changes before changing into the aura of another warlock. This is... Lei Lin was confused for a moment. He quickly shook his head and sent the blood ball straight into the mural, causing the two to fuse. A layer of red started rippling on the surface of the mural, and it was frightening. The characters in the mural, especially, took an eerie turn and started changing under the crimson light. Thin scales and cysts started getting embedded their bodies, and some of the cavalry even had horns growing on their heads and enormous wings on their backs. The mural had transformed into one of monsters. The demon head, however, still had a sinister smile painted across his face that made Lei Lin's hairs stand. There must be more to this mural, this seems foreboding, Lei Lin muttered to himself and looked at the demon head again. AI chip, scan the mural. Find a similar specimen in the database. Lei Lin ordered. Beep. Mission received, starting scan. Matching similar specimens in database, the AI chip replied almost immediately while scanning through the database furiously. Beep. Similar image found. The AI chip projected an oil painting in front of Lei Lin. Within the painting was the huge image of a demon, its horns and eyes shockingly similar to the one in the mural. What is this? Lei Lin looked into the information of that particular section almost immediately. The year 2315 of the Holy Calendar, a night where crows wept, the clone of Beelzebub arrived in Verdant City and caused a holocaust before being eliminated by an unknown Breaking Dawn Magus. The information presented by the AI chip was very simplified. It was a mere few sentences and the image had a few missing portions on the edge. These were the defects on the ancient book scanned earlier. Beelzebub, who represents gluttony. Lei Lin covered his mouth in shock. Even if it's just a clone, the only people who could eliminate it were Breaking Dawn Magi. Though details weren't mentioned in the ancient book, the marked calendar system belonged to the ancient era where Morning Star Magi reigned, and there were definitely some in the Verdant City too. Amongst those who were injured, exactly how many were at Morning Star or even Breaking Dawn, Lei Lin sighed. And right at this moment, both the incantation and bloodline were stimulated and a crack split the mural from the center, revealing a passageway that led underground. The bloodline detector was broken by an outsider in a situation that did not alarm the owner. Chapter 482, Prison Cell. Prison Cell. Cries and howls sounded. Indescribable noises echoed past Lei Lin's ears as he stepped foot into the passageway. The secret that Robin had kept so tightly was about to be revealed to him. There must have been something more to that expedition we did. Lei Lin thought about other matters as he took note of his surroundings. Robin was evidently impatient when we last explored the quicksand pocket dimension. And the information he held about the dimension was definitely not possible for someone who only worked internally. He'd probably known all the secrets within Quicksand Castle long ago, and went there specifically for it. Leyland's guess was confirmed by the mural. Robin's family clearly inherited something important, and it might even be linked to the Quicksand organization. As his journey in the long passageway came to an end, he found himself between two rows of small prison-like cells. The walls in these cells were covered in complex runes, many of which were familiar to Leyland, that were identical to the bindings of his own Magus tower. The number of cells is crazy. Leyland sized up the rows of cells that seemed to have no end to them, and caught glimpses of shadows within. Exactly how many people is he planning to imprison, he thought as he came in front of a cell. Outsider detected, warning dispatched. Destroy. A deep masculine voice sounded as Leyland entered shadow stealth mode. The man was a formation genie in charge of this area, holding a position similar to that of his own tower genie. AI. Chip, Leyland lightly called out. Spiritual force interface discovered, forcefully manipulating data. The AI chip replied mechanically, without an ounce of emotion. The voice started to change in an instant, becoming hoarse. Invasion by outsider spiritual force. Activating first layer of defenses. Defense broken, activating level 2 firewall and alarms. Beginning self-destruction. Invasion of outsider spiritual force into center formation genie. Warning. Warning. Destruction imminent in T-3, 2. Warning dispersed. Operation normal. Outsider's spiritual force intercepted. No information has been leaked. Its voice that was initially submersed in fright and hoarseness became choppy. Light shone everywhere, illuminating the surroundings distinctly as it turned into a unique robotic one, that of the AI chip. An intelligence of this standard was nothing in front of Leyland's AI chip. It was only a matter of time before it was breached. The administrator of this region had already changed from the formation genie to Leyland's AI chip. After he successfully took it over, the place had become Leyland's backyard. Even Robin would fail to detect him. Of course, he had to thank his luck that he took care of the formation genie in a short time. Most formation genies would have self-destructed in time, and alerted their owners, landing Leyland in a heap of trouble. Thankfully, Robin's formation genie was of a lower rank. If it were a core formation genie set up by a Morning Star Magus, the AI chip would have faced a lot of difficulties. Now, Leyland was in control. Activate the observation window of cell 0023. Following Leyland's command, a white ray of light shone in the cell, ridding it of the darkness, the prisoner appearing in front of Leyland. And the prisoner appeared in front of Leyland. Ha! This is, Leyland's pupils dilated. I've seen him somewhere. It was a warlock, more accurately, a giant Kamoyan serpent warlock. This sense of familiarity between bloodlines was always accurate. The warlock in front of him looked plaintive. Not only was he almost naked, only clothed in pathetic rags, his whole body was riddled with large wounds. Some granulation tissue could be seen squirming on the wounds. They were repairing themselves. It looked revolting. Don't come any nearer. You monster. A low voice rumbled from the warlock's mouth. I'm not Robin. Leyland cleared his throat and said. The warlock raised his head and Leyland could see his goblin-like face. As if on cue, hope filled his eyes, replacing the dread and despair that existed before he saw Leyland. Save me. Please save me, Lord Leyland. He was like a drowning man that was grasping at the last straw as he crawled to the middle of the cell. It was then that Leyland realized that both the legs of the warlock were missing. He was completely disabled. Though it could be healed using limb regeneration spells or other high-grade potions, Robin wouldn't have been so nice. Tell me, what happened? Why are you here? Leyland looked dreadfully displeased, and his voice was low as ever. It's Robin. He captured me, my wife and my children, and caged us here right after he attacked my family. He's a demon. He seemed to have undergone an overly traumatic experience that caused him to stumble over his words. Master. Take me away please, I'm begging you. He shouted himself hoarse as his eyes watered. Leyland could only shake his head at this scene. Though the advancements of Warlock were largely a result of their bloodlines, making moving up the ranks easier, to see such low willpower from a Warlock was still very rare. High-ranking Magi usually had tenacious spirits, and could compose themselves quickly even in huge events. Tell me, what exactly did he do? Two rays of light shot from Leyland's eyes, and made the warlock speechless. The warlock sobbed and hugged his knees close, coiling into himself as he trembled endlessly. How dare he eat my Gwen? Oh Lord, she was only 7. And Hugo, and Ron, he could not stop listing name after name and looked absent-minded. He ended up wrapping his arms around his head, refusing to think anymore. A drastic change in temperament, imprisoning people, rumors of cannibalism, a mural to Beelzebub, the prince of gluttony. Leylin let out a long sigh. The pieces came together to form a complete picture in his head. Wow, he did not know what to say. Robin's desire for power had already reached such sick levels. Though Leylin didn't label himself a good guy, he would never go as far as Robin had. Just then, the AI chip relayed a piece of information to Leylin. Beep. Scan of underground laboratory completed. 341 prisoners, 34 giant Kamoyan warlocks, 22 rank 3 warlocks. Other matters aside, things will be over for Robin the moment he gets exposed. As Leylin went further, he saw that the cells on both sides were full of all kinds of warlocks. Most of them had portions of their bodies missing, and he even saw a few elders from Robin's own family. It seemed like the elders who disappeared were all captured by Robin and locked up here. Upon seeing Leylin, all the warlocks went mad, some were wailing, some were bellowing in fury demanding that Leylin punish Robin for his sins. Even the eyes of the elders from Robin's own family were filled with hatred and rage. They had evidently given up on Robin long ago. These warlocks, most of them should be from the families that Robin eliminated, Leylin sighed. Who would know that Robin would have the guts to seize his enemies and lock them up in a secret cellar like this? And judging from their faces, Leylin bet they would rather have died on the battlefield. Though Leylin pitied them, he didn't order the AI chip to deactivate the defense in the cells and allow them out. After all, there were still many prisoners here that could cause chaos if let out. Furthermore, Leylin still had more tasks to be performed that needed to be hidden from Robin. The core cell. Who is the one imprisoned there? At the end of the passageway was a large cell. A few sparks could be seen jumping along the blood-red electrified cage every now and then, firmly caging a Magus inside. No information found within the Formation Genie's data. This place is marked top secret. The AI chip sent back. Who are you? Standing beside the cage, Leylin was curious about the shadow inside. As the criminal who was under the tightest form of imprisonment in the entire cellar, this person could not be simple. The prisoner raised his head after hearing Leyland's voice, and Leyland's pupils constricted in an instant before he broke out in cold sweat. Senior Robin. The person in the cage possessed a face that was bewitching, but malnourished beyond recognition. It was as though all flesh and blood had been drained from him. Robin could only force a smile before calling out for Leylin. Leylin, you're here. What is going on? Who is that Robin out there? Leyland's expression was dark. He felt an unusually familiar aura from this Robin who was in front of him, his smile unforgettable. When he'd first entered Phosphorescent Swamp, Robin wore this exact same smile when welcoming Leylin as he stood by the entrance to the Ouroboros clan headquarters. You should be able to guess by now, Robin was very weak and had to pause after every other word. All muscles seemed to have disappeared, leaving Robin a sack of bones. If not for his features, Leylin would have thought the person in front of him was a skeleton. Chapter 483, Rescue. Rescue. How is he outside? Robin lifted his head and asked Leylin, hope in his eyes. Leylin was silent for a moment but still ended up speaking. He has advanced to the peak of the crystal phase, and the curse marks have taken up over 60% of his face. He doesn't seem to be in a good state of mind. The initial phase has ended. He is now undergoing flesh immolation, but is still quite a distance from the final, gluttony's monarch. Robin sighed, can you let me out or bring me before him? There are some things that I want to tell him. I'm sorry, but the situation is very dangerous. Leyland's expression was grim. Shouldn't you give me an answer now? What answer? Haven't you guessed everything already? Just a part of it. Why are you here? Leylin asked. Robin glanced at Leylin and began to speak unhurriedly. Our ancestors once obtained some information regarding the gluttony imprint and knew that it was within the ancient quicksand castle in the Forgotten Land. That was why we were so eager in inviting you all there. The gluttony imprint was a fragment of the consciousness of the sin of gluttony, Beelzebub, that remained in Verdant City. It was said that magi who obtained the gluttony imprint would awaken with a terrifying appetite, but at the same time gain several unique abilities. This gluttony imprint had once brought great suffering upon the region surrounding Verdant City. There had even been a situation where a whole city had been devoured. Only with the work of numerous magi was this chaos suppressed. Countless imprints were destroyed, leaving behind a few to be used as samples in research. My ancestor was one of the lower-class members of Quicksand, and there are records in his notes. The gluttony imprint was once collected by Quicksand and improved using large amounts of devouring-type bloodlines, achieving the effect of improving and purifying one's own bloodline. The history of giant Kamoyan serpent warlocks was of course long, and extended to the ancient era. However, the Ouroboros clan had yet to be established then, which was why entering a warlock organization like Quicksand was very common. Only after the end of the ancient era did the remaining giant Kamoyan serpent warlock set up the Ouroboros clan, which had then lasted up to date. So you set your sights on that gluttony imprint? Leyland's voice was cold. Yes. As long as I have it, I'm confident that I can purify our bloodline till it is comparable to the ancient giant Kamoyan serpent, and even reach the Morning Star realm. Robin's eyes blazed for a moment before turning dulled once more. Looks like the one who initially obtained the gluttony imprint was indeed you, and the one who went up on the airship with us was you. If not, Mentor would definitely have noticed. The sudden change must have happened after our return, Leyland continued on from Robin's words. Yes. The spiritual contamination from the gluttony imprint is much too terrifying. In just a few short months, I could no longer control myself. I lost control of my emotions quite a few times. Robin smiled wryly. So you decided to strip it off and look for a guinea pig to reduce this property, and you picked Noah. No, Noah requested that I do that. Robin roared, and collapsed spinelessly. He was such a good child. I still remember his gaze when we spoke, full of hope and resolution. At that moment, I'd thought that only warlocks like him would be able to subdue the gluttony imprint. I now know the consequences. Leyland nodded. Whether it was the large change in personality after receiving the imprint or some hatred originally inside Noah, Leyland had no wish to pursue this further. The situation was clear. Noah imprisoned his own uncle and many elders, holding his family in his grasp. He had even arrested high-grade pure-blood warlocks and, by devouring their bloodline, purified his own. Recently, he had even set his sights on Miranda, and was met with a fierce counterattack from her. The remains of high-energy beings like that all cause a lot of trouble. Leyland knew this well. Whether it was the original spirit of the Lamia bone or the spiritual force contamination from his interplanar experiments, this was always the case. Thankfully, Leyland's will was strong and decisive, and he could thus eliminate these dangers. If not, he'd be no better off than Noah. Using the sin of gluttony to improve his own bloodline. Leyland touched his chin. This was a rather interesting topic, and the fact that the Noah outside had, from a newly advanced rank 3 warlock, broken through both the vapor phase and the hydro phase to arrive at the crystal phase in one go, it was obvious that this had a high possibility of working. All he needed to do was settle the issue of the spiritual force contamination. The situation now is very complicated. I can only save you first and see what headquarters says. Even Leyland found this difficult to handle. Only the 3 Morning Star elders had the qualifications to make the final decision. AI Chip, open the core restriction room. Leyland ordered. Asterisk Ka-cha. Ka-cha, asterisk the blood-red electricity of the cage died out, and the binding runes in the room dimmed. The AI chip suddenly sent a warning. Beep. Discovered foreign spiritual force, determined to be the remains of a spirit genie. He actually set up a second spirit genie to mobilize only if the core restriction room is closed. Leyland was shocked. Evidently, Noah had not completely lost his mind and was meticulous. Beginning eradication of spirit genie. Another party is forcefully interfering with transmission of data and sending out cries for help. Beginning interception. The AI chip worked quickly, but with the preparations the opponent had made, it could not intercept the data successfully. Interception failed. Data has been transmitted. The AI chip's robotic voice sounded. Shit. Leyland cursed, and quickly left with Robin. Meanwhile, the face of Robin in the reception hall of the castle warped. What's going on? Lei Lin, who was holding his wine cup, smiled gently. Die. Noah, who had received the information, could obviously tell that Lei Lin in front of him was just a puppet, and that he had been duped. He instantly reddened in fury. Gauntlets of black crystal appeared on his hands as they were struck into the smiling Lei Lin's chest. Asterisk clatter. Asterisk the glass cup fell to the ground, creating a clear sound. Scarlet wine flew everywhere. The hall immediately turned quiet. The guests all looked in this direction, full of disbelief. Lord Robin had dared attack the enforcer at a banquet. Was this a rebellion? Ah! An urgent, panicky female shriek sounded, and the time which seemed to have stopped in the hall moved once more. The magi present immediately moved. The warlocks of Robin's family gathered, while Parker protected Snoopy as he transferred his men over. Two waves of warlocks gathered amidst the stream of people like two giant reefs, unmoving in the confusion. Contrary to their behavior, the musicians, waiters, dancers, clowns, and others were startled. They fled in their alarm, occasionally letting out piercing screams. Based on this situation, it was obvious the warlocks on both ends had not let down their guard and were prepared to become hostile. TSS, Noah expressionlessly watched the Lei Lin in his hands. Now, this Lei Lin who was in front of him, had completely turned black. Droplets of black liquid flowed from the wound and onto the ground, producing white gas. I'm going out for a while. Kill all of Lei Lin's subordinates. Noah carelessly dumped the shadow puppet in his hands and turned into a black phantom that disappeared. By the time Noah had left, the warlocks confronting each other in the hall first quietened down, and then great amounts of spell rays lit up. The flood of chaotic elemental particles drowned the hall. I wouldn't be so stupid as to fight with an opponent in their nest, which they've operated in for thousands of years. With one hand on Robin, Lei Lin crushed a few armored knights blocking his path into bits. Under the silver knight armors was only air. These armors, that were meant to just be ornamental, seemed to have received some order and suddenly began attacking Lei Lin. Adding to his troubles, many long ash-black tongues filled the passageway behind him, sweeping forwards. These knights are silent guards. Without attacking the core, it's impossible to destroy them. Robin, who was pressed against Lei Lin's side, served well as a guide yet did nothing else. Not only was he gravely injured, his spiritual force was in ruins. A large amount seemed to have been devoured, and his strength had fallen to that of a rank 1 warlock. If not, Lei Lin wouldn't be so at ease in bringing him along. Rather than the silent guards, you need to be careful of the tongues behind you. Seeing the forces behind them, Robin's expression changed. This is a passageway our family found by accident. It seems to have mutated and made a connection with a majestic existence above. The ash-black tongues are parts of that existence. Even a crystal phase rank 3 warlock would find it troublesome if caught, and might even be devoured. A few seniors in the family have died from it. Due to the terrifying radiation, a few ancient Magus castles would mutate, giving rise to situations that even magi couldn't make head or tails of. These strange phenomena were taken advantage of by their descendants, who used them as defenses. Chapter 484, Cage of Gluttony. Cage of Gluttony. Can you control them? With regards to unforeseeable situations, Lei Lin was always more cautious. He looked at Robin. After all, Robin was the clan leader and should have had some tricks up his sleeve. I'm afraid not. Noah's taken away my authority. Moreover, once the devouring corridor is engaged, even the clan leader himself can't control it. Then what was the point of me saving you? Lei Lin rolled his eyes and pulled Robin along, sprinting at a much higher speed. Soon Robin proved that, as a clan leader, he was still very familiar with his castle. Under his guidance, after rushing through 3 rooms, Lei Lin managed to jump down from a window pane. The moment before he left the window ledge, numerous tongues swiftly climbed forward and filled the entire room, but had not followed through their attack to the exterior of the castle. It was as if there was a chasm at the fringes of the castle that was difficult to pass through, or even barriers outside. Only at that point in time did Lei Lin have the leisure to look at his secret imprint. Master, they've gone on the offensive. The situation here is extremely chaotic. An impatient Parker transmitted even as the rumble of explosions from spells could be heard in the background. Today's banquet is extremely lively. Lei Lin looked at the ancient black castle. Through one of the windows in the living room, he could see explosions and flames being set off in the room. Put your own safety as the priority, and escape as soon as you can. Lei Lin did not have the plans to return once more. After all, those still inside the castle were his subordinates. Subordinates fought to the death for their masters, not the other way around. Your nephew seems to be coming over. After they escaped, Robin's head had been hanging low, his thoughts a mystery. Lei Lin indifferently set him down under an oak tree. After hearing his tone, Robin raised his head and saw a black figure rushing down from the ancient castle, with a terrifying aura on his body. That was the terrifying power of a crystal phase Magus. Coupled with the fact that he also possessed the ancient gluttonous desire, these had caused even Lei Lin to furrow his brows. Boom, a figure landed in front of Lei Lin, and revealed a face that was mostly covered with runes. Noah. Lei Lin let out a long sigh. Relatives Noah and Robin had very similar face shapes and auras. But with the influence of the gluttony imprint concealing and obscuring things, even Morning Star Magi might not have been able to realize the difference. However, there was no way Lei Lin would not be able to recognize him. Uncle, Noah's voice was low as he gazed at Robin who was seated on the ground. Complex emotions whirled across his face. Shortly after, the black runes on his face started to move about, causing changes to its shape, his nose became sharper and eyes wider. It took only a few tweaks for Noah to look drastically different, as he regained his original appearance. You've changed a lot, Robin said after a moment of silence. I have not changed. Was this not always your wish anyway? A vicious look flashed across Noah's face. He bowed to Robin, his etiquette perfect to the point that nobody could nitpick about it. He was the perfect example of royalty. Very soon, the aspirations of our clan will be realized. I can feel it. Under the radiation of the sin of gluttony, my Kamoyan bloodline has been purified. I'm only one step away from becoming a pure-blood Kamoyan warlock. Mysterious rays shot out of Noah's eyes as he bit his own finger to show Robin and Lei Lin the pure purplish-red blood. Immediately, he greedily sucked the same finger which he'd previously bit, even as his face was immersed in pleasure. Crazy. You've completely gone insane. Robin grabbed his head in pain and regret. I should not have allowed you to inherit the imprint to begin with. No, I shouldn't even have gone to quicksand to uncover it. On the other side, Lei Lin looked at Noah proudly showing the purity of his bloodline, and was rendered speechless. From what he saw, even though the Kamoyan bloodline of the other party was extremely pure, but compared to the first time Lei Lin had purified his Kamoyan bloodline, there was still an obvious difference. Just based on the luster, if Lei Lin's bloodline was initially a diamond, Noah's bloodline was at most coal, or even worse than that. And after having absorbed large amounts of radiation from the lamia bone, his bloodline had been purified to an unprecedented level, and might even have surpassed the ancient giant Kamoyan serpent. I'm not crazy. For those trash to be the foundations to allow for our clan to flourish is definitely an honor for them. Noah lifted his hands in despair, his eyes bloodshot. I have a feeling that if only I were to eat him, my bloodline would advance to an unprecedented level, and I could even advance to the Morning Star realm. Noah pointed at Lei Lin and his eyes widened, as if he was a plate of some delicacy. That gaze made Lei Lin uncomfortable, especially when the other party started to contemplate on where he should start devouring him. Lei Lin kept the memory crystal ball that would be the evidence for later before he swiftly asked Robin, since he has already confessed, there shouldn't be a problem if I start killing here in my name as an enforcer, right? Robin's face looked pale, and he did not utter a single word, only waving his hand. After getting Robin's approval, Lei Lin had no more misgivings. In actual fact, just based on what Noah had done previously, Lei Lin would not hesitate to kill him. Still, it would be better with Robin's understanding. After all, the other party was his senior, and he would have to take note of the potential after-effects. TSK. He actually dared to utter such words to me. Noah licked his lips, and the imprint on his face went into action. It's decided. I'll make sure you don't get to leave this place, and I'll slowly devour your meat, a kilogram a day. There were many ways for Magi to regenerate their muscles, a natural product of their high vitality. As a result, even though the flesh might have been cut off, it would grow back in a designated amount of time. That was a characteristic that Noah had made use of when he imprisoned many Magi and left them in circumstances where they were better off dead than alive. Devour you. I'll devour you. Noah's face warped as he went berserk, and he rushed towards Lei Lin like a beast. Black blood vessels rose from his body, and like tentacles, covered Lei Lin's face. At the tips of the blood vessels, needle-like structures appeared. Should it penetrate one sick, the bone marrow could even be sucked away in an instant. Gross. Lei Lin shook his head, and a black ray erupted from his waist. The meteor sword brought with it the terrifying Chamoyan venom, and formed a black wall in front of Lei Lin. Numerous blood vessels were immediately chopped off by the sharp edges of the meteor sword. The horrifying venom even started to corrode them, causing them to rot and fall loudly to the ground. Growling, Noah opened his mouth, and large amounts of saliva dropped to the ground. The current him was already under the absolute control of the sin of gluttony, and he had become a beast that moved around merely based on instinct. Robin had turned his head, and dare not look at the miserable scene. During the attack, Noah's body had been shrouded by a layer of black light. After the light dissipated, numerous pieces of black armor could be seen on his body. No matter what, Noah was still a crystal phase Magus, and Lei Lin would not dare to belittle his abilities. Shadowflame Plague. He swiftly chanted, and black flames shot forth from his robes like an aura, aiming for Noah who was rushing over. The black flames burned the crystal defense, heating up the surroundings so much that the air distorted. Noah yelled and, like a beast, rushed out of the sea of fire and appeared before Lei Lin. The movement was almost instantaneous. What a shocking physicality. Lei Lin squinted his eyes as he saw the other party's injuries almost instantly recovering on their own. As he saw the skin patching up, he couldn't help but feel a little fearful. After which, without any hesitation, he held his cross blade and hacked down from Noah's head. Sharp sword rays were created with the action as the terrifying venom was dissipated carelessly. Lei Lin's toxic bile had far surpassed other rank 2 innate spells, achieving a horrifying power. It was an effect entirely brought about by the maturation of his giant Chamoyan serpent bloodline under the effects of the Lamia fingerbone. Crossblade slash. Black light in the form of a crucifix slashed down upon Noah's body, causing a large vertical wound. Ah! Noah's face flushed with blood, but he actually grabbed the blade of the sword. Large amounts of white mist were emitted as his hands started to rot under the horrifying venom. The scene made Robin feel uneasy. But Noah instantly revealed a smile that suggested that he had gotten away with something, and his eyes were no longer bloodshot. You actually were sane all this while? Lei Lin cried out. That astonished him more than Noah inheriting the gluttony imprint and replacing Robin. It's too late now to realize it. The injuries on his abdomen and chest were all covered by a layer of black blood vessels, and his aura increased exponentially to a peak. Arcane Art, Cage of Gluttony. A black fog engulfed Lei Lin and Noah, and Robin's face changed as he heard the gnawing sounds from within. The Cage of Gluttony. On the other hand, Lei Lin, who was shrouded in darkness, casually waved both his hands forth in a bid to size up the strength of the formation. This isn't the energy system of our world. It must be a formation from the path of another realm, a result of the inheritance of Beelzebub's clone. Even as Lei Lin spoke, numerous mouths with ivory teeth surrounded him. Chapter 485, Unexpected Developments. Unexpected Developments. Lei Lin's indifferent tone instantly infuriated Noah, who was hiding in the dark, and a sinister voice sounded, I hope you'll still feel that way when you are under the attack of the gluttony's kiss. This voice seemed to come from all directions, making one unable to grasp his location. The weakness of such barriers lies in the one who casts them. Once he's attacked, they will immediately collapse. Lei Lin continued speaking in a superior tone, as though he was commenting on Noah's spell. So what if you know its weakness? After undergoing refinement, my Cage of Gluttony now possesses a portion of the power of a morning star domain. A mere crystal phase Magus like you will definitely never see through it. Noah's voice sounded again, but this time, he seemed flustered and exasperated. Anyone who saw their own enemy being unconcerned when caught in their trap, when by all rights they should have been struggling in their death throes, would feel enraged. With a command, numerous dreadful mouths with sharp tongues started to attack Lei Lin by gnawing at him. Scale Shield. A multitude of black crystals appeared with a snap of Lei Lin's fingers, forming a shield covered in a layer of scales on one side. When the white teeth bit the shield, they produced jarring noises and a great amount of sparks. Under the attack of the numerous teeth, the defense of the scale shield was in imminent danger, and it seemed like it would be smashed to smithereens within minutes. Ha! Ha! Seeing this, Noah let out a carefree laugh. Even if you saw through it, what can you do? Won't you still be ground into mincemeat under the attack of my cage of gluttony? I have decided, I'll preserve your tongue well, and savor it slowly. Even though he was clear-headed, he still showed the symptoms of insanity under the influence of the gluttony imprint. As he listened to Noah's declaration of victory, and as the scale shield around him shattered, Leyland shook his head. If it was just this barrier, it would practically be unbreakable by rank 3 magi, and even I would have to spend a great amount of spiritual force to forcefully break out of it, but what a pity, Leyland sighed, as though he was genuinely feeling sorry for Noah's misfortune. You shouldn't have collaborated with the Occart clan. How did you? Before Noah could complete his sentence, a terrifying ray of death had already pierced through the numerous barriers and hit Noah, who was hidden in the cracks of darkness precisely. Fatality's tip. This formidable spell that the AI chip had specially designed for Leyland had the terrifying effect of delivering a fatal blow to a rank 3 Magus. Asterisk pew. 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 Asterisk under Fatality's tip, Noah's defense was torn apart like paper, and even his innate spells were easily smashed apart by the ray of death, as if eggshells meeting a hammer. Gluttony. Gluttony. The almighty Beelzebub. You are the sovereignty of gluttony, controller of gluttony. A voice resonated in Noah's surroundings, as if chanting yet also praying. Amidst the prayers, the black runes on Noah's face flashed, and actually broke away from his face, taking the shape of a black seed that obstructed Fatality's tip. Power from conviction? Or bestowed from a god? Leyland was always apprehensive about the legendary world of the gods. Some of his knowledge attained in his previous world regarding deities and gods added on to his understanding of such higher powers. Therefore, upon witnessing this form, Leyland immediately made an association. But shortly after, he sneered, if Beelzebub's original body, or even his clone, was here, he would be able to crush me with just a finger. But now, a useless seed without the support of the spiritual force of the original body wants to kill me? Having conducted interplanar experiments before, Leyland naturally understood the weakness of such spiritual force seeds that descended from other worlds, especially those that had their connections to both sides cut off. It could be said that even if the other party's original body was beyond rank 7 and they had already reached a terrifying realm, they would still be unable to provide any assistance to the spiritual force seed here. In fact, this black seed was not even a spiritual force seed, only a product of the annihilated clone's spiritual contamination, tainted with fragments of its memory. The rays of death struck the black seed relentlessly, humming coldly. Pew! After the black rays of light flashed, the spiritual force seed fell to the ground with a hole on its surface. As it slowly petrified, it took the shape of a stony rune. Fatality's tip penetrated Noah, who appeared to have given up all hope. If not for Leyland, who slanted his finger at the final juncture, Noah's entire brain might have been fried completely. But now, Noah lay on the ground like a dead dog, a gaping hole in his chest. He murmured in disbelief, How? How did this happen? Leyland walked up and destroyed his consciousness ruthlessly, his voice cold as ice. Speak. When did you start ganging up with the Occart clan? 70 years ago. I once went to Azure Mountain City in search of a way to fix the cage of gluttony, and at that time the Occart clan helped me find what was lacking. After losing the gluttony imprint, Noah seemed like a lost soul. He had regressed to a state where he was even worse off than an average human after his consciousness was ruined, allowing Leyland to get answers out of him by using an illusory spell. You actually dared to collude with that clan. You're really tired of living, aren't you? Having interacted with them before, Leyland understood the Occart clan. They were a bunch of people without morals. It was a tragedy that Noah had looked them up. It was also the Occart clan that had aided Leyland in breaking the cage of gluttony in one stroke. Although the cage of gluttony indeed isolated itself from all sorts of detection, such that he wasn't confident even in the AI chip scans, Leyland still discovered minute traces of Stardust bug activity on Noah. There were only a few such bugs, and they probably had concealment spells on them, which was why Leyland hadn't sensed anything initially. When Noah had completely burst and dragged Leyland into the cage of gluttony, Leyland immediately activated the atomic scanning function of the AI chip. He initially wanted to find a flaw in the cage of gluttony, but who would have thought that he would accidentally find traces of Stardust bugs? Lei Lin had roughly learned how to deal with these bugs while at the auction. The fact that Noah actually had parasitic stardust bugs on him was as good as adorning himself with huge light bulbs, revealing his location to Lei Lin. There was no doubt as to what would happen next. Lei Lin aimed his fatalities tip and solved all his problems. The Occart clan. Robin's expression changed. They were a powerful family with a morning star Magus as their backing. His nephew's dealings with them were completely against his own interest. It seems that the recent changes in the Ouroboros clan have involved the interference of the powers of Azure Mountain City. Lei Lin stroked his chin and decided to evacuate immediately. He was now even more afraid of bumping into this clan. If the issue from before was revealed, the other party would definitely come chasing after him to the ends of the earth, even if he had the support of his Morning Star mentor. Senior Robin. How about we put a stop to the commotion in the castle, then take Noah to headquarters to plead guilty? Lei Lin looked at Robin, who was standing at the side, and asked respectfully. Of course we should. Robin smiled bitterly. Did he even still have room to reject? Great, let's. Lei Lin was about to say something, but his expression suddenly changed. Who's there? Numerous potions immediately emerged from the pouch at his waist, combining to form a terrifying rank 3 spell in the air, Death's Blade. A glowing black arc cut across, instantly shaving out a huge plain. Everything in the way, stones, large trees, and even small hills, were halved by a thin layer of light, revealing flawlessly smooth gaps. A few figures were forced out by Death's Blade and projected in front of Lei Lin. Lei Lin Farlier. I finally found you. The Magi present were all in the crystal phase, and their chief was a Magus whose terrifying strength was at the peak of the crystal phase. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man, with his gold hair up like flames. The hatred in his voice made Lei Lin's hair stand on end. Leo. Lei Lin bellowed his name. This robed leader was actually the chief of the Occart clan. From his expression, it was clear that he knew about Lei Lin's disguise previously. A prophecy? Lei Lin thought that he had wiped out his tracks cleanly, but the other party had actually discovered his identity nonetheless. He must have prophesied his identity. While the Azure Mountain King himself wasn't a prophet, as long as one was willing to pay a large sum it was still possible to enlist the services of other Magi. It was just that the speed of the other party's reaction, as well as their viciousness, far exceeded Lei Lin's expectations. It was likely that, to predict Lei Lin's location, the entire Occart clan had paid in blood. But if one thought about the consequences that the Occart clan would suffer once Lei Lin exposed their stardust bugs, it somehow seemed understandable. Kill. Indeed, Leo cut to the chase, as though afraid that Lei Lin would expose him. He immediately got to work once they met, and didn't give Lei Lin any chance to speak. Asterisk boom. Boom. Asterisk terrifying waves erupted from the crystal phase Magi next to him, and numerous black chains appeared around Lei Lin, wrapping him up. A powerful binding force was exerted on him. Leo unrolled a simple and unadorned scroll, and the energy waves that burst forth from it made Lei Lin feel suffocated. A rank 4 spell scroll. You really do think quite highly of me. Lei Lin's pupils contracted, and he immediately whispered to Leo, if I die here, I swear the issue with the stardust bugs will instantly be revealed and spread throughout the entire central continent. Chapter 486, Discovered. Discovered. The threatening words only caused Leo's hands to tremble a little, and the scroll remained tightly in his grip. Relationships were based on strength, and this was something even more pronounced in the world of Magi. Why would anyone be threatened by an ant? These could affect Lei Lin even up to the Morning Star realm, and at this point. Leo sneered, his spiritual force continuously seeping into the scroll. At worst, he could just kill the opposite party and invite his master to take part as they slew the rest of the Magi who could possibly know the secret. The only powers that could restrain the Occart clan were those at the Morning Star realm and above. The current Lei Lin didn't even qualify to bargain. Lei Lin understood this principle. What he sought was not a withdrawal, he just needed that moment of pause. The moment Leo froze when Lei Lin's voice was transmitted, he sprung into action. Chamoyan scales. Toxic bile. Intimidating gaze. Acting on the chant, all 3 innate spells immediately took effect. Compared to the other methods of using spells or potions, a Magus innate spell would take effect in the blink of an eye. Thus, in times of danger, every Magus would first choose to use their innate spells, and Lei Lin was no exception. A layer of shiny black scales immediately enveloped his entire body. The two domains of poison and intimidating gaze was launched in his attack without any reservations. At this critical moment, Lei Lin had burst forth with all his power. Without any apprehensions, the toxic bile poisoned Noah who was standing by his side. Thereafter, the ripples struck the surrounding crystal phase magi, creating countless waves. After absorbing the Lamia bone's radiation, the power of Lei Lin's intimidating gaze had swelled by a few folds. The pressure was immense even for similarly ranked crystal phase magi. Such strength of the domains. Even average crystal phase Chamoyan warlocks are not this strong. The enormous amounts of life force caused the iron chains to start trembling. The surrounding magi, numbers 1 and 2, immediately cried out in alarm. Fatality's tip. At such a juncture, Lei Lin did not show the slightest reservations. The black rays of death, aimed at the weakest link, number 3. It was like a vicious viper baring its ferocious teeth at its prey. Number 2, number 4, support. Number 1 yelled immediately. As the leader of the team, he needed to help stall for time as Leo launched his rank 4 spell. Asterisk swoosh. 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 Asterisk multiple chains appeared like a wall, blocking Lei Lin's advance. Cross blade slash. Lei Lin held onto the meteor sword, its black blade dazzling. The iron chains started to break apart into pieces, dropping to the ground one after the other. The remaining unbroken ones started to erode away, revealing multiple tiny holes. Pack, the iron chain was split apart. The rays of death appeared before number 3. You want my life? Number 3 looked like a kindly old man, and had extremely thin and long lips. At that moment, he lost all self-control and started howling as his face warped. Thunderstorm shield. Sparks of blue electricity danced around, forming a massive blue shield in front of him. On top of the shield were flickering multiple streams of current. Rumble, the death rays clashed with the blue shield. Two different streaks of brilliance collided in midair. Although the shield was showing signs of being unable to endure for long, it bought him enough time for backup to arrive. Seeing the support, number 3 broke out into a smile. But the next moment, his face froze. With a flash of his body, another identical Lei Lin appeared in front of number 3 and dashed forward. Lightning spear. Number 3 waved his hand and 2 shafts appeared in his hands that were bathed in arcs of blue electricity. Following his command, the 2 long spears darted towards the 2 Lei Lins. Crackle, one Lei Lin was pierced by the long spear, and the slight explosion caused darkness to fill the whole sky. The same happened to the other Lei Lin. No. Panic washed over number 3 and he turned around. Yet, it was too late. Lei Lin emerged from a crack in the darkness and dashed directly towards him. Multi-limb strength. A strange, unusual image manifested behind Lei Lin. It was a huge, tall humanoid covered in green scales. It had 3 thick and bulky arms on the left, and 4 on the right. It gave off a thunderous roar. Lei Lin's muscles swelled instantly, bringing a kind of shiny luster to his muscular curves. Rays of green and black combined, forming a terrifying energy. Innate defense spell. Number 3 revealed his last trump card. Numerous currents covered his whole body, forming an armor made wholly out of blue lightning. Break. Bolts of lightning were flung at Lei Lin's body. However, they were absorbed by the Chamoyan scales. Lei Lin's hands violently moved forward and grabbed the opposite party's lightning armor, tearing it in half. Zip, with his terrifying prime body quality and under the enhancement of multi-limb strength, the lightning armor was torn apart like paper. The wild electric current destroyed Lei Lin's defenses, and branded his skin and muscles in a horrifying black. Yet, Lei Lin did not even bat an eyelid. Although he had other ways of breaking through the other side's blockade, he was in a race against time to succeed. Thus, he believed the best course of action would be this that was simulated multiple times by the AI chip. His innate defenses screeched as they were ripped apart, and number 3 turned pale, trying to flee. But how could Lei Lin let him do so? With a huge earth-shattering punch, number 3's head was cracked apart, sending splashes of red and white liquid all around. Number 3. Number 1 and number 2 helplessly watched this execution. Now, with one member absent, their formation wasn't whole. Numerous iron chains grouped up into a cage, but Lei Lin broke through easily with its instability. The moment he escaped, horrifying white rays of light grazed through the entire region. A large amount of soil, rocks and even corpses were vaporized, forming a long, deep, ravine. A rank 4 spell wasn't comparable to a Morning Star Magus arcane art, but a crystal phase Magus would not be able to withstand it. If Lei Lin hadn't escaped in time, he would have perished under the horrifying white light. Garbage. You're all a bunch of garbage. Seeing Lei Lin's silhouette disappearing in the horizon, Leo immediately chided number 1 and 2. They hung their heads low, with pain and sorrow in their eyes. Leo was breathing heavily. It took a lot for a rank 3 Magus to use a rank 4 spell. If it had been put to use by a rank 4 Morning Star Magus, things wouldn't have been so slow, and Lei Lin wouldn't have escaped. Get him. Leo vented his anger. He brought along the remaining magi and gave chase. Do not let him get away. Wild whistles and screams sounded from both sides. Leo's eyes burned with an unmasked hatred. This was the same Lei Lin that made him suffer a huge loss with that astral stone. If it was just that one single incident, all that would happen would be a scolding from his grandfather and it wouldn't be a big deal. What infuriated him was the fact that Lei Lin had discovered the secret of the stardust bugs. My goodness! If his private collections were discovered, he would be brutally torn to pieces by the enraged female Morning Star Magi. The methods Morning Star Magi used in tormenting others were unbearably cruel, and feared by even the most savage of devils. Naturally, Leo felt the same way. Unfortunately, the opposite party had managed to destroy all traces, and Leo had been left with no leads to follow. As such, his grandfather, the King of Azure Mountain, personally made a trip to locate a Morning Star Realm prophet. After paying an enormous price, they obtained Lei Lin's definite identity. As for the enormous price, his grandfather was still working on paying off the debt. The prophecy showed that Lei Lin was just a newly advanced crystal phase Magus. Hence, the job of hunting him and silencing him fell on Leo. In order to succeed, he brought along a large number of men. He even called upon his spy in the Ouroboros clan, Noah. Coincidentally, while he was in the Ouroboros clan's territory in the midst of discussions with Noah, Lei Lin showed up and bumped into them. If the location had been Lei Lin's Onyx Castle, with the presence of the Magus Tower, Leo and his men would not have been able to hide. Furthermore, without any insider help in the Ouroboros clan's core territory, Lei Lin was sure Leo wouldn't have dared make any opposing moves. But now, they would never give up this golden opportunity. Leo's eyes reddened with anger. At that moment, he noticed Lei Lin stopping. Watching Lei Lin descending on a bare rock on top of the hill, he and a few of his men immediately followed up and surrounded him. Why? With nowhere to hide, are you now seeking death? Having surrounded Lei Lin, Leo raised his brows and jeered at him. Lei Lin shook his head. He'd been secretly conversing with his AI chip. Beep. Scan completed. Articles detected on the opposite side do not exceed the Morning Star realm. No other Morning Star realm undulations detected in the surroundings. Lei Lin was pleased with the conclusion and he secretly sighed a breath of relief. No. You flies are disgusting, it's about time I cleaned up. Previously, when he'd fled in disarray, what caused him more worry than the rank 4 spell scroll in the opposite party's hands was the possible presence of the Azure Mountain King. However, thankfully, he hadn't appeared, only sending forth some crystal phase magi instead. With Leo leading a team of elite magi and the use of the rank 4 scroll, it would have been no problem to deal with an average crystal phase Magus, even one from the Ouroboros clan. However, Lei Lin wasn't your average Magus. Even Morning Star seedlings would be tossed around by him. Flies. Leo's face swelled as he flushed red. Wait till I catch you. I'll use a magic scroll and turn you into a red-eyed fly. AI chip. Probe the surrounding space and establish a model. Begin charting the best path for a massacre. Lei Lin's eyes glinted with a dangerous light. Since the opposite party had discovered his identity, there was nothing to hold him back anymore. This matter had to come to an end. Chapter 487, The Pursuit and the Appearance. The Pursuit and the Appearance. Lei Lin was extremely offended by the attempt on his life. Furthermore, Leo was the chief of the Occult clan. If he was killed here, it would be a huge blow to the Azure Mountain King. The chase with Leo previously had not been merely for his entertainment. It was for the AI chip to gather vital data and create a plan. Right now, with the data compiled, the AI chip had come up with a large number of plans. It filtered through them continuously, leaving only the most feasible ones. Model establishment completed, simulated combat victory rate, 67.9%, it reported. Enter supplementary mode. Leyland's voice was laced with a lethal aura. Target number 1 is condensing energy particles. Determined to be the rank 3 spell Aurora Beam. Dodge to the right by 3.7 m immediately, the AI chip warned. As per the simulation and the AI chip's deductions, Target 1, Leo, activated a necklace of colorful gems in his hands. A powerful aurora burst forth, immediately attempting to swallow the entire area up along with Leyland. Leyland dodged to the side in a flash at the same moment the enemy made his move. Aurora Beam. Leo triggered the high-grade magic artifact in his hand. Immediately, a powerful multicolored torrent drowned out the stone that Leyland was standing on, causing the terrain to cave. Target defined as number 3 is undergoing transformation. Estimated to be a descendant of the Banu tribe. Bloodline activated, morphing into a barbarian bear. AO, the moment the AI chip ended the report, one of the men standing by Leo's side let out a thunderous roar and started ripping his clothes apart. He morphed into a brutal bear with stiff white fur. Countless shards of sparkling ice circled around its body, emitting a freezing chill that formed billows of white fog around it. Kill. Leyland's eyes gleamed blue. He danced gracefully, and light-heartedly managed to dodge from under the huge bear's palm, sliding up in front of it instead. The meteor sword traced a beautiful arc as it flitted across the bear's body. The white fur was slashed apart, revealing bright red flesh and an outline of the internal organs. Blood splattered all around. Unable to believe its defeat, the enormous creature howled loudly at first, but soon its voice tapered away until it fell silent. The earth rumbled as the carcass of the white bear resembling a large mountain collapsed onto the ground, causing large amounts of dust to fly. The fur of the bear started to shrink back into its pores, and soon returned to its original form of a Magus. Number 4. Number 1 and Number 2 cried out in alarm, their eyes fixed on their dead comrade. They clearly knew the abilities of Number 4, and the fact that after his transformation, he would be able to resist a rank 3 spell easily. And yet, he died this quickly. Number 1's eyes darted towards the meteor sword in Leyland's hand. His eyes narrowed and his pupils dilated, be wary of his sword. There's something strange about it. The meteor sword was originally a high-grade magic artifact, but through multiple improvements and optimizations, its quality had improved to that of a piece of magic equipment. Additionally, with the supplementary power of toxic bile, the current meteor sword could be considered a big threat to any crystal phase Magus. Leyland enjoyed handling foes like the bear, all brawn and no brain. Hakeda Beast. On the other side, witnessing Leyland's explosive retaliation, Leo's face hardened and he yelled for his trump card. Howls rang out as a creature manifested out of thin air that had the upper body of a wolf and the lower half of an octopus. It landed right in front of Leyland. The countless suction pads on its arms looked like magnificent blooming flowers. It's no use. Leyland muttered in a low voice, his silhouette dodging in a flash, avoiding the multiple arms attack. He stopped in front of the Hakeda Beast. Multi-limb strength. The silhouette of a multi-armed race member appeared behind Leyland, formidable power seeping into his body. Ding! Multi-limb strength in operation. Host's power is increasing. The AI chip reported. Leyland grasped his sword firmly, and hacked at the creature's brain. The beast started cracking apart as fissures arose on its body as if it was breaking glass. They spread all over its body, before pieces of flesh began to simply fall apart. By the end, the creature's body had been sliced into ruin, eventually crumbling apart like dirt. Damn, how are you so strong? After executing the Hakeda Beast, Leyland turned to look at Leo, the killing intent in his eyes causing the Oakheart clan chief to feel a chill down his spine. You're next. Leo could faintly make out what Leyland mouthed, and could see the mockery in the eyes that were staring into his. Having never experienced these circumstances before, it was a huge blow to his self-esteem. Number 1, Number 2, follow me. Leo roared ferociously. Storm wall. A pale green whirlwind emerged from the short black staff in his hand. The huge whirlwind then formed a terrifying barricade that seemed to be made of sharp blades as it rushed towards Lei Lin. Number 1 and 2 nodded their heads, and simultaneously cast their own spells. Water Elemental Rite. A huge blue ball of water appeared on the ground under Number 1's chant. Arctic Draft. Number 2 summoned a huge bout of chilly air and had it adhere to the ball of water. The icy wind sucked away the heat from the ball of water, causing a huge reaction as a frightening ball of ice was formed. Combination Spell, Iceberg Torrent. The huge ball of ice was like a meteorite as it darted towards Lei Lin, smashing onto the ground. Impressive. The blue light in Lei Lin's eyes dimmed. His body was covered in frost, and yet the meteor sword did not deviate even slightly from its trajectory, forging ahead and crashing into it to open up a pathway. The cold could freeze the average rank 3 Magus to death. To Lei Lin, though, all it could do was slow him down. Shadowflame Plague. A huge amount of dense black flames clashed with the whirlwind that had now developed into a hurricane. The two clashed, each trying to destroy the other. Compared to combination spells, it's wiser to rely on magic equipment. That way there won't be anything to worry about. Lei Lin tore through the hurricane and stepped in front of Leo, his eyes glistened with a piercing chill that gave the other man goosebumps. Fatality's Tip. Black rays of death streaked across the vast sky, reaching Leo in a flash. Just as they were about to strike, a black wooden cross on his neck immediately flashed and formed a rune that represented new life and regeneration. The barrier shattered as the rays of death dissipated. A majority of the attack had been blocked by the defensive runes, but even then it had only diverted the attack as a thumb-sized hole appeared on Leo's body, bleeding profusely. How? How can this be? Leo glared at Lei Lin, the fear in his eyes palpable. He let out an odd cry, turned his head and fled. Number 1 and Number 2 fulfilled their duties as bodyguards faithfully, blocking Lei Lin from giving chase. Giving up after encountering such trivial problems, you certainly deserve to be called a descendant of a big family. Lei Lin shook his head and laughed as his gaze on Leo was filled with mockery. Seeing the blood-covered Lei Lin, Number 1 and 2 both felt a chill down their spines. In their time accompanying Leo, they had seen their fair share of slaughter. Yet, this was the first time they'd met someone as valiant and ferocious as Lei Lin. Both of them had cursed Leo umpteen times for provoking Lei Lin, but Lei Lin had what they needed, so they had no choice but to take action. Get out of the way, or else you will die. Lei Lin drew his sword and pointed at them. Number 1 and Number 2 exchanged glances. Determination in their eyes, they both shook their heads. Pity. Lei Lin had no sympathy for the suicide fighters of large families. Moreover, these two from the Occart clan had no means of defense remaining. Armed with the determination to die in battle, they stood in front of Lei Lin and blocked his path. Damn it! Why? Why? Leo was fleeing madly, his heart in absolute turmoil. Not only had he brought along a rank 4 spell scroll for this, he'd even brought with him a large number of potions and magic equipment. He'd even had 4 crystal phase magi accompanying him. With such power, to deal with a newly promoted crystal phase magus ought to have been a simple matter. And yet, the opponent was unfathomably terrifying, practically wiping out his entire team. Critch, suddenly, the sound of 2 crystals cracking was emitted from his chest. After hearing the sound, the blood drained from his face and he panicked. He sped up as he dashed along. Number 1 and Number 2 are also dead. Useless indeed. Soon after, he ground his teeth and retrieved a communication device. He punched some secret code on it and the message was sent from his hand. I still have a chance. I am the chief of the Occart clan, so long as I make it back, grandfather will absolutely not turn a blind eye to. Leo cut a sorry figure as he fled in disarray, speaking words of encouragement to himself. Got you, a voice was suddenly transmitted from behind him. He turned his head, only to see Lei Lin rushing towards him at the speed of lightning, a brilliant black streak. At this rate, he would catch up in about a mere 10 seconds. The new blood on Lei Lin's body was obviously from Number 1 and 2. No. You cannot kill me. I am the chief of the Occart clan. If you let me go, I can give you whatever you want. Leo ran madly, his voice turning hoarse as he yelled out terms of surrender. I only want your life. Ley Lin knew promises made under such circumstances were not reliable. Hence, without emotion, his killing intent increased. His speed increased threefold, and he was but an arm's length from Leo and his petrified face. Die. Ley Lin drew his black meteor sword. Stop. An extremely imposing voice spoke directly into Ley Lin's mind. Chapter 488, Confrontation with Morning Star. Confrontation with Morning Star. This voice, a Morning Star Magus? Ley Lin's pupils narrowed. If someone were to be named as the crystal phase Magus with the greatest knowledge of the Morning Star realm in the central continent, it would be himself. Through the AI chip simulations and deductions, as well as previously collected information, he already had a deep understanding of the Morning Star realm. The owner of this voice could not be disguised, the words emanated power and a slight aura of rules. This was not imitable by magi below the Morning Star rank. Grandfather. Save me. Leo suddenly smiled, and slowed down ahead of Ley Lin. In the presence of a Morning Star Magus, Ley Lin absolutely could not harm him. He completely trusted his grandfather, as well as the strength of the Morning Star realm. However, Ley Lin noticed something different. Although the nature of the aura has not changed, its power is only at the crystal phase at its peak. Could it be a puppet, or some sort of clone? This was, after all, within the boundaries of the Ouroboros clan. If Morning Star Magi from other clans stepped in, it would be seen as a provocation, leading to war. But the restrictions on this kind of clone seemed unclear. After all, it was very difficult for Morning Star Magi to create a clone of equal strength. Very few succeeded because most of them were limited to the strength of rank 3 Morning Star. With Ley Lin's sharp eyesight, he could already see a streak of blue rushing there from afar. Ha! You're done for. Leo laughed carefreely. But shortly after, his smile faded as his surroundings swiftly shrunk and grew again. A scene swept across like a parabolic curve and he ended up looking at a patch of yellow ground. My head was chopped off, he said with the last of his consciousness. Leo then fell into eternal darkness. Space shook as a blue shadow suddenly emerged before Ley Lin's eyes, looking at Leo's headless corpse with an angered expression. I told you to stop just now. His voice was deep. It seemed to carry an irresistible compulsion to obey every word of his. This majestic aura could only be developed after obtaining absolute power and being in a high position for a long period of time. Ley Lin was also analyzing this Morning Star Magus. Although he had not seen the Azure Mountain King before, he had read up on him. The other party looked exactly as in the portraits, a head of blue hair with eyes that twinkled like stars. Yet, those eyes were now blazing in anger. This was the rage of a Morning Star Magus. It was enough to burn Ley Lin to ashes. Yet, Ley Lin simply shrugged his shoulders, sorry. I killed him. If this was his main body, Ley Lin would have no chance to flee. However, it was only a clone, and there was still hope for escape. Do you know who he is? The Azure Mountain King's eyelids drooped. Someone familiar with him would know that this was a sign of irrepressible rage. The chief of the Oakheart clan, Ley Lin shook his head and stared at the Azure Mountain King. I don't care who he is. Someone who has bad intentions towards me can only repent with death. Then let me tell you something too. The last Magus who dared to offend the Oakheart clan still has his ashes buried below the steps of Azure Mountain City. The sparkle in the Azure Mountain King's eyes had reached a limit. A circular mirror appeared in front of him, reflecting Ley Lin's figure. Strip. The Azure Mountain King gently pointed to the Ley Lin in the mirror. A hum sounded and, as if he had been rejected by the world itself, Ley Lin immediately felt the elemental particles that were in complete harmony with him previously leave him one after another, as if stripping him down to an ordinary person. The domain of a Morning Star Magus displayed its terrifying power once again. That's not it. Ley Lin was a Magus who had previously experienced a true Morning Star domain when he'd been caught by demon hunter Cyril. He naturally noticed the difference between this domain and that of a Morning Star Magus. The situation this time was much better. His connection with the elemental particles was still barely holding on. As long as he used more spiritual force than usual, he would still be able to communicate with them and invoke his spells. This was just equivalent to his spiritual force being suppressed to a fifth of its normal amount. A bitter smirk appeared at the corner of Ley Lin's lips. Even if the other party was only a clone whose total amount of spiritual force and magic power was around the same as his own, he was no match for him in the understanding of spells and laws. Even this simple suppression had immediately put him in a dilemma. With over half his body's strength being suppressed, how was he to fight a peak rank 3 Magus? Lei Lin shook his head, feeling that he had been too optimistic previously. However, this is also an opportunity. An opportunity to confront a Morning Star Magus head-on, and to gather data. Lei Lin's eyes sparkled. If he wanted to advance to the Morning Star realm, he could not be lacking in knowledge of it. Although the AI chip had previously used the data he had to simulate some experiments, the lack of samples meant that its progress was still less than 20%. And now, a Morning Star Magus clone had appeared in front of him. He had no need to defeat it, he needed only to stall for time as the AI chip gathered data that would be greatly beneficial to him. The AI chip should be able to collect enough data from this fight. Lei Lin's eyes blazed brighter. He pulled out the meteor sword, a metallic hiss ringing from the blade. At the same time, a layer of dark Chamoyan scales covered Lei Lin's body. The phantom of a huge multi-armed race member appeared behind him as well. Since my elemental particle connection has been suppressed, I can only rely on my physical strength. With multi-limb strength in full effect, Lei Lin's entire body enlarged and numerous muscles swelled up as a dark green membrane emerged on the surface of his body. Following a deep shout, Lei Lin's meteor sword emitted numerous rays of light that shot towards the Azure Mountain King like a rain of arrows. You actually dare to resist? The Azure Mountain King frowned. How many years had it been since such a low-ranked Magus provoked him? 200 years, 300. He had never encountered this situation since he'd advanced. After a momentary daze, the Azure Mountain King was overcome by boundless anger. The sound of metal striking metal rang out as a translucent spherical film appeared around his body. Despite seeming like a mere bubbly layer, it actually blocked all of the black rays. Die! Lei Lin's figure emerged just as the rays disappeared. He suddenly jumped up, and the meteor sword slashed across the void, bringing with it a ferocious wind that was aimed at the Azure Mountain King. Black gases shot out of both sides of the blade, so corrosive that it seemed like even the surrounding void would melt. The ground was continuously eroded. Bang! The blade, which contained a terrifying poison, was blocked by an aged palm. Although this palm seemed extremely old, with green veins popping out of the skin, it was unmoving like a hill. Even the skin hadn't been pierced through. The Azure Mountain King raised his right hand with a mocking smile, watching Lei Lin's expression change. Abandoning elemental spells and switching to physical strength, this method is not bad when under elemental suppression. Unfortunately, your tricks are too low-leveled. Impossible, your body can't be this strong. Lei Lin blurted out. The Azure Mountain King chuckled, do you know what point mass is? And the meaning of the Morning Star realm? The power of the point mass, soul force, is the only power a Morning Star Magus has. However, it greatly surpasses spiritual force and physical strength, having achieved a terrifying qualitative change. A layer of crystal-clear light emerged above the Azure Mountain King's palm. With his right hand grabbing the meteor sword, he mercilessly punched the blade with his left. The meteor sword howled out a sad cry as the blade cracked. The mere physical attack of a Morning Star Magus could actually damage the meteor sword, which was comparable to magic equipment. Although I don't specialize in physical attacks, as long as I have the amplification of soul force, my vitality will be able to break through the boundaries and ultimately allow me to attain the perfect body of Morning Star. This strength of yours, and your spiritual force, will only collapse in front of soul force. As if confirming the Azure Mountain King's words, a large number of crystal-clear light blades appeared before Lei Lin, drowning him within. The power of the point mass, also known as soul force, was the next evolution of spiritual force. Only Morning Star Magi could possess such a thing, and it was the first time it had shown its terror in front of Lei Lin. As he watched Lei Lin being drowned by the light blades, the Azure Mountain King smiled. The light blades, which were composed of soul force, were not only powerful in physical attacks. They could even attack the spiritual sea within a Magus sea of consciousness. Magi who were below the Morning Star realm, without a soul force defense of equivalent power, did not have the slightest chance of resisting these blades. This was the reason Morning Star Magi had almost no enemies at rank 3. Soul force was just too terrifying. Yet, the smile on the Azure Mountain King's face only lasted a moment, and his expression immediately hardened. With his soul force, he sensed that Lei Lin might have sustained injuries all over his body, but he had survived the slashes from the soul-like blades. Soon after, the Azure Mountain King felt the weight on his hand fade as the meteor sword landed in them. Bang! A dark green shadow rushed out of the sea of blades, its scaly body covered by a raging dark green film. Multi-limb smash. Lei Lin had thrown away the meteor sword, and as the physical strength of his hand surged, he threw his fist at the Azure Mountain King's defense. The mere power of this punch could shake space itself. The soul force of a morning star Magus surpassed spiritual force in terms of quality. Due to this enormous disparity in strength, most of the methods of Magi were rendered ineffective. But Lei Lin was not limited to the methods of Magi. He possessed a secret technique from another world, multi-limb strength. A large phantom of a multi-armed race member appeared behind Lei Lin's body, growling into the sky. Chapter 489, Breaking Through the Defense. Breaking through the defense. Spiritual force was fundamental to a Magus. In the beginning, as acolytes, all Magi would start with meditation. They would begin to meditate in a willpower rune of their own, and construct a core spirit body, together with a sea of consciousness. After advancing to the realm of official Magi, they would have a conversion of elemental essence amounting to 80% or more, in order to advance into rank 2. After materializing spiritual force in rank 2, and then passing through the 3 stages of vapor, hydro, and crystal in rank 3, the point mass would finally be formed. The point mass was fundamental to Morning Star Magi. It was the path for everyone, even spirits. Once they broke past this bottleneck, the spiritual force in a Magus sea of consciousness would sublimate to form soul force. This was a threshold in ancient times, used to mark the difference in strengths between Magi. Only those who were capable of using soul force would be considered to have stepped foot into the world of ancient Magi. As soul force had a horrifying suppressive power, low-ranking Magi would lose their ability to communicate with the elements, and would end up disconnected from the elemental particles. Those who were suppressed would be unable to resist or escape. Many Morning Star Magi liked using this trick in their domains. Hence, over time, they successfully enhanced the prestige of a Morning Star Magus. Since his normal powers had been suppressed, Lei Lin had no choice but to use another system of power instead. Luckily, he indeed had such a thing on hand, a terrifying secret from another world, multi-limb strength. Lei Lin had relied on the dark green membrane to avoid injury and death when drowned in the sea of light blades. A booming sound rang out, as if a tall mountain had collapsed to crashing waves. The phantom stood behind Lei Lin, performing the same moves as him. Formless streams of air started developing a pressure as even the ground behind the Azure Mountain King started caving in. The wind continuously rolled in, coagulating to form a substance that was stronger than granite. The defensive layer on the Azure Mountain King deformed completely as a look of disbelief took over his face. Even for a morning star, you're merely just that, the blood-soaked Lei Lin burst out laughing. He then threw his fist forward, aiming for the Azure Mountain King's face. Boom! The Azure Mountain King slid across the floor like a train hurtling through, leaving long tracks on the ground. The skin of a morning star is thick indeed. Lei Lin flung his clenched fist without any traces of excitement on his face. He definitely felt it when his punch landed. A barrier with a starry radiance appeared on the Azure Mountain King's face, blocking his attack. Hence, he was only shaken up slightly by the attack and did not sustain any major injuries. Soul Force Defense. Lei Lin scrutinized the dull-faced Azure Mountain King as he stood up, secretly conversing with his AI chip. How much data has been collected on the target? Data collection at 12.1%. Further interaction with target needed. It is suggested to break through the soul force defenses, the AI chip responded. You still want me to try breaking through soul force? Lei Lin smiled bitterly and shook his head. If it weren't for the purpose of gathering intelligence, he would not be so silly as to clash with a Morning Star Magus in the first place, begin simulations, calculate a path of retreat. Seeing how things had turned out to his disadvantage, he immediately made plans to retreat. But at the current moment, it was no longer up to him to decide if he could leave. Lei Lin saw that the Azure Mountain King wasn't seriously injured. A huge amount of the blaze continued to surround him, burning wildly. Traces of black smoke streamed from his nostrils, eyes, and ears. He was really fuming mad. Morning Star Magi had always been placed on top of a pedestal, much like kings. At the current moment, he felt like a king who'd been bitten by an ant as he was walking down the street. In the Azure Mountain King's eyes, as long as one had not reached the rank of Morning Star, their existence was similar to that of an ant. To be bitten by an ant, and even be humiliated by it, how could anyone bear it? You. How dare you insult me? The Azure Mountain King's face scrunched up, his rage-filled words staggered apart. Such plaintive whines of defeat, I've heard them too often. Lei Lin did not give the opposite party a chance to rebuke him, dashing forward. Even in a simple match of speed, Lei Lin would be lacking compared to the opponent. Therefore, the only way for him to escape successfully would be to slow him down by inflicting some degree of injury. I want to incinerate your soul for 100 centuries. The Azure Mountain King bellowed loudly, the imposing aura emanating from his body. Even the sky started to darken, revealing the sparkling of stars. Only a Morning Star Magus could thoroughly grasp the power of a domain. In any case, the current Lei Lin had reached his rank 3 limits, infinitely nearing to a rank 4. Hence, he was able to portray a portion of the power of his domain. Being enveloped in the Morning Star domain, Lei Lin felt like he had fallen into a swamp. Every single move was tedious. Soul armor. A layer of translucent, full-bodied armor appeared on the Azure Mountain King. Judging from his attitude, it looked like he was ready to take on Lei Lin with pure strength to erase the humiliation. Multi-limb strength operating, estimated remaining time, 3 minutes 57 seconds. Noting the hint of the AI chip, an unrestrained Lei Lin amplified his power to the maximum. He struck the Azure Mountain King head-on. The earth shook as a silhouette of dark green and another of translucent blue collided with each other continuously. Their every punch and kick seemed to rip the sky apart, creating countless tremors on the ground. Sharp, ear-piercing explosions boomed continuously from where they struck. Once the dust was dispelled, an entire huge region would have been knocked off the map. Bang! A translucent fist from the armored body smashed Lei Lin's chest viciously. Multiple scales cracked and flew with explosive lights of dark green radiances. Lei Lin's face turned red, and some black rays of light appeared on his hand, Fatality's tip. As if the Reaper himself had descended to the earth, a terrifying explosive light sprang forth. With how close they were, even the Azure Mountain King did not even have the chance to dodge. Although the other party had suppressed his elemental connections, he was merely a clone after all, and his main body was not on sight. Thus, Lei Lin could still break through the opponent's soul force, forcefully converging elemental essence. All it required was a huge spiritual force consumption. Lei Lin had held back on his trump card until now. Firstly, there had been no real opportunity to use it, and secondly, he was biding his time, waiting for the Azure Mountain King to take the bait. As for the data on his opponent, he'd constantly kept that in mind. You did not abide by the rules. The expression on the Azure Mountain King's face said it all. Lei Lin clearly understood what he meant, yet he didn't care. There hadn't been any agreements on the usage of spells in battle. Furthermore, the opponent was a Morning Star Magus who had made the first move. In a matter of life and death, who would abide by rules? Lei Lin's pretense of having supreme bodily strength had successfully tricked the Azure Mountain King. The most terrifying thing about a Morning Star Magus, and also the fundamental of their power, was soul force spells. Watching the flustered and exasperated Azure Mountain King getting ready to retaliate, Lei Lin almost couldn't hold back his laughter. The rays of death reached the Azure Mountain King in a flash, clashing with the translucent armor. Ah! The Azure Mountain King yelled, the void and stars behind him shook as a huge amount of blue light converged on his armor. Explosions sounded as the AI chip reported to him, multi-limb strength at full power. How could Lei Lin miss this golden opportunity? He immediately yelled, releasing all the power remaining in him. Feeling the steady flow of energy seeping into his body, Lei Lin charged wildly towards the defense of the Azure Mountain King. An enormous iron fist landed on the armor mercilessly, and the translucent layer shook. The Azure Mountain King couldn't believe his eyes as his armor cracked, blasting apart in a loud explosion. The black rays of death arrived at his chest, and pierced through him like arrows. Target's soul force defense breached, data being collected. The AI chip took the opportunity to collect massive amounts of data while it was available. Lei Lin too, had unknowingly absorbed some residual form of data from the Azure Mountain King. Shadow Prison. Dense fog frontier. Watching the Azure Mountain King cut a sorry figure while retreating, Lei Lin continued to launch his spells. A menacing black fog spread continuously, swallowing the Azure Mountain King up. The ground split apart as countless yellow bars extended upwards, forming a gigantic dungeon that sealed the fog inside. The doubled spell of dense fog formations with the addition of a secret composition makeup should be enough to delay the opposite party by at least 3 minutes. Not in the least bit zealous to continue with the fight, Lei Lin turned around to leave. Fatality's tip did not cause any major injuries to the Azure Mountain King. Adding the fact that he was a Morning Star Magus, he definitely had some trump cards hidden away. After multiple provocations, he could become hysterical, and if that happened Lei Lin didn't want to face him head-on. As such, his silhouette immediately morphed into a black shadow, and faded out rapidly in the midst of battle. Rumble, about 2 minutes later, a huge blue sword streaked across the width of the dungeon, and it collapsed like a mountain that had its summit shaved off. Dust flew and rocks flew everywhere. When the dust cloud dispersed, 2 bloodshot eyes appeared out of the darkness. Lei Lin. Lei Lin. Lei Lin. I'm going to kill you, he yelled at the top of his voice. When he couldn't locate signs of Lei Lin, he started to roar furiously. Following his hiss, massive blue energy waves swept forth, wreaking havoc on the region. Soil rumbled and stones rolled as the very earth split apart. It looked like Armageddon had arrived. Everything that had happened had nothing to do with Lei Lin anymore. After escaping to a safe distance, he'd immediately changed course, ordering the AI chip to clean all traces and marks on his body. After multiple rounds of purification, Lei Lin came upon a newly established cave. My lord! A ray of light shone in the middle of the cave. A beautiful woman with a slender, proportionate body curtsied, behind her standing Parker and the other men. Looks like you have successfully saved them all. Well done. Chapter 490, Large Crisis. Large Crisis. Naturally, this female Magus was Tanasha. As a crystal phase Magus from the Forgotten Land, she had a sensitive identity and served as Lei Lin's hidden force. Tanasha also participated secretly in several battles. As soon as he'd noticed the sudden change in the Parble family, Lei Lin had sent her to rescue his magi in the castle. Parker, how are the casualties? Even so, injuries and deaths couldn't be prevented, although it was still better than being wiped out. Master, we lost 2 rank 3 magi this time, one of them at the vapor phase. Parker didn't look well, and the big loss this time could be seen on his face. After listening carefully, Lei Lin sighed. The Magus world was full of danger. Death was common in fights between magi, so those who fought in battles seldom cared about it. But as an enforcer, he couldn't say this out loud. Lei Lin pointed 3 fingers to the sky. I swear on the name of Lei Lin Farlier, every Magus who fights to the death for me will be adequately compensated. His vassals followed him for different reasons. Some of them wanted to further improve themselves, but many worked for their families like Parker. Thus Lei Lin's oath successfully relaxed them. What happened in the Parble family was very complicated. Prepare a room for me, I need to contact the headquarters. Knowing there were great dangers, it would be foolish to make further movements. Lei Lin had his own forces to back him, and it was time he put them to good use. This clone was only rank 3, and this was his only chance to kill it. He was very confident in the strength of his forces. Your room has been prepared, please follow me. Tanasha led Lei Lin deep into the cave. Although this secret base was temporary, it wasn't a big problem to construct several rooms using spells. Parker looked at Tanasha whose face was covered by a black cloth, moving his mouth but finally said nothing. Only now did he learn that another crystal Magus served his master. Rich in experience, he felt an aura of danger from the cold-blooded aura of that Magus. How many hidden powers did Master have? Although he was used to his master performing miracles, Parker felt like he was shrouded with another mysterious veil. Of course, this was just his imagination, he would rather die than inquire about his master's secrets or even the woman's identity. This was how a subordinate should behave. Not only him, the other magi accepted the existence of Tanasha immediately as well, as if she had been with them all this time. And with the help of Tanasha, their base was quickly tidied up. When facing great danger, great power could give people confidence. This wasn't limited to ordinary people, even magi felt the same way. In a cave dug with earth elemental spells, Lei found the secret imprint of his communications officer. He pressed his hand on the imprint, and soon the device was covered in black light. After several minutes, Lei's face turned dark. It can't get through. He pressed down on the imprint once more. Headquarters. Is anyone there? After several attempts, he couldn't help but admit that the liaison assigned specifically to him, who was expected to be ready for his message any second, had deserted his post. Knowing this, Lei frowned. He had no other backing in the central continent except the Ouroboros clan, and he would be in danger if something happened in headquarters. The pressure from Azure Mountain City alone would force him to hide in the underground of society, with the dregs of the Magus world. What the hell happened? Lei searched the other pages. There was no feedback from Kesha. Lucian was there but he didn't say much, just that some accident had occurred and all outer ring movements were cancelled. Cancelled? Now. Lei smiled coldly, directly ending contact with Lucian. Judging from his tone, something must have happened in the headquarters that caused them to lose their ability to react. And from his secretive manner, he still didn't take him to be a core member, and was suspicious at this key moment. It was too dangerous without accurate information. Lei considered calmly for a moment, and flipped to another scale-shaped red imprint. After a short while connecting, a response finally came in. Is this Lei? It is. Lei spoke in a low voice. Freya, are you in the headquarters now? Yeah, I'm here. Lei, it's now an emergency. You better come back immediately and not go out. Lei was surprised about her panicked voice. She hadn't acted like this even when the bloodline of her own family was deteriorating. I have trouble here too. The Parble family colluded with Azure Mountain City, and even the clone of the Azure Mountain King is here. Lei related the information he hadn't told Lucian just now. The Parble family, a clone of the Azure Mountain King, she cried out in surprise. Anyone would be nervous if a Morning Star Magus, even if just a clone, appeared in their hinterland. I knew it. Knew what? Lei asked. Freya seemed to notice her slip of tongue, and after a while she spoke in a low voice. Are you in a safe place? Absolutely safe. Lei moved his fingers, and black light covered the whole room. Wait a minute, I need to change into an encrypted channel. As Freya's voice arrived, the light on that brand first vanished and then returned, now brighter. Things don't seem good. Lei listened carefully. He knew that what Freya was going to say definitely affected his life. We can't make contact with Mentor or the other two elders. Freya's nervous voice came from the brand. Can't make contact. What does that mean? Lei was confused. My teacher said they were about to find the coordinates of the Purgatory world, and they needed to conduct detailed experiments and couldn't be disturbed. Thus, they cut off all connection with the outside. Yesterday, I found that the spiritual flame my teacher gave me was about to die out, so I broke into my teacher's lab, and... What did you find? Lei's voice also became nervous. Nobody was in that lab, even the astral gate had stopped working. Intermittent sobs laced Freya's words. The same thing happened in the labs of the other two elders. Lei was about to curse, so he took a deep breath to calm himself down. Experiments on the astral gate were very dangerous, and if you didn't return before the astral stones ran out of power, the magi who passed through would be trapped in another world. As Freya said, the astral stones had run out, and even the spiritual flame was extremely weak. They were trapped in another world. The three Morning Star Magi were the backbone of the Ouroboros clan. Once they lost them, it wouldn't be long before the whole clan was destroyed. No wonder the headquarters was in a mess, and even Lucian was thrown into disarray. Are you sure? Lei felt his throat tighten, but he still held on to hope. We have tried everything to contact them, even projecting the spiritual flame. Nothing worked. My mentor. I'm afraid they're lost in another world. On the other side of the brand, Freya couldn't restrain her choking sobs. When someone was lost in another world, it wasn't as simple as not being able to come back. Big worlds always hated outsiders, and once you were unable to return in time, the Magi stuck there would have no good end. Nibble away from the safety of the astral gate, and finally reverse the attitude of the world, that was the best way to seize another world. Now, the three Morning Star elders were like ordinary people lost in the boundless ocean, surrounded by bloody sharks. Nothing could be worse than this. After she wept for a while, Freya's voice finally grew firm. Do you know why the Azure Mountain King is here? I have no idea. I thought it was for the Parble family or me, but now I'm not sure. Lei Lin smiled bitterly. If it was just an experimental accident, there was still hope. But what if the whole thing was set up by their enemies? Thinking about the omens of war recently, and the abnormal behavior of the Azure Mountain King, Lei Lin thought this was very possible. After thousands of years, why did they find the Purgatory world at this exact time? It made sense if this was their enemy's plot. Good job. Good job. One astral coordinate trapped 3 Morning Star Magi. Lei Lin took a deep breath. If he was right, after the Morning Star Magi of the Ouroboros clan disappeared, they would be dealt with as fast as lightning. If they couldn't settle this matter, from now on, whether the Ouroboros clan would continue to exist in the central continent was a question. Cutting off the connection, Lei Lin fell into deep thought. Chapter 491, Obliterating Hurricane. Obliterating Hurricane. What happened this time round was evidently a conspiracy, a huge conspiracy against the Ouroboros clan. First, it was the revealing of the world coordinates so as to attract 3 Morning Star Magi, which caused them to fall into enemy hands. After which, the military controlled the borders heavily. First, they created trouble to sound out the situation. Upon confirmation that the 3 Morning Star giant Kamoyan serpent warlocks were all not around, they would proceed to exterminate entire family clans. During that unstable period, Lei Lin, who was a rank 3 Magus in the crystal phase, was considered a small and insignificant figure, and could potentially be exterminated at any time. I have to be a more prominent figure if I do not wish to be attacked. More so if I wish to even go against the tide. After some contemplation, Lei Lin's expressions revealed more determination. Those who are below the rank of Morning Star are considered insignificant figures. What about those who advance past the Morning Star realm? Lei Lin's eyes shone. Only upon advancement to a rank above Morning Star can I decide my own fate. Then, I will not be abandoned or destroyed at the wishes of others. AI chip, what's the progress on the collection of data with regards to the Morning Star realm? Lei Lin immediately asked. Beep. The Morning Star realm deductions are currently 34.5% completed. The AI chip intoned. Lei Lin had always been fixated on data in this area, but due to the lack of actual specimens, the progress was barely halfway through. The recent progress was all thanks to the Azure Mountain King's clone, which had allowed for the progress to increase by quite a bit. Lei Lin recalled what he had used when advancing to Morning Star. The Lamia fingerbone has already been prepared. The bloodline combustion experiment has also been tested multiple times, and there wouldn't be any errors. The only thing left now is the AI chip's deductions on the Morning Star realm. Those 3 factors were the key to Lei Lin's confidence in advancing to the Morning Star realm. On the other hand, the AI chip which had to deduce the nature of the Morning Star realm was also a pivotal factor. The current progress is insufficient. We need a progress of at least 50% and above to be able to avoid mistakes during the formation of the point mass. A sample of the clone of a Morning Star Magus would be sufficient. A ray of determination shone across Lei Lin's eyes. He turned his palms upwards, where stony rune filled with holes appeared. If this still doesn't work, then we'll add this in. A Magi who had just attained crystal phase and want to construct a point mass in order to be promoted to Morning Star rank would at the very least, take a couple hundred of years of accumulation and hard work. Lei Lin naturally knew that, but time was not on his side. Furthermore, he had many hidden trump cards, and had a deep enough understanding, which could surpass that of many crystal phase Magi who had hundreds of years of accumulated knowledge. At the fringes of Parble family's territory stood a starry-eyed Magus with long blue hair, his face red with fury. The numerous high-ranked warlocks and even larger numbers of common soldiers before him were too numerous to count. Not far away, the outline of a giant city could be seen. Above it there were flames that had started to consume the city. The cries and sobs of the residents seemingly passed through the raging flames and arrived before the Magus. The resentment, together with the extreme agony accumulated, could cause a catalyst for a terrifying existence to be born. As compared to Lei Lin's previous life, in this world where the power of energy was more reactive, anything was possible. But the Azure Mountain King had not once furrowed his brows. It was as if exterminating the tens of thousands of people was like swatting a fly, which had not stirred up any of his emotions. 7 cities have already been destroyed, and there are more than 5 million casualties. More than 10 high-rank warlocks have perished. The Azure Mountain King gave a cold smile, to think that the Ouroboros clan is still burrowing its head into the sand like an ostrich. Looks like Gilbert and the rest have already fallen into the other realms. His visit this time round was obviously not just for Leylin, but more so to sound out the reactions of the Morning Star Magi. If the other party was around, how would it be possible that they'd watch on as he wreaked havoc? Warlocks typically had very fiery tempers, and they might even have directly attacked Azure Mountain City. But now, the other party's high-ranked military prowess was evidently held up, and even the reinforcements from the high-ranked warlocks seemed chaotic. This was why they were so easily massacred. I had originally decided to just let my clone perish here. But from the looks of it now, I think I can get far more benefits. The Azure Mountain King's eyes shone with greed that could not be concealed. But he swiftly caressed his face and his expression slowly became gloomy. Leylin Farlier. He deeply called out the name of the man who had caused him to suffer losses to the extent that he had disgraced the name of his clan. I hope you'll continue living long enough to see the day that I attack the Ouroboros clan, the Azure Mountain King laughed coldly. In an instant, his brows furrowed, and his eyes widened. This aura. He has the guts to appear here. Part of the Azure Mountain King's facial muscles cramped up, since you have a death wish, I'm more than willing to help you with that. Boom, the entire body of the Azure Mountain King transformed into a blue ray, and in an instant he streaked across the sky and disappeared. It was not until half an hour later that a few cowering low-ranked warlocks emerged from the sea of corpses. Their faces registered horror, and they did not dare to shoot a single glance at the direction the Azure Mountain King before they swiftly escaped from the area. What had happened today would forever be a nightmare in their lives. West Sea Canyon. This was a rank 3 danger zone in the Parble family's territory. From the depths of the crevices, a hurricane that could obliterate anything in its path would appear. Any being below rank 4 would not have a chance at surviving the hurricane. Currently, Leylin was standing at the edge of the cliff. The strong winds caused his robes to flap in the wind. Geo, an ear-piercing explosive sound could be heard from a distance. Pure energy waves led to a chain reaction. Large amounts of air were displaced, instantly forming a vacuum. Thump, the Azure Mountain King's body landed on the floor steadily. His brows were furrowed as he leveled a deadly stare at Leylin. It seemed as if he was afraid that the minute he was distracted the sly Magus would escape like he did the previous time. To think that you still dare to appear before me. Am I supposed to clap for you at your bravery? After the scanning with soul force, and upon confirmation that there were no Morning Star Magi lying in ambush, the Azure Mountain King caressed his own face. Even though the part of his face where Leylin had attacked previously did not have a mark, the humiliation still lingered on. The humiliation could only be wiped away with Leylin's fresh blood. Why would I not have the guys to come? Leylin laughed lightly, you are but a clone who can't make a breakthrough to the Morning Star realm. Furthermore, I'm the enforcer of this region. The crimes you've committed must be tried by me. Obviously, Leylin could not divulge the news that all of the 3 chief warlocks of the Ouroboros clan had gone missing. As a result, he skillfully used his status as a smokescreen. As he was the enforcer of the region, after he had confirmed that he could not complete the task himself, the reinforcements from the headquarters took over. The Azure Mountain King was not a fool, and there was no guarantee of deceiving him. However, as long as he could arouse the Azure Mountain King's suspicions, it would be considered a success. If there was a possibility that there were still Morning Star Magi present in the Ouroboros clan, the enemies would not dare to be too unruly. The destructiveness of the killing tactics of a Morning Star Magus would definitely do both parties no good. Once a Morning Star Magus was pressured, he would disregard the peace treaties and begin to unbridledly utilize Morning Star arcane arts. The destruction that they could cause would be so immense that even Radiant Moon Magi would not be able to account for it. In other words, even if they were to successfully attack the Ouroboros clan, the benefits they got might not even make up for the losses that they would suffer from the Morning Star arcane art. Magi were not fools, and if the battle would not bring about benefits, and even potentially cause them to suffer losses, they would not be willing to engage in it. It was under such threats that those with the powers of a Morning Star Magus could peacefully coexist in the central continent, which was also why there were rarely any large conflicts. From Leylin's understanding, a Morning Star Magus was equivalent to a nuclear weapon from his previous life. Countries with nuclear weapons could choose mutual destruction. As a result, they would tolerate each other, which was why the peaceful outlook could be sustained. But now, if outsiders got wind about how all of the nuclear weapons in the Ouroboros clan were missing, then a calamity would be imminent. As a result, in front of the Azure Mountain King, Leyland presented himself as a high-ranking official who was very concerned about his honor. Before he was certain that the problem could not be handled, he had not requested for reinforcements from the headquarters. That would explain, though barely, why there was no response from the Morning Star Magi. He had done all that he could, and could not be bothered about how the Azure Mountain King would react to it. Sure enough, the Azure Mountain King was only thrown off for a while, before a mocking smile appeared on his face. Do you think I would believe your nonsense? It's up to you to believe it or not. Leyland shrugged his shoulders, but you will have to perish here today. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk in an instant, as if to prove what he had said, the calm waves of the West Seas Canyon started to crash against the cliff. As a royal of the Ouroboros clan, Leyland naturally had access to a lot of reading materials. Since the geological conditions of the West Seas Canyon were not a secret, that piece of information would have naturally have been recorded in the database of the AI chip. And Leyland, who wanted to keep the Azure Mountain King's clone, had immediately thought of the West Seas Canyon's unique environment and the obliterating hurricane. His abilities were not on par with that of the opponent, and hence he needed external aid. After serious inspections of the area, and upon using the AI chip to stimulate the eruption process of the West Seas Canyon, deducing the concrete timing was merely a matter of time. After which it was the selection of a suitable timing to attract the Azure Mountain King. Leyland believed that due to the hatred the Azure Mountain King had towards him, once he discovered Leyland's aura, he would definitely come forth. Sure enough, everything had worked out as he had expected. Howl. The raging hurricane whistled like a giant black dragon, and it suddenly rushed towards the sky, spewing out its rage. Leyland, who was standing in front of the raging flames, was like an ancient heroic knight riding upon a giant mystical creature. Chapter 492, Killing the Clone. Killing the clone. So you're relying on this? The Azure Mountain King laughed coldly. Do you think you can control this hurricane? It may be possible if I came with my main body. Nonetheless, his face was full of fear, and he unconsciously took a few steps back. If you don't try, how would you know? Leyland chuckled, and suddenly rubbed the ring on his hand. A strange energy wave seemed to pass by at the speed of light. Miles away, Parker looked at the communicator in his hands with a stern expression. He then ordered, activate. Beginning operation. Preparing number 1 energy reactor. Snoopy shouted immediately. The elemental particle gathering device is complete, beginning ground vibration. Many warlocks, as hardworking as ants, began to get busy, and one by one, strange symbols were lit up on the surface of the huge pyramidal reactor. Rumble. At this moment, the surface of the ground seemed to come alive as a large amount of energy was bound and transmitted towards Leyland's direction. This violent earthquake did not cause much trouble for the warlocks, as expected. Snoopy wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and went to his grandfather's side with an evident look of worry on his face. Grandfather, will Mentor be able to succeed? I've never heard of this idea before. No. I wouldn't be able to think of this even in my dreams. Once any node goes wrong, I'm afraid what awaits Mentor will be. Before he could finish speaking, a thick, muscular palm pressed down on his shoulders. Snoopy. You have to believe in your mentor. Parker's eyes did not mask his respect for Leyland. He is the most profound scholar and the strictest Magus amongst everyone I've met. Once the Lord makes a decision, it will definitely be correct. We only need to follow and execute according to the plan devised by the Lord. After interacting with them for more than a century, be it in force or knowledge, Leyland had long ago subdued these men of his. Yes. Snoopy nodded repeatedly, and his previous worries disappeared immediately. At another place, Tanasha was also doing the same thing. A perfectly straight lightning rod, almost piercing through the horizon, stood firmly on a pile of black rocks. Thunder roared and lightning flashed. Many blue electric waves growled and rushed towards the black needle, before diverging in all directions through the path that was laid out. Sir. I hope you will succeed. Tanasha grew a little excited in her heart, praying silently. Preparations for Node 1 completed, review of Node 2 completed, preparing to charge Node 3. Data kept pouring out from the AI chip continuously and many fluorescent blue information windows flashed past Leyland's eyes. Rumble, The howling hurricane that was brewing in the sky seemed to be controlled by someone, and it slowly began to transform and pack together, converging behind Leylin. The windstorm roared, dissipating the dark gas and silently turning the rocks and plants on the roadside to dust. It then wrapped the Azure Mountain King within. How? How is this possible? Why can you? The Azure Mountain King's eyes almost popped out. How could a mere rank 3 crystal phase Magus possess such enormous power? After he came here, he had definitely tested with his soul force that there were no other magi lying in ambush. There were also no signs of any spell formation. I am unable to hide anything from soul force scans, hence I did not plan anything here. Leylin stood above the hurricane, as if he was a deity from another world. Thus, the closest spell formation that I've set up is 45 kilometers away. The underground hurricane is being manipulated through redistribution points and could be temporarily kept under control. I call this spell formation, Farkas support spell formation. Using the superimposition of small influences from other areas, he ultimately gained control over the hurricane. It was easier said than done. To do it, the calculations needed were terrifyingly complex, fit to be described as perverse. Even if there was a slight error in the data, there was a possibility that the hurricane would ultimately lose all control. As the one to bear the brunt of the damage, Leylin would be the first to die without any remains. Such horrifying calculations, even the Azure Mountain King felt giddy from just simulating them in his head. Leylin had done something even Morning Star Magi could not thanks to his AI chip, a scientific chip from his previous world which possessed incredible abilities after numerous extreme transformation and advancements. The hurricane can destroy anything under rank 4, you are destined to die today. Leylin's expression was calm, his face showing no signs of sadness or happiness. But the hurricane, which was under his control, suddenly screeched. A large gust of strong black wind surrounded the Azure Mountain King and began to spin around him, as if it wanted to drag him into the eye of the hurricane. No. I have not fallen yet. The Azure Mountain King's eyes flushed red, and his facial muscles twitched as he suddenly growled. Explosions rang out as the crystal-clear soul force transformed into a defensive film on his body. Terrifying accessories, which had reached the level of magic artifacts, began to explode one by one. The massive explosion caused a horrifying driving force, and even the hurricane was momentarily blocked out. Using this hard-earned chance, the Azure Mountain King immediately dashed out to break through the barrier. You can't escape. The large multi-armed race phantom thrashed and growled behind Leylin. The hurricane gathered in Leylin's hands as he stood before the Azure Mountain King and threw out a sudden punch. Boom, like the roar of an ancient giant snake, along with the accompanying howls of the many hurricanes, a terrifying energy instantly extinguished the explosion from before, breaking through the Azure Mountain King's body. Even if it was soul power, under the besiegement of the hurricane, it was exhausted too quickly. The protective film immediately crackled and broke. Cracks began appearing one after another, and due to Leylin's attack, the Azure Mountain King was once again pushed back into the eye of the hurricane. While watching Leylin, who stood outside like a war god, a hint of despair surfaced on the Azure Mountain King's face. Rumble, it was as if the world exploded, reaching its end. Among the many dark storms, a touch of blue light suddenly exploded. It immediately intensified, offsetting the dark storms persistently. The terrifying energy waves dissipated as streaks of silver cracks in the space emerged endlessly. The dark storms howled, but it also seemed to weaken under the blue radiance as time passed. At the same time, the blue radiance slowly began to dim. The earth rumbled, and after what seemed like a sky-shaking and violent magnitude 9 earthquake, everything finally calmed down. Only, the surroundings had already been destroyed beyond recognition. Even a part of the West Sea Canyon was totally wiped out, becoming a large, ruinous rocky plain. Master. This was the scene that Tanasha and Parker, who had rushed over, saw. Their faces seemed to search for answers anxiously, until they saw Leylin who was standing on a large rock proudly. Their faces were immediately overcome with delight. Yes. Leylin nodded. Currently, he was in a very bad condition. Not only were there blue wounds all over his body that were bubbling and corroding it, there was also an obvious dent on his chest. In his hands, there was an already prepared crystallized test tube, in which laid a piece of burnt flesh. Surrounding it were some squirming tentacles. I'm fine. Leylin waved, stopping Tanasha and Parker's greetings. I give you all an hour's time, search this area immediately and look for bloody pieces of flesh like this. No matter what the outcome is an hour later, we will leave immediately. Yes, sir. Watching his men busy themselves, a bitter smile emerged on Leyland's face. The Azure Mountain King was indeed a morning star Magus, with an extremely determined mind. After he realized that there was no hope of escaping, he immediately cast some sort of secret spell, detonating his clone. The self-destruction of a rank 3 Magus clone would cause major damage. Not only was Leyland's spell formation utterly defeated, he himself had sustained serious injuries. This could be said to be a loss for both parties. But as long as these things can be obtained, it'll be worth it. Leyland put away the pieces of flesh safely, before his heart lightened. Although the Azure Mountain King had self-destructed, losing him the opportunity to collect his complete body, the tissue structures of these bloody pieces of flesh and such were enough for the AI chip to study for a long time. And after obtaining these, the AI chip's deductions on the Morning Star realm would be able to advance to at least 50% and above. If it's like that, the conditions are more or less all set. We only need to prepare for the Azure Mountain King's counterattack. Leyland stroked his chin. Originally, he and the Oakheart clan were prepared to give their lives to achieve their goals. Now, the other party's Morning Star Magus had lost his clone at his hands. Surely the Azure Mountain King would be going crazy. We cannot stay in this territory anymore, we must hurry back to the organization and evacuate as soon as possible. Leyland was stuck in thought. Although it still seemed peaceful at his Onyx Castle in the core of the Ouroboros clan, with Robin's Parble family reduced to their sorry state, was it really? Perhaps, as of now, only the area at the headquarters of the phosphorescence swamp could forcibly maintain stability. Although they lacked Morning Star battle power, under circumstances where outsiders were still unsure, keeping it a secret for a period of time was no problem at all. Furthermore, based on the Ouroboros clan's arduous accumulation as well as the spell formations, defense installations, and such by the Morning Star Warlock's ancestors, hindering a certain Morning Star Magus for a duration was still not an issue. What Leyland needed most right now, was time. This was because the headquarters of the Ouroboros clan was definitely a point of attack for many enemies in the future. Once it was confirmed that the battle powers of the Morning Star were gone, there was a high chance that they might face a siege from numerous Morning Star Magi. By that time, the headquarters would be a death trap. If they lost the other territories, without advancing to the Morning Star level before the phosphorescence swamp was attacked, all of the warlocks at the headquarters could only accept death. Chapter 493, Distractions. Distractions. All in all, Phosphorescence Swamp is going to be the safest right now, but the most dangerous place in the end. Leyland smiled reluctantly, it's just that, do I have any other choices? At this time, he was sure the Azure Mountain King was hot on his heels. Once he left the Ouroboros clan, he feared he would not get to live another day. Unlike his rank 3 clone, the Azure Mountain King was a famed Morning Star Magus. The disparity in power was too large for any strategies to be of use. Thus, he was left with no choice but to take a gamble. Fortunately, he had already exterminated the opposite party's clone, earning him and the Ouroboros clan some extra time. Otherwise, if they allowed the Azure Mountain King to continue to stir up trouble, word may leak out to other power-thirsty parties, that the Ouroboros clan no longer had Morning Star Magi defending it. He could imagine them swimming forward like sharks towards their prey. For now, since the Azure Mountain King's matter had been settled by Leyland, he'd presumed Leyland's strength was why Gilbert and the others chose to lay low. This was what Leyland was striving for, a little of their apprehension. Morning Star Realm. I must advance to the Morning Star Realm. Leyland clenched his teeth. At this moment, Tanasha brought forward a transparent box. My lord, this is our harvest. Inside the box were some scraps of flesh and hair, and even some blood-stained clothes and other fabrics and such. Well done. For your contributions, I shall reward you in the form of contribution points later on. Right now, let's go home. In front of his subordinates, Leyland resumed the attitude of a master. My lord. Back at his own Magus Tower, upon hearing the Green Tower genie's greetings, Leyland felt as if he had been away for a lifetime. His departure had started with a banquet, celebrating Freya advancing to the crystal phase. Who would have thought that, within such a short time, so many drastic changes would take place? Even the entire Ouroboros clan was in a crisis, and was almost destroyed. The failed mission of Gilbert and the other two was something Lei Lin could never have predicted. Morning Star Magi's failed mission on a whole was something Lei Lin could have never predicted. After losing the deterrence of Morning Star Magi, the Ouroboros clan immediately showed signs of instability. Tower Genie, back up the entire experimental data to the AI chip. Destroy all original experiments, starting from the natural resources. Prepare to transfer. Lei Lin drew a deep breath, and requested. Authorization confirmed. Spiritual force connected, data transmission in progress. Compared to a human Magus, the Tower Genie's level of compliance is as good as first class. Immediately, a link was formed between it and the AI chip. Lei Lin had always held the habit of backing up his important experimental data to the AI chip. The amount the genie had was only a small part of the whole, and he took the time to patch up the holes in his database. The most important step was to destroy the experiments themselves. For the past century, Lei Lin had secretly carried out many bloodline experiments. He had been fortunate to not leave any clues behind, otherwise he would have gotten into deep water. Following the command of the Formation Genie, many secret paths and doors started opening up, revealing the concealed spaces and storage facilities. Inside, bountiful magic crystals and precious objects glowed in brilliant lights and vibrant colors. It was a feast for one's eyes. Lei Lin heaved a sigh and picked out many of the stored magic crystals. He was sure he had provoked the Azure Mountain King to the maximum this time, thus he didn't have high hopes of being able to preserve the Magus Tower. Compared with the main headquarters at the phosphorescent swamp, his Magus Tower would be the first to be ravaged. Since he had decided to seek refuge at the main headquarters, he didn't want to be taken advantage of and lose his magic crystals. With these thoughts in mind, he turned to the experimental room where he absorbed Lamia radiation. After complicated and meticulous verification, Lei Lin saw the brilliant milky white bone in the center of the crystal ball. AI chip. Lei Lin's face contorted as he yelped. Begin compatibility scan, unscrambling data in progress. A huge amount of data flowed in the form of blue streaks of light from Lei Lin's eyes, and seeped into the crystal ball held by a machine. After 2 minutes of data transmission, a clear, distinct sound echoed, as a tiny pin-sized hole appeared on the surface of the crystal ball, slowly enlarging. This is what my advancement to Morning Star will depend most upon. Lei Lin exclaimed and sighed. He drew out a box made of crystal and carefully kept the Lamia bone. Prior to this, he didn't want the Lamia bone to be kept on him for fear of Gilbert finding out. But right now, there wasn't even a single Morning Star warlock in the headquarters, so Lei Lin naturally had nothing to be afraid of. Mentor, are we really leaving now? Before they set off, Snoopy looked at the Black Tower and Onyx Castle in the distance, his eyes filled with a look of unwillingness to let go. Having stayed here for more than 1,000 years, he had already developed feelings for it, hence his hesitance to leave. Similarly, Cubular, Parker and the others who were behind Lei Lin felt the exact same hesitance and unwillingness, even though they had obeyed Lei Lin's orders and packed all their belongings. We must leave. Lei Lin's reply was resolute and decisive. You should know the situation and how things are right now. Except for the main headquarters, everywhere else is dangerous. Parker and the rest solemnly nodded their heads. They had not found out about the 3 missing Morning Star Magi yet. However, the chaos that had happened was enough to keep them on the edge for a long time. Magi who were able to live past 3, 4 or 500 years were all intelligent, and the recent spate of events had made them realize that something unusual was going on. Hence, their support for Lei Lin's decision was unanimous. Glancing at his rather muddle-headed apprentice, Lei Lin shook his head and patted his shoulders. We will be back. I promise. I believe you, Mentor. Snoopy nodded his head passionately. Parker, on the other hand, forced a smile. Inside phosphorescent swamp. Numerous sulfur-filled bubbles rose from the sludge, becoming green balls of flame as they escaped. Erected in the center of the swamp, the Warlock City was as busy as always. In fact, the population seemed to have increased. It wasn't just 1 or 2 families that could feel the oddity in the air. In the early days, when there were instabilities at the border, many marquises and counts had reallocated their families and servants over here, blowing up population and city. As for the issues of their territories and such, they had no worry about that. To the warlocks at the top of society, commoners were like wild grass. After trimming them, come springtime and they would tenaciously grow again. So if the taxes were reduced for the people, in less than 10 years, the population would boom again. Regardless of whether it was the invading troop or the defense troop, they did not need these commoners as resources, thus the commoners were able to lead a rather good life before and after the war with no major changes. Compared to these commoners, the warlocks' regrets would be losing their castles, Magus towers and such. Just like Lei Lin, who had built his Magus tower in his own territory. He supposed that after the war was over, his tower would be gone too. And it did not matter who the enemy was, they would be ruthless and would help themselves to the structures. Also, once a tower genie discerned a master, she would never change. Thus, total destruction was the only way. Hee hee. Lei Lin, it looks like the bad blood between you and the Oakheart clan is serious. Looking at this latest intelligence report, your territory had been occupied by him and your Magus tower has been demolished. Freya smiled as she handed the intelligence report to Lei Lin. It is serious. Lei Lin stroked his nose, even their chief died in my hands. In his heart, he silently added and a morning star's clone next to it. Under such circumstances, if the opposite party were to be polite to him, it would truly be odd. After moving to the Ouroboros clan headquarters, over 10 days had passed and within this time, many things had happened. Every territory had its fair share of unceasing riots, and there were multiple forces would invade these areas. Naturally, Lei Lin's territory was not spared. Freya, too, had lost her territory. Hence, she teased Lei Lin with a bit of schadenfreude. However, Lei Lin could sense the fear and restlessness beneath Freya's smile. This time, the power of the enemy had surpassed the expectations of many. The Azure Mountain clan was but one part only, there were other more powerful ones yet to show themselves. The Ouroboros clan was strong in appearance but weak in reality, and everyone could see it. Hence the minor skirmishes at the borders had escalated to entire territories being taken over. Even the outer regions of Phosphorescent Swamp were not spared. From time to time, scouts sent by many different powerful families were discovered. Warlocks from the Ouroboros clan could only rely on the headquarters' defensive spells as a core, building an extremely narrow defensive perimeter and guarding it resolutely. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that if the Morning Star military strength did not make an appearance soon in the Ouroboros clan, the entire clan could face imminent destruction. Over at the Astral Gate, how is the progress? Seeing Freya's strong and obstinate persona, Lei Lin couldn't console her directly, as otherwise, he would have hurt her pride. Instead, he changed the subject and asked her a question. The truth of the matter was, the root of all the problems were the three elders. If they could appear immediately, even if just one of them could show their face in public, not only would the warlocks of the entire Ouroboros clan gain confidence from their pillar of strength, the number of enemy scouts would reduce drastically too. Some of the marquises from the technology department have been working for days in there, Freya smiled wryly. But in the end, only someone of at least a Morning Star Magus status can open an astral gate. Otherwise, no one can support the crossover of the body. Forget rescuing them, we can't even find someone here qualified to open the astral gate. Seeing Freya, Lei Lin knew deep in her heart that she had some disagreements with the Blood Duchess Emma and the other two Morning Star warlocks. But since she was a student of theirs, she couldn't say anything. You can't blame our mentors, the allure of the purgatory world is simply too huge, Lei Lin sighed. Chapter 494, As the Dark Clouds Draw Closer. As the dark clouds draw closer. There was another concern bugging Lei Lin. As compared to the factions that had shown themselves in Azure Mountain City, what worried him the most was still the Magus that had set the trap. To be able to give up a world coordinate and also successfully entrap 3 Morning Star warlocks, he was definitely not a simple person. Furthermore, if Lei Lin's mentor, Gilbert, joined forces with the other 2 Morning Star warlocks, they would have a terrifying strength on par with that of a Radiant Moon Magus. Since the mastermind could successfully scheme against them regardless of that, it was only a matter of time before his actual strength would be revealed. If the other party came at them openly, the current Ouroboros clan would not have any strength to resist. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, he had not taken any other action apart from setting the trap. No one knew what qualms he had, or whether there was something holding him back. Lei Lin secretly guessed that perhaps the other party had suffered a violent counterattack when he plotted against his mentor, and thus suffered a hidden loss. He was likely still in the midst of recovery, or else he definitely wouldn't have let this chance slip through his fingers. Even so, the pressure the Ouroboros clan faced was crushing. The tiniest bit more and they would collapse completely. After parting with Lei Lin, Freya took a short walk and arrived at a small garden full of white roses. A distorted human shadow appeared next to the garden. When the figure came into view, a warlock dressed in a crimson Magus robe bowed to Freya. "Greetings, Chief." Freya nodded. The crisis that the Ouroboros clan has met with will require the combined effort of many marquises, but Leyland's team of vassals is really too weak, and they also suffered heavy losses in the previous oppression. I plan to let the Blood Serpent Warlock organization take over some of their missions. After a long silence, Julian then spoke with a hoarse voice, "This is not in accordance with the rules. Furthermore, the elders. This is an order." Freya's voice turned cold, and an aura that was unique to Crystal Phase Warlock surfaced on her body. "Yes. Yes." Julian quickly agreed, but let out a silent sigh. Even he could see that his chief had feelings for Lei Lin, but the other party still showed clear signs of rejection. It would be understandable if Freya had only lent a helping hand once or twice, but she had already done so many times. This problem had left many elders with authority dissatisfied. It was in stark contrast to how Miranda simply gave up on her pursuit. In ancient warlock families like Freya's, even the chief could not go against the opinion of the majority, and had to take the entire family's opinion into consideration. Freya's actions had already aroused a certain degree of discontent in the family, but was suppressed by her promotion to the crystal phase. However, Julian had a feeling that if Freya continued, the accumulating dissent would one day burst forth. Judging by her attitude, though, would it be possible to change her ways? Julian shook his head and forced a smile, then bowed to Freya and vanished into the sea of flowers. In the depths of a white canyon, a team of warlocks were hurrying through the steep mountains. These warlocks were all clothed in crimson Magus robes, with the giant Kamoyan serpent motif on their collars. A platinum-haired high-ranking warlock led the way. Shum. At that very instant, a crooked shadow shot out from the side of the cliff like an arrow, right into this warlock's hands. Be alert. Kamoyan scales appeared on the bodies of the numerous warlocks as a mode of defense. Assuming their various positions, they emitted an aura that was full of solemn determination. Evidently, they were elites with rich experience who have been fighting for a long time. "It's a shadow snake messenger from our family, cancel the alarm." The platinum-haired high-ranking warlock furrowed his brows and quickly shouted to the rest. The entire troop was tranquil again, and they slowly started to continue walking. "They actually want us to offer support to Enforcer Leyland's vassals." Upon recalling the content of the message, the leader of the warlock team seemed gloomy. He was, of course, unhappy about his chief's actions. But looking at the authoritative imprint on the back that reflected the family chief's position, the leader gritted his teeth and yelled out, "Turn around, we're going to the Teal Tusk Highlands, and fast." He was still dreadful of the consequences of disobeying orders and betraying his family. Although they questioned why their leader suddenly gave such an order, their pleasantly compliant nature allowed this small team to make a full turnaround within a few minutes, and they continued to rush off in another direction. Found the Blood Serpent Warlock organization. At this moment, the immature voice of a young boy sounded out, causing the team leader's expression to change drastically. "Who's there?" The magi under him immediately broke into formation, with many of them already holding on to multiple magical items for attacking purposes. Bang! The rock wall at the side blasted open, and a gigantic flowering plant emerged from within. This flower was about 5 or 6 meters tall, its sepals full of sharp buck teeth. It suddenly spread open its petals, and with its huge mouth similar to that of a beast from the ancient times, it swallowed a warlock who couldn't dodge in time. He let out a distorted, muffled shriek. The innate defense of the snake scales seemed to have no effect on the corrosive juices in the stamen. Through the translucent petals, the warlocks could see their comrade's scales corrode, then quickly soften and reveal his skin and muscle tissue. Bang! 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 Before they could rescue their comrade, more carnivorous flowers suddenly emerged from the rock walls, and started attacking them. A military troop of carnivorous plants, the expression on the platinum-haired team leader's face changed drastically. Before he could even exclaim, a carnivorous flower that was more than 10 meters tall bore out of the ground and appeared in front of him in a flash. On the stolon of this carnivorous flower was the face of a little boy, and it seemed that the voice from earlier was his. Innate spell, Toxic Bile. The team leader gritted his teeth, and venomous gas immediately diffused out into the air. It's useless. We have already made special improvements through several mutations targeted at awakening the ability of self-control, just to counter your poison and scales. A grin spread across the boy's face. The humongous carnivorous flower ferociously opened up and countless minute pollen grains scattered onto the ground. The giant Kamoyan serpent warlock's expression changed rapidly. He could clearly sense that the venom in the air had been neutralized by the pollen from the carnivorous flower. Not only that, once a single pollen grain landed on him, his scales instantly started to soften. Ha! Kill! Go on, kill! After today, the Ouroboros clan and the giant Kamoyan serpent warlocks will become a thing of the past. The boy cheered, while more and more carnivorous flowers started to emerge from the soil and the walls, drowning out the members of the Snake Bloodline Warlock organization. The colorful lights of spells exploded, and finally, all was silent again. On the other end, in a small and prosperous town, the shadows of many densely packed sails appeared all of a sudden in the sky. Numerous huge ships soared through the air like dark clouds, blocking out all the sunlight and casting large shadows on the earth, as darkness enveloped the entire town. What's going on? The Kamoyan warlock in charge of guarding the place walked out and his jaw instantly dropped. Boom, the gigantic cannon stowed at the front of the fleet started to rumble, and terrifying energy waves immediately wreaked havoc throughout the town. In that instant, the entire city was filled with terrorized cries as blood and fire flooded the land. The ever-plentiful city that had always been under the protection of the Ouroboros clan was suddenly drowning in calamity. Those who could not escape in time turned into ashes under gunfire, average humans and low-ranking warlocks alike. After a round of bombardment, numerous silhouettes appeared beside the fleet, and descended to clear out the remaining few high-ranking warlocks. No warlock that belongs to the Ouroboros clan will be spared. A crippled male Magus who was propping himself up with a wooden leg gave an order, his eyes boiling with hatred that he did not even bother to mask. His face was filled with numerous scars and was badly disfigured. Those damn bloodline bastards don't even deserve to be alive. Following his command, the resistance in the battlefield intensified, but all that anyone could do was to struggle in the face of death. After purging the resistance, it was time for a feast, one of plundering and venting their anger. But even in a situation like this, the commander's face remained cold and indifferent, as though he never saw it at all. Such scenarios continued to play out in the Ouroboros clan's territory, and even started to inch closer to Phosphorescent Swamp. The atmosphere at headquarters was gloomy due to the huge war. In one of the rooms in the headquarters of Warlock City, a faint warm glow flickered. A group of magi gathered around a circular black medieval table. They were all giant Kamoyan serpent warlocks, and the aura exuded by every single one of them was highly terrifying, even exceeding the threshold of the crystal phase. Leylin was among them, scanning through his companions. There were more than 10 of them. These people made up the entirety of the Ouroboros clan's upper echelons, and they were of the highest ranks apart from the 3 Morning Star warlocks. Their decisions would represent the entire Ouroboros clan. Lucian and Freya were also among them. Upon seeing Leylin, they nodded in acknowledgement, but anxiety was written across their faces. A red-headed warlock stood up, propping himself with his hands on the table, and roared loudly, "Only yesterday. In a mere 13 hours, the attacks we have suffered have surpassed the sum of all the damage we have ever sustained. The Blood Serpent Warlock Organization, the Black Iron Warlock Organization and the Castigators have all been razed to the ground. Even Greenflame City that guards our phosphorescent swamp has fallen to the hands of our enemy." He slammed the table, causing the tabletop to shake vigorously. Leylin could feel his wrath through the vibrations. It won't take long until we'll be able to see them within the vicinity of the city. Even small fry like the Arm of Vengeance will start hunting us down. Damn it. These were people I could have wiped out single-handedly in the past. With that, opinions started to fire across the table, rage filling the air. Chapter 495, Opening. Opening. Leylin watched the performance of these warlocks, indifferent to it all. In fact, it was very clear to them that small organizations like the Arm of Vengeance were being used as scapegoats by the hidden forces. Were Gilbert and the rest to appear, they would just throw out these scapegoats to suffer their wrath, without caring for their life or death. And even if these small organizations were to find success, they wouldn't end up with much resources. They could only give the majority of the resources to their backers. Thus, these forces could reap the benefits without getting their own hands dirty. It was a great deal indeed. Although these warlocks were completely aware of this, they only dared curse these small organizations that had gone insane in their desire for revenge, but did not dare touch the existence in the background. In the back of their minds, even though they lacked Morning Star forces on their side, they definitely did not have the guts to provoke those acting behind the scenes. To them, on their side, they would not have the guts to challenge the masterminds. Never mind that. This place is soon going to become a battlefield, so every one of us must take up our responsibilities. Do you all agree? Agreed. 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 Numerous high-ranked warlocks nodded one after another. That's great, we still have the 2 Kamoyan gargoyles and the spell formation left by the elders. We can still handle a Morning Star Magus if we activate everything. We just need to persist for a period of time, then the 3 mentors will be able to return from the astral plane. The red-haired warlock was still trying his best to boost the morale, and hence he maintained the delusion. After he spoke up to that, everyone's sight immediately shot to an old warlock who was wiping his spectacles with a white handkerchief. This old crystal phase warlock was the head of their technical department, Shat. Shat put on his spectacles with a bitter laugh. Our tests have confirmed that the elders really did open the astral gates and entered another world. However, we couldn't confirm that it's the purgatory world. However, we're trying really hard to calculate the coordinates. I just need 10 days. No. 5. We'll have it in 5. The expressions of the numerous warlocks dulled when the reply they got wasn't the one they wanted. The red-haired warlock forced a smile and immediately began to assign missions as the leader, Marquis Shat, continue to study the astral gate. Headquarters will allocate resources to you as you wish. You have to rescue our 3 mentors. I will. Shat nodded. There was a great scholarly temperament to him as he still seemed like nothing had happened even in this kind of critical moment. Next, Marquis Lucian, there was pride in the tone of the red-haired warlock when he heard the other party agreeing to his orders. Although he was the first disciple of the Grand Elder, his authority was not much greater than that of the remaining marquises present here. But now, when the circumstances required the presence of a powerful leader due to both internal and external pressures, it seemed like he could try to take control. Very well. Next, the warlock started to assign missions to everyone. Finally, it was Leyland's turn. Marquis Leyland, it's no problem if I leave you in charge of the defense of the west zone of the city, right? Sorry, I do. Leyland raised his hand up. He'd heard from Lucian about this warlock before, although he hadn't met him in person many times. He was Faisal, and he had held power for a long time in the Ouroboros clan. Right now, it seemed that even in all this confusion, his first thought was of grasping power. Leyland was immediately fed up by this sort of thing. With their current situation, perhaps the entire headquarters would be breached tomorrow, and everyone would be finished. He still wanted to scramble for power and profits. What? Faisal wrinkled his brows. He'd met a challenger moments after he set up his authority. This triggered his immense dissatisfaction, so he decided to suppress the challenger ruthlessly. I have an extremely important experiment. Experiment? Just for the purpose of an experiment? Leyland was interrupted by Faisal before he could complete his words. Did I mishear? You want to abandon your responsibility in this kind of critical moment just for an experiment? Numerous high-ranked warlocks around the round table also started whispering to each other after they heard Faisal words. Let me finish. Leyland pressed his hands down. The experiment I'm working on is an interplanar experiment. I'm confident in being able to find the coordinates of the mentors in 3 days. Marquis Shat can testify to this. Shat, who'd been still as a statue from the beginning, also nodded, indeed. Marquis Leyland's fundamental knowledge about astral experiments far surpasses mine. Especially in accurately searching for coordinates, he leaves me ashamed of my meager ability. Even so, Faisal ground his teeth, the defense of the West Zone. I'll take care of that as well, Freya interrupted. You? Faisal was a little astonished. Yes. Anyway, my own defense zone is not far from Leyland's. It's alright for me to take care of both, right? Freya looked at Faisal challengingly. The other warlocks had a knowing smile on their faces when they recalled the rumors about Freya and Leyland. You can if you say so, but what if your area has problems first? Faisal dragged out his speech, looking at Freya who had an unyielding expression. He thought Leyland was getting more and more out of hand. Freya ground her teeth and stated stubbornly, "It'll be my responsibility." "Fine, I hope you remember what you said today." Faisal nodded and sat back down. The person involved, Leyland, sat foolishly at a distance from the beginning. Only after it ended did he respond and look at Freya. This woman had helped him over and over again, even at the expense of her own family's interests, and was already facing criticism from her elders. He hadn't expected that she would be willing to help him to this extent. Actually, this so-called important experiment was just to pull the wool over Faisal's eyes. With his knowledge, it was easy for him to convince Shat by exposing a bit of his abilities. If Faisal hadn't agreed even after that, he would have looked for an opportunity to shirk his responsibility. However, Freya unexpectedly took it on for him. Leyland suddenly felt a bit of a headache as he looked at her. "You don't need to do this, you know," Leyland walked to Freya's side and said softly after the meeting dispersed. "It's my choice." Freya gathered her black long hair together and left quickly. She seemed stubborn and firm. Leyland shook his head, then communicated with the AI. Chip and took a look at the latest data. Progress on deduction of information about the Morning Star realm, 52.7%. After more than 10 days, the AI chip had finally finished analyzing the flesh of the Azure Mountain King's clone. His information about the Morning Star realm had crossed 50%. With this, the final requirement for his advancement to the Morning Star realm had been fulfilled. The future seems exciting. I will look forward to it. A smile hung on the corner of Leyland's mouth. He then took a glance at the meeting place and at last moved his legs, leaving with incomparably firm footsteps. In an unknown place, several mysterious wills were communicating with each other. The attacks of the Plant Legion have had pretty good results. The progress this time is pretty smooth. The Air Force has also taken down Green Flame City. It seems like the Morning Star Warlocks are already lost in the astral plane. Not necessarily. Gilbert and the rest are very cunning. It's possible that they're feigning weakness in order to bait us into exposing ourselves, another voice immediately retorted. The lifespan of a Morning Star Warlock is nigh endless. Even temporary gains and losses of territory are nothing to them. They can always expand their influence again in the future. What you said also makes sense. We must consider this, and continue to test them. Try to attack their headquarters in Phosphorescent Swamp, the previous voice said. A powerful stream of thought swept out. Where's that old Azure Mountain guy? He lost a clone to the Ouroboros clan. With his main body settling a debt with Felix, I'm afraid he won't be available for a period of time, a woman jokingly said. His clone fell. It must have been at rank 3. Even then, who interfered? The voice who spoke previously seemed sluggish. No one. Azure Mountain's clone unexpectedly fell at the hand of a member of the younger generation without the interference of any Morning Star powers. It's even someone who had just advanced to the crystal phase. I'm afraid he'll feel too embarrassed to meet people before he thoroughly washes himself of his shame, the female voice answered. To have his clone killed by a member of the younger generation. It's simply a humiliation to all Morning Star Magi. That's right. The numerous thoughts descended into chaos. Silence, the first voice said with immense dignity behind its tone. It immediately suppressed the disturbance. Let Azure Mountain's matter go for now. The area he's responsible for isn't that important anyway. The next test will be crucial in determining the existence of those three. This matter also concerns how we'll be treating the Ouroboros clan in the future, so we should be serious about it. The huge will stated and transmitted its imposing aura, its huge dignity to hear. We got it. Numerous thought backed up a step as if expressing surrender. Great. The Plant Legion still needs to advance and push the battlefront forward. As for the Air Force, remain on the defensive for now. The defense abilities of the headquarters of the Ouroboros clan are still decent. The most powerful thought immediately started to distribute tasks. Soon after, the thoughts in the secret space left one after the other, and the region quieted down immediately. A deadly stillness permeated the surroundings. After this meeting, the attacks that were originally planned against the Ouroboros clan grew in intensity. Among these, parties such as Azure Mountain City and Nifas broke apart all pretense and flagrantly dispatched their elite groups into the territory of the Ouroboros clan. This resulted in a great slaughter. The front line also approached the headquarters of the Ouroboros clan in Phosphorescence Swamp continuously. In moments, it was like a storm was raging in the region, which practically affected the weather of the entire central continent. Numerous morning star magi, radiant moon magi, and even breaking dawn magi all diverted their attentions to the sky above Phosphorescence Swamp. For the central continent, which is in dire straits, any minute changes would be able to cause a huge variation. Chapter 496, Preparation for Battle. Preparation for Battle. The chaos in the Ouroboros clan was like a stone thrown into the peaceful lake that was the central continent, setting off ripples everywhere. Due to the mutual deterrence of morning star magi, such a large-scale war was rare. The information about the current state of the Ouroboros clan spread throughout the entire central continent like wildfire. Many spies, investigators, and idle magi rushed towards Phosphorescence Swamp. They had a pressing need to know how it all began, and what the final outcome would be. They would use this information for their own reference, and in the future would hand it over to the next generation. Storm clouds are brewing. Phosphorescence Swamp, Ouroboros clan headquarters. Dressed in skin-tight leather, Freya stood on a high balcony and observed the huge warlock city below. Even a peaceful, prosperous city like this will have to bear the brunt of battle. Looking at the gloomy horizon in the distance, dismay clouded Freya's features. Seeing Julian and a few other elders heading towards her, her already cheerless self became even more depressed. Disregarding the few elders, Freya asked Julian directly, "How is the deployment of manpower coming along?" "They have been assigned accordingly," but Julian showed signs of hesitation. "Let me explain. A while ago, due to your haphazard assignment of the Snake bloodline warlocks, our family suffered huge losses. And now we have to bear an even greater burden because of your decision to take over Leyland's responsibility of the defenses in the West Zone." An elderly man with a pair of red eyebrows uttered with an icy tone, his face clearly showing his displeasure. The others were the same, dissatisfaction written all over their faces. "You must understand, our family barely has the ability to defend ourselves, yet you pile up more responsibility on us. We're going to be short-handed, and when problems arise, our family might even be exterminated." Another elderly woman exclaimed. "Aunt. I know that, but, these elderly men and women were all Freya's seniors in the family. Many of them had known her since her youth. Even though her status as a crystal phase Magus was higher than theirs, there were still many matters that were not easy to bring up for discussions in the course of the conversation. I know. You have developed feelings for that fellow, right?" Another elderly man with a cyst on his face asked sarcastically. "Uncle Ivanov. So what if I have?" Freya's steely glare was leveled on Ivanov as she drew a deep breath, the tension in the air reaching the choking point. The cyst on his face trembled and he backed up a few steps, his lips quivering, and he remarked, "This is how you want to treat him? That playboy who not only had a fling with his own female senior, but even that slut Miran." "Enough!" Freya suddenly yelled, her face turning crimson. The other few elders raised their brows in shock. Controversial relationships were common among warlocks, especially when they were young. Leyland's licentious lifestyle wasn't that big a deal. But for Ivanov to bring up the subject, it was unsettling. However, in hindsight, what Ivanov said made sense. If Leyland was really interested in Freya, they would have gotten together long ago. Right now, it seemed like a one-sided affair for their chief. Freya's worried aunt asked hesitantly, "Little Freya, you..." At this moment, another voice echoed, "Marquis Lucian is here." Everyone exchanged glances and immediately quieted down. Family scandals like this were best kept amongst themselves. "We will take our leave now, will you reconsider?" The female elder shot a loving look at Freya before leaving with the rest. With their departure, Freya sighed a breath of relief and stepped out to welcome Lucian. He. Dreadful, right?" Lucian asked with a smile, two other magi behind him. "Just some minor inconveniences." Freya fluffed her hair. Glancing over Lucian's shoulders, she recognized one of the magi as Leyland's subordinate, Parker. As for the other female magus who was wearing a veil, Freya couldn't recognize her. However, the horrifying crystal phase energy waves radiating from her body were unmistakably strong. Such power normally would not be kept under wraps. Even within the Ouroboros clan, crystal phase magi were few and far between. They could easily form an organization with the highest authority and take control over everything. Allow me to introduce you to Parker, I am sure you already knew him. Lucian chuckled, allowing Parker to make his salutations. He then turned to point at the other female Magus. This is a shadow, a crystal phase Magus Leylin subdued previously. Having a sensitive identity, she cannot reveal her true name. As for their intentions of being here, Parker. Honorable Marquis Freya. Parker bowed respectfully, my lord knows you have insufficient manpower, so he instructed Shadow and I together with our men to come forth and heed your orders. That's wonderful. Freya beamed and her eyes lit up. She secretly heaved a sigh of relief. In the beginning, when she agreed to take over the defense of the West Zone, she was indeed rendered short-handed. But now with the addition of Parker and his men, a big portion of her concern was put to rest. Especially. Freya shifted her line of sight towards Tanasha's black veil. She tried to look through the veil, attempting to figure out her appearance. Leylin had been keeping such a trump card hidden by his side all along. A rank 3 crystal phase Magus was not easy to subdue. If Freya hadn't agreed to defend the West Zone, with the abilities of that female Magus and Leylin's men, they would have no problem defending it themselves. Perhaps what Freya did was unnecessary. But, since the opposite party sent over their assistance, evidently. Freya's mouth curved into a smile which persisted for a short while before she shook her head and abandoned that train of thought. The current situation had deteriorated so much that no one knew if the Ouroboros clan would survive to the next year. She could not let her thoughts shift to such superfluous issues. After watching Parker and Tanasha leave, Freya turned around, Marquis Lucian, the intentions of your visit this time was not just to send them to me, right? Yes. There are other matters. Lucian nodded his head. I knew there were more. Freya rolled her eyes, spill. According to Faisal's suggestion, I am here to ask you to hand over the authority of the Tower Genie that your family left at the headquarters. Lucian muttered in a low voice. I think it is time to do that too. Freya nodded in agreement and extracted a gold ring, tossing it to her. Take it, I hope their defense measures alongside the Magus Tower can impress me. You will not be disappointed. With the smooth completion of his mission, Lucian also heaved a sigh of relief. What else can I do except comply? Freya forced a smile. The number of Magus towers in the Ouroboros clan headquarters was not small. From her vantage point, the whole area seemed to be packed with them. These Magus towers were built by high-ranking warlocks, and many of the towers were heavily subsidized by the main headquarters. Of course, the main headquarters had their own agenda. In the core of every tower were inscribed defensive runes that were built to be combined with the rest. During a crisis, they would be able to activate all the Magus towers to unite their defenses. Lucian's so-called taking over of the authority was just a formality to save Freya's reputation. Once Faisal shed all pretense of cordiality, he could immediately bypass all the locks on the Magus tower and forcefully activate the tower's energy to bolster the defense. Leylin knew about this, hence his unwillingness to build his Magus tower at the main headquarters. Freya was part of an extensive family and they owned massive businesses. Not only did they possess Magus towers in their own territory, they even had some high-grade ones in the main headquarters that were used as experimental laboratories. What Lucian wanted was the authority to those. I am glad you understand. Lucian nodded his head and his expression dulled. Even at such times, there are some people who are unwilling to hand over control, not contributing to our Ouroboros clan. They deserve to be damned. Luckily, that is just a small minority. Freya nodded in agreement, knowing those warlocks absolutely did not deserve to die. After all, they were already dead. After chatting for a while longer, Lucian took his leave. Given his hasty departure, Freya assumed there were some important matters for him to attend to. With the impending Great War, all the warlocks were on their toes without rest. It was even more prominent for the core leaders, those at the crystal phase. Snapping out of her thoughts, Freya looked to another direction. Even with our forthcoming demise, you are really at ease. If you cannot give me a satisfactory explanation, you will be in trouble. Unknown to Freya, after Elder Ivanov left, he locked himself in the room and threw a big tantrum. That crazy woman. She is completely sick. How could she be so adamant in betraying our family for an outsider's benefit? Ivanov roared in rage, his voice blocked and absorbed by the soundproofing on the walls that kept the outside world from knowing what was going on inside. And Amasha is such an old muddlehead. How could she treat Freya like a child and give her more time? Damn it. Soon, our family will face imminent destruction. Ivanov's face flushed red with anger and his cyst bulged. Hands on his back, he started pacing in circles. No way. I refuse to witness the destruction of our family's ancestral legacy at her hands. After a few rounds, he clenched his teeth and tore the sleeves off his shirt. Branded on his arm was an impressive yet odd-looking plant imprint. With the injection of spiritual force, it immediately started glowing. Asterisk sha sha, asterisk, after a wave of noise passed, a low, husky male voice emerged from the opposite end, "You have finally contacted us." Chapter 497, Elite Group of Magi. Elite Group of Magi. Yes. I've considered it thoroughly, I cannot sit back and watch my clan die in war. Ivanov insisted, with an unexpectedly sanctified look on his face. Very well. Our targeted enemies are only those evil bloodline warlocks. You guys, who have awakened in time, are still a part of us Magi. A voice echoed from the imprint. There's no doubt about that. I'm honored. Ivanov said excitedly. Immediately, he asked again with worry, is this communication channel safe? The headquarters of the Ouroboros clan has very strict isolation and tapping capabilities. Ha! Rest assured. This has already been encrypted personally. Our conversation will definitely not be leaked out. Alright then, what do you need me to do? Since he had already decided to betray, Ivanov was pretty much nonchalant. Very simple, you only need to, the voice softened over time, while Ivanov nodded repeatedly. The dim light slowly extinguished as darkness engulfed the entire place. It was only a matter of time before the attacks began. By the time the warlocks, who had gotten used to the martial law, discovered that the entire city had been surrounded by a patch of carnivorous plants, many of them felt a sort of relief. Contrary to the previous uneasiness and tension, these visible enemies made them feel more secure. What followed next would be a great war, the winner would survive, and the loser would be doomed for all eternity. It was as simple as that. Compared to open war, the oppressed feeling of the weight from before was what caused mental breakdowns. But many warlocks only felt relieved for a moment. By the time they saw the legion of airships all over the sky pressing in like dark clouds, even Faisal had a slight feeling that it was as if his previous efforts to fight for power had become a joke. Alert! He shouted at the top of his voice, a slight tremble to his tone. Magus Tower authorization complete. Constructing core defense system. Contrary to him, those warlocks with specific orders could still carry out their tasks orderly. Buzz, a Magus Tower began to shake, and many runes emerged from the surface of the tower as they shot up into the sky. All the towers in the city were in the same situation. The many runes, constructed of strings of light, converged at the heart of the city, taking the form of a bright sun. A water screen surrounding the sun cascaded from all directions with a crystal-clear glow on its surface, engulfing the entire city. Such a terrifying spell formation, it should be employing at least 50 to 60 elemental reactors and pools. In the center of the enemy camp, a green-haired Magus sneered, pity, the other party was too impatient. We were only scaring him, yet he exposed his trump card. Yes. Another female Magus dressed in red covered her lips and smiled charmingly, if the Ouroboros clan's warlocks are all of such quality, victory will definitely be ours. In fact, as long as the other party's 3 elders do not rush back, there will be no change to this war's result. At most, it will be a matter of time, the green-haired Magus corrected. As a high-ranking leader of the Legion, the intelligence he possessed was far greater than that of ordinary magi. He even knew about the disappearance of Gilbert and the others. Hence, what we need to do now is to try attacking. The female Magus bit her lips, seeming rather playful. In front of her, the male Magus appeared very confident, and he announced a little proudly, there's not even a need to test it. We can have the other organizations to help us with everything. You mean the Arm of Vengeance? The female Magus nodded, giggling immediately and stretching her body in a relaxed manner, since we already have them helping us, should we take this opportunity to do other things? Her voice was sweeter than the sweetest honey. The male Magus could not help but be intoxicated by it. Faintly, Two other soft voices echoed over, those magi, are they reliable? Just mere sacrifices. Anyway, when the time comes, they'll be given up. What's there to worry? I'm still a little worried. At worst, I'll hand over command to you. You just have to keep an eye on them for me. In here, all sorts of conspiracies were gradually staged, yet they were completely hidden due to the many green plant legions. The things that happened here did not attract any attention from the outside world. Following the encirclement of the plants and airship armies, dark clouds of war immediately filled the region surrounding the Ouroboros clan. The approaching storm made many of the Kamoyan warlocks clasp their hands tightly. Just then, the candidate who was to serve as the main offensive walked down from the airship. The Magus had a pockmarked face and a prosthetic wooden leg. He walked with a limp, and his face burned with the desire for vengeance. He stared at the city of warlocks, and if looks could kill his gaze alone would have burnt it down. Ouroboros clan. Kamoyan warlocks. To think you'd face such a day too. An ice-cold voice seemed to be forced out from the crevice between his teeth. Sir Lober. According to the orders of the Alliance, you will command the first wave of attacks, said a masked figure from beside him as he slightly bowed down. Even with his expression hidden behind the mask, his tone was oozing with contempt. Robert clenched and relaxed his fists repeatedly several times, but still gritted his teeth and spoke, I understand. Please inform the sirs that Robert will fulfill his mission. Very good. The masked man made a swift bow before his body vanished into thin air. Mentor. We've finally reached this point. Another old man, his head full of gray hair, walked down from the airship as well. When he saw the already surrounded city of warlocks, he could not control himself as tears streamed down his face. The magi who descended from the airship were mostly those who had a deep-seated hatred for the Ouroboros clan. Due to their vengeful desires, as well as the possible benefits, they did not hesitate to take up the role of the coalition's vanguard. They even embarked on the bloody path of revenge in their own territories, cleaning it up in revenge for all the humiliation and hardships that their ancestors had been through. And Robert, the chief of the arm of vengeance, was the leader elected by the many small groups. On the other side, many warlocks were observing the enemy from on top of a great tower. The only difference was, while the other side was quite free and leisurely, even able to pursue the pleasures of life, their situation was much more difficult. Their expressions, Faisal's included, were dark and filled with fear. Azure Mountain City's Azure Rain Knights. And the demon Magus army from the Nephas. Freya's hands gripped the railing as she watched the other two armies who had distinct insignias. Her eyes were full of disbelief. In the direction she was looking, a formation of knights that were armored in blue with a bunch of giant feathers on their heads were standing quietly. So were a strange-looking group of magi who possessed scaly bodies as well as claws and horns. The mere energy waves unconsciously emitted from their bodies was enough to suffocate a rank 1 Magus. Even the allied army did not dare to stay too close, and kept their distance. The Demon Hunter and the Azure Mountain King have shed all pretense of cordiality, they actually sent their elite subordinates out to attack. Compared to the other forces who were secretive, the Azure Mountain cities and Nephas forces evidently did not have as many considerations. This explained the other party's vengeance and hate towards the Ouroboros clan. It was to the extent that they were already confident that the three elders would not return, so they would give no quarter. The Azure Rain Knights are still alright, they are only counterfeits of the ancient Steel Knights, but these demon magi. On the other side, Lucian also frowned, they are all magi who have communicated with the demon plane. Their bodies have been altered by demonic power, allowing them to possess a very special power. They even resorted to signing contracts with the demons to awaken all kinds of strange abilities. And only the demon hunter can completely subdue them and keep them for his own use. Often, their appearance represents destruction and death. This was all caused by your mentor, Faisal sneered. Moreover, even at this point in time, your brother Leylin still hasn't appeared. Because Gilbert had forcibly snatched away many portions of the Forgotten Land's resources from Cyril, the relationship between the two was never good. Faisal did not agree with the way Gilbert did things, hence he naturally had to use that as a pretext to make a fuss. In fact, if he knew that the Azure Mountain King's exasperation was caused by Leylin, he would probably go even crazier. What we decided originally, is the Elder Association's decision. Furthermore, the three elders did this together, don't say that you didn't use those bloodline treasures at all. Freya immediately rebutted. Seeing her speak up for him, Lucian could not help but direct a kind smile to Freya. Ahem, upon noticing that the situation was descending into a cold war, another old man whose face had mottled snake scales immediately came over to mediate the dispute. Leylin and Shet both have to deduce Mentor and the other's coordinates. Now is the most crucial moment, it's normal that they're not here. We need to work together to overcome our difficulties right now. Not only did this aged warlock possess crystal phase strength, he was also of a relatively high rank. Even Faisal could only display anger on his face, shutting his mouth after. By this time, they had also noticed the other party's movements. Many small Magus organizations swaggered to the city's borders under another Magus lead. They then began to set up a spell formation. Robert? This bastard. He actually dared to come out. A feminine warlock licked the blade of the knife in his hand and said, I should have given him a few more slashes that time. Chapter 498, Confrontation. Confrontation. The crystal phase magi who were on site held their breaths for a moment. In the past, small organizations like the Arm of Vengeance could only be low profile, as they would be attacked on sight. When did they get the guts to begin a fight? A well-built warlock suddenly stood up and exclaimed, I want to go out and kill them all. Don't be rash. Faisal responded while holding the person back, with the combined defensive spell formation already activated, attacking them now will only ruin our only chances to turn the odds around. Do not let your emotions cloud your judgment. Faisal truly was quite capable. At the very least, he was not a fool and could see through ordinary schemes. But then again, looking at how the enemy was valiantly showing off in front of him, Faisal must have been filled with anger as well, he was only forcing himself to hold back and not act rashly. Once this ordeal is over, I will lead my team out again and have all these rats killed. Guys, look at this. Freya exclaimed, pouting out the window towards the troops. At this point in time, most of the warlocks had not realized that the massive spell formation that Robert had cast earlier was gradually activating. Rumble, the earth shook repeatedly, giving rise to landslides that covered up the wetlands with all their sludge and sewage. The phosphorescence in the air rapidly dissipated. After the phosphorescence disappeared, the large amount of steam that evaporated from the wetlands turned it into a field of mud and soil. The soil became more compact, and eventually gained a rock-like texture. These tumultuous changes occurred all along the spell formation. How dare they touch our base, many enraged warlocks started to cry out. The Ouroboros clan back then had decided to choose this area precisely due to the unique phosphorescent wetlands. The abundant amount of darkness elemental energy particles and fire elemental particles that were present there matched perfectly with the bloodline of the giant Kamoyan serpent. Not only was the growth of the warlocks boosted in this place, but it even enhanced the power of their spells. However, the destruction of large swathes of wetlands meant that the darkness elemental particles and fire elemental particles were gradually diminished, to be replaced by earth elemental particles. Even though the area affected was only this city, the impact it had on the high-level warlocks was not small. Ha! Robert, who was outside, laughed out loud unexpectedly. Did you think we hadn't planned out our revenge? What a big mistake! Even though we were chased all over the central continent, we never once stopped plotting our vengeance. This time round, we'll uproot the entire Ouroboros clan. There is no other way. Looking at how the city gradually turned into a wasteland, and how the concentration of earth elemental particles slowly outweighed the now meager amount of darkness and fire elemental particles, Faisal's face turned pale. Alchemized puppets, attack. Work with the combined spell formation. After he gave the orders, his face displayed a moment of shame. He had a sudden realization that he himself actually initiated the entire defense spell formation, and all of this seemed too rushed. Especially after giving his last orders, it seemed as though he was slapping himself across the face. Upon seeing his actions, Freya and the other warlocks could only sigh under their breaths. Faisal was relieved that they did not condemn him up front. At least there are still some smart people around. Lucian surreptitiously nodded his head. Knowing that they had reached a point of life and death, it was not the time for resentments and conspiracies. From their common bloodline, it was already predetermined that these warlocks would not obtain the mercy of the rest. Crack, the translucent spell formation that once enveloped the city had split open to form a large opening that had a current of steel streaming out from it. Asterisk clank. Clank, asterisk what appeared in front of Robert's eyes was a giant troop of steel puppets. All these alchemized puppets were at least 3 meters tall, with intricate runes covering the bodies. The barbed wires and hooks that hung on their bodies stood out reflected chilling lights. Furthermore, the massive barrels that hung on both sides of the puppets sent chills down Robert's spine. Portable spell-casting barrels. The Ouroboros clan is not only gifted in bloodlines. A masked boy, who was in the corner observing the whole scene, started to record everything down immediately. Simultaneously, he asked another observer behind him, "Have you recorded every movement that occurred since the activation of the spell formation?" The young girl, who only seemed to be 7 or 8 years old and was wearing oversized spectacles and a massive red ribbon, replied formally, "Yes, sir. Everything has been recorded clearly and the energy nodes have all been marked. In the process of calculating the geographical locations of the pressure points and the core." "Very good. Continue recording it down. Such Micronist cannon spells are still very useful. Remember to inform the rest of our people, and I propose that we get this technology in our hands during the distribution of the spoils." The masked man waved, clearly in high spirits. To him, breaking through the headquarters was only a matter of time. Target locked on. Beginning fire. The steel puppets that walked out from the city had lasers for eyes that marked a luminous red cursor on their targets. Robert and most of the Magi were locked onto. Just then, sounds of machinery could be heard within their bodies. "Not good. Hurry up and hide." Robert couldn't finish his sentence before he was disrupted by the glow of a white laser. Pew! The white laser beam swept through the area horizontally, disintegrating anything that stood in its path. Even the ground caved in where it passed. "No! Sir!" Urgent and sharp cries were heard. A number of Magi did not even have a chance to speak before the laser burned them to ashes. Even a rank 3 Magus like Robert was put in a difficult situation because of the lasers. His clothes had been destroyed, and his wooden leg had vanished into thin air. "Initiate destruction," a cold voice rang out once again, and the steel puppets reacted, firing towards the remains. It took but a moment for chaos to ensue. Light flashed everywhere, and many of the Magi were severely injured. The massive spell formation that had been operating till now was destroyed immediately, and the earth started to stabilize. TSK. How dare such a small organization provoke the prestigious Ouroboros clan? Faisal laughed out. "The real enemy hasn't even begun attacking, and yet you're satisfied beating these mere distractions," Freya said coldly while rolling her eyes. It was indeed true that destroying the arm of vengeance was a piece of cake for the Ouroboros clan. A simple slightly powerful formation would be enough to send them packing, and even the heavens above would not be able to save them. However, what worried the Magi the most was how these hostile forces could cold-bloodedly watch the members of the Arm of Vengeance die so easily. They did not seem to even consider the possibility of helping the battered and exhausted Robert out, which was why they stopped considering the option of initiating the spell formation. "Sir!" "Why did," Robert, who was seriously injured, shouted with a sore voice when he was finally saved. However, the rest of the members of the Arm of Vengeance were not as lucky as him. Most of them fell at the hands of the steel puppets. "Don't worry. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. Now it's time for us to avenge you," a green-haired Magus said coldly, sounding insincere. He had an air of steeliness about him. Yet, he was sneering secretly. "It's only a given that we'll reduce your strength and manpower after we're done using it. Did you really expect us to leave you with so many benefits after the war? Dream on." Not giving Robert, whose fists were clenched, a chance to say anything else, the green-haired Magus waved his hand. "Plant Legion, attack." Asterisk swoosh. 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 Asterisk. Many of the vines started moving and, within a moment's time, a gigantic man-eating flower emerged from the mud and started moving towards the steel puppets. Targets locked. Beginning the second wave of attack. In front of the steel puppets stood a gigantic black steel robot which was more than 5 meters tall. After its laser eyes marked its target, the gun barrels that were hung on either side of its shoulders began to roar. Asterisk pew. Asterisk. When the white laser swept past the man-eating flowers, many of them fell and thick sludge started to permeate from their wounds. Even the Azure Rain Knights would find these kinds of lasers hard to endure. Fortunately for my Plant Legion, looking at this scene, the green-haired Magus displayed a teasing smile. A large amount of spores started to shoot out from one of the man-eating flowers. Before these spores even reached the ground, they began to swell up into a giant ball, and within seconds another one emerged from the earth. The two intertwined, forming a gigantic one, at least 10 meters tall, that swallowed the huge puppet from earlier. The earth rumbled as a war of green and black, nature and machine played out. These two incredible forces were fighting head-on against each other. The whole surroundings were filled with white rays and green sludge. Looking at the scene outside, Lucian sighed. I'm afraid that they've already found out about our last defense system from their earlier experiments, even keeping their battlefront exactly 1 kilometer away, which exactly reaches our boundary of attack. Faisal's face turned black. Even though none of them said it out loud, everyone knew that this was his fault for initiating the combined spell formation too hastily. At this moment, another crystal phase warlock screamed, "Look at this!" Gush. All the crystal phase magi looked up. The sky was enveloped by the giant shadow of a sail that enveloped the place in complete darkness. Initiate Warzone number 2's all-over attack. Bang. Bang. Bang, like shooting stars falling from the skies, bombs were thrown down from the giant ships above, wiping away the mess created by the man-eating flowers and puppets. Under these terrible attacks, the original giant puppets became a pile of scrap iron. Chapter 499, Traitor. With explosions ringing continuously, the warlocks fell silent as they fixed their gazes on the battlefield, watching the debris from the occasional fights between broken metallic limbs and vines of flowers. Their plant legion can obviously regenerate very fast. On the other hand, our steel puppets have complicated structures and use too much of the energy stored in our Magus towers. This exchange is a huge loss for us, Lucian smiled bitterly, his voice sounding raucous. Outside the city, a sea of flowers lay above the ruins, numerous shoots struggling their way out of the earth. The army of carnivorous plants had reformed in a few minutes. Not only that, the other military forces were closing in along with the Azure Rain Knights and the Demon Magus army. Let's focus on our own areas of defense. Although we have the protection of the Magus towers, it will still be best if our crystal phase warlocks attend to them. Faisal smiled. The images disappeared with a few snaps, leaving Faisal and a few others remaining. Most of the people here were just projections of the other crystal phase magi using the network of the Magus towers. Due to their advanced technology, the projections were almost the same as themselves. Faisal's face turned dark, his thoughts indiscernible. In the meantime, a wisp of dark smoke sprouted from the corner, forming a dark shadow. My lord. Will you consider what I said before? Faisal frowned at his appearance, but he then calmed down. The people here were all his men, and he wasn't afraid that they'd leak his secrets. What are you doing here? Hee. The Ouroboros clan is about to vanish. There might be traitors among the people you met just now, my lord. Think about your future, and the future of your family. The shadow said slowly and with a confidence derived from the chasm between their absolute strengths. Faisal's men grew angry, and even his own face showed some hesitation before he waved his hands. I need to reconsider this. I hope you reply soon. Our offer only exists up to the city's fall. The envoy said patiently, then disappeared like a ghost. Faisal sighed after he was gone. Something crossed his mind, and his eyes glowed with a strange light. West Zone. Freya smiled bitterly while looking at the approaching enemies. Such bad luck. I have to meet these demon magi. The opponents in her area were the elites of Nifas, the demon Magus army. All members of the demon Magus army were at least rank 2 magi. And since they'd made deals with unknown demons, most of them had mysterious abilities or powerful skills. What's more, the magi from Nifas were wanted men with bad reputations. They were tough and bloody, even more crazed than the uber-emotional warlocks. No wonder Freya was unhappy. Hee. I didn't expect such a beautiful woman to be my opponent. Below the wall, the head of the demon Magus army touched his chin with his left hand. A pair of horns were on his head, and his right hand was tied up in iron chains. The demon magi around him maintained a distance out of fear and admiration. Many glanced at his right hand, their eyes full of dread. It was as if some horrible demons existed under the cover of those iron chains. This leader paid no attention to the fear of his men, and instead waved his hands. Attack. Many magi roared at the sound of the command and their bodies began to undergo massive transformations. Some even grew Black's wings as they charged towards the city walls. "Get ready," Freya ordered with an emotionless expression. Many of the warlocks couldn't help but get wound up. The next moment, the attacks from those demon magi reached the defensive light membrane. The energy of the defensive matrix can't be consumed like this. "We must attack." Freya grit her teeth. A layer of black scales covered her body, and her pupils turned amber. Swish, her body disappeared from on the wall, and when she appeared again she'd already grabbed a demon Magus and torn him apart. Blood rained down, interspersed with flesh, organs, and bones. Petrifying gaze. Every Magus below rank 3 she stared at turned into a stone statue. Even magi at rank 3 would lose their minds for a moment, during which they couldn't fight back. "Kill them." Seeing their chief fighting outside, the snake bloodline warlocks rushed out with red eyes, fighting the demon magi. Relying on the defensive matrix of their spell formation, they didn't have to care too much about their own safety. Thus, they acquired many victories, and a lot of demon magi fell. "I'm your opponent." Freya's attack crashed into a giant hand bound by iron chains as the chief of the demon Magus army appeared in front of her. "Warlocks with the dirty bloodline of the giant Kamoyan serpent have no right to live in this world," he said with an indifferent face as a weird energy sprouted out of his right hand. "Dirty worms that make deals with demons. You have no right to say anything." Freya frowned. Her opponent's aura made her feel discomfort, even fear. But since he was an enemy, there was no need for her to hold back. Throughout history, branches like the branded swordsmen, elemental bards, and steel knights have continually disappeared. You bloodline warlocks are meant to join them. The head of the demon magi roared, turning into a streak of black as he crashed into Freya. Scenes like this occurred all over the defensive perimeter of the Ouroboros clan. Magic shone in all sorts of colors, flooding the whole city. However, under the joint defense of the Magus towers, these attacks just left small marks on the translucent membrane which soon disappeared. It seems like the Magus towers in the Ouroboros clan's headquarters have stored plentiful amounts of energy. Seeing this, the green-haired Magus frowned. "So what? Inform your guys, they can start their plans now." A female Magus with red hair sashayed in, rolling her eyes at him. "Okay." The Magus nodded, "And that thing, let it out now." "You want to use that now?" The female Magus with red hair covered her mouth in shock. "We have to. I promised those lords that we could deal with the headquarters of the Ouroboros clan within 3 days. The Magus with green hair smiled, saying something to his envoy. Something sinister flashed across her eyes as she watched the movements of the male Magus, and she followed him. "My lord." Even though there was fighting outside, some important places were still under heavy guard. And currently, 2 elites of the Blood Serpent family were saluting to Ivanov. "Good." Ivanov nodded. But suddenly, his eyes suddenly started glittering. Asterisk Schlick. Schlick, asterisk 2 black daggers shot out of his sleeves like lightning, disappearing into the guards' chests. Their Kamoyan scales were pierced through by the daggers in an instant, as if they were nothing more than a sheet of paper. The light in their eyes dimmed, before they crumbled to the ground. "Humph. You idiots. Even if they're innate defensive spells, there are methods to pierce through them. How can you two defend against an elite of the family like me?" Ivanov sneered, and pushed open the wooden door they were guarding. Behind the wooden door was a small sealed room, magic tools and spell formations lying everywhere. It was enriched with energy, and obviously working at full capacity. This seems to be one of the key points. As long as I ruin this, the defense of the city should be weakened by at least 20%. Ivanov smiled proudly, and gave the formation genie an order, deactivate both the defense and alert mode. "Please input the code." A robotic voice sounded from it. Long live the bloodline. Since he was one of the elders in the family, he naturally knew the code. At this moment, he thought about Freya. "Fools like you can die, because as long as I'm alive, our bloodline will be preserved." However, Ivanov's expression changed at the next words of the formation genie. "Wrong code. Intruder alert. Beginning annihilation." What? What? Ivanov murmured. At this moment, the image of a well-behaved and sometimes rebellious girl popped into his mind. "You're saying she was acting all along?" But there was no time left for him to think. Blood-red lightning in the form of snakes appeared out of thin air, drowning him within. Blood-red light flashed, and Ivanov was slowly melted within. After the lightning faded, the space in the room distorted to reveal a red figure. Traitor verified. Blood Serpent Family, Ivanov. The voice sounded cold and chilling. Chapter 500, Duo Serpent Annihilator. Duo Serpent Annihilator. Have you decided, my lord? The Black Shadow couldn't help but feel delighted in front of Faisal. The satisfaction in being able to threaten the leader of the Ouroboros clan, one of the largest clans on the continent, was something that could not be described with mere words. It was only furthered by the conflicted expression on the other party. The rewards if he succeeded at this were so great he wouldn't even dare to think of them before. Reporting in, my lord. At this timing, a high-ranking Magus pushed open the door. Ignoring the Shadow's existence, he began his report. The operation was a success. We've captured 7 traitors and killed 12. The energy of the combined spell formation has been conserved, and we've only lost a mere 2.75%. What is this supposed to mean? The envoy questioned, his voice growing deeper and gloomier. What is this supposed to mean? It's exactly what you think it is. Faisal suddenly gave an empty smile as his body instantly appeared before the Shadow, grabbing his neck and lifting him up. If you do this, the lords outside will definitely not let you off. Surprisingly, even at this moment, the Shadow was calm. I'll be waiting. Faisal nodded his head as he said seriously, if you think that I'm unable to deal with you just because you're a spirit projection, you're wrong. You're very, very wrong. The moment he finished speaking, there was a visible change in the expression on the blurred face of the Black Shadow and he couldn't help but give a cold smile. It's a pity, but it's too late. Boom! Huge amounts of blue electricity rushed towards the Shadow, blowing him to pieces. Faisal sighed. With such a huge stream of disordered data rushing in, even the main body would have its sea of consciousness suffer irreversible damage, he said in an unhurried manner. My lord, this is brilliant. The Magus that had just entered immediately bowed. This is nothing, it's just a little scheme, and it definitely won't affect the general situation, Faisal said. He then exclaimed, the Ouroboros clan is my family and the pillar of support for all warlocks of our giant Kamoyan serpent bloodline. I want to be in control of it, not let it be destroyed. Thump. The green-haired Magus who was standing outside the city fumed upon listening to the grievous news as he witnessed the death of one of his envoys. Release the Kyasha beast immediately. But, my lord, just as he was about to continue, the attendant at the green-haired Magus side was interrupted. I know I have limited authority. I'll explain things to the other lords later, but for now, I want those ignorant warlocks to pay with their deaths. Coo. After the order of the release of the war beast, the brave and blood-soaked magi standing on the front line heard a bizarre roar. The roar resembled the beating of a broken drum, and carried a heavy pant with it. It created a sense of oppression that made one feel like they were suffocating the moment it fell on their ears. Thump. Thump. The ground started to shake. How scary was it for only one creature to cause the entire city to shake with its mere footsteps? Faisal couldn't help but feel uncomfortable in that moment, as he quickly ascended to the highest vantage point. From there, he saw an incomparably large creature, a four-legged beast with a horn on its head. The creature was so huge and tall that in order to avoid it, the enormous airships in the sky could only wave their flags and ascend further into the sky, opening a pathway for it to walk through. The earth rumbled under this creature's arrival, its enormous aura even causing Faisal's breathing to stop momentarily. When it finally stopped right outside the Ouroboros clan headquarters, Faisal thought he was seeing a mountain range instead. The Kyasha beasts roared in anger. A terrifying and violent wave of energy swept across the battlefield, causing everyone to lose their balance. Morning Star. It is a Morning Star realm creature. Faisal's expression blanked out as he clenched his fists tightly. I'm afraid the cleansing operation this time provoked the enemy so badly that he's using the deadly weapons that were used in the last big war. On the other hand, the enemy who'd lifted the restriction on the war beast didn't feel too good about it either. My lord, is it okay to lift the restrictions now? After all, we haven't performed final adjustments on it. Besides, a lot of our soldiers will be injured by it as collateral damage. One of the Magi smiled bitterly as he looked at the giant Kyasha beast with a heavy heart. This giant beast was absolutely not a natural creature. It was a precious experiment created by a morning star Magus. When the creature was not in use, it would be sealed in ice. The morning star Magus that created it even warned that if they didn't provide enough food for the beast to eat, even a large troop of magi would be eaten alive by it. Naturally, despite such shortcomings, a morning star realm creature had its own worth. This was a beast that had a physique at the morning star realm. Together with its enormous body and terrifying defense system which included the ability to heal itself, the idea of battling such a creature was a joke. Moreover, because its intelligence was sealed, even a rank 3 Magus could, albeit barely, control it. This resulted in a great increase in its worth. After feeling embarrassed and insulted by the other party, the green-haired Magus immediately lifted the restriction on the war beast. The green-haired Magus, their leader, clapped his hands. "Don't worry. The other lords have given me the authority to lift the restrictions whenever I want to. After all, this is the last experiment. The war beast summoned by the other party has to be at a morning star level to be able to defeat this creature. Since we've already made the first move, it's up to the Ouroboros clan to retaliate with their last resort." The war beast's roars shook the earth as it moved closer to the defensive membrane on its long legs. A large number of warlocks were eagerly showering it with any spells that they could throw. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk. Blizzards, lightning, flames, and acids were all aimed at the Kyasha beast. Yet, they were unable to so much as slow the rate of its advance. While a rank 3 spell occasionally broke through its defenses, it was not enough to cause any significant damage in comparison to its enormous body. This left the warlocks disappointed. By the time it reached the defensive barrier, the wounds on its body had been healing so quickly that it appeared to never have been wounded at all. The thought that this creature was invincible caused dismay among the magi. Adding to the fact that it seemed impossible to wound the creature and they could only wait for their deaths, the warlocks were extremely discouraged as they felt like the world was coming to an end. The enemy's passion for battle increased greatly with the boost in morale brought by the war beast. This further decreased the chance of the Ouroboros clan winning the battle. The enemies depended on the strength and ability of the war beast. It was able to kill all warlocks standing in its way. This won't do. If this continues we might not even win against the enemy even if we use up all the energy within the Magus towers. Faisal's expression became gloomier as he snarled into his own secret imprint, activating Kamoyan gargoyles. "I need all of you to authorize me to activate it." Agreed. 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 Immediately, Lucian and the rest could be heard as they brought out the runes specially designed for them. 2/3 of the council has agreed. Kamoyan gargoyles activated, a robotic voice announced. Following that, a large and powerful energy wave swept across the battlefield. The numerous magi and warlocks were stunned. The large Kamoyan gargoyles that were always standing in front of headquarters as if mere decorations opened their eyes, a ferocious glint revealing the huge amber gemstones within. Beams of light were emitted from those eyes, heating up everything in their line of sight. The stone skin on their bodies snapped off as if a huge jacket was being taken off. The statues grew rapidly, and within the blink of an eye had reached half the size of the war beast. Hiss. The giant Kamoyan serpents hissed as energy waves at the peak of rank 3 erupted from them. These two gargoyles that are peak rank 3 together have power equivalent to that of a morning star. Yet, this is not enough, Faisal fumed. Combine. Buzz. On top of the headquarters, the main defensive spell formation shook as it released a wave of energy, drowning the two heads of the giant snakes. The two giant snakes hissed as they tangled with each other. A large layer of black light wrapped around their bodies, and when the creatures rose up as one, the body had reached the same standard as the war beast. Rumble, the Kyasha beast was no longer relaxed, and its eyes showed caution as it stared at the enemy that was just as strong as it. The huge two-headed snake in front hissed, and both heads spit out their scarlet tongues even as their amber eyes emitted rays of light. It's just like the rumors say. The Duo Serpent Annihilator is a capable puppet that has the power of a morning star. Indeed, this is the last resort of the Ouroboros clan. Freya looked at the double-headed black snake from afar as she showed a complex expression. This ultimate move was actually used on the first day of the battle. Did this mean that the reign of the Ouroboros clan would end? Just like this? Freya and the other high-ranking warlocks suddenly had an ominous premonition. Despite facing an enemy that was far larger than itself, the duo Serpent Annihilator took the initiative as it whipped its large tail at the Kyasha beast. Thud, the large war beast that looked like a mountain range was actually swept off the ground by the snake's tail. Rumble, it was almost as if meteors were falling from the sky. The moment the huge body of the beast came into contact with the ground, it formed a depression and created a magnitude 8.0 earthquake. The allied armies that were unable to run fast enough were eventually squashed under the huge body of the Kyasha beast, resulting in chaos. Rumble the war beast that was stuck inside the hole roared, and a large amount of glittering light gathered on its horn. Hiss, the duo Serpent Annihilator fearlessly fought the war beast as it wrapped its long body all over it, layer after layer.